All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Go ahead and call this meeting to order. As a reminder, please silence your cell phones. Any cell phones that go off during the meeting is an automatic $50 fine, AKA give that to Chris when he comes up here in a minute for the Wildlife Fund. We would much appreciate it. He will take that from you. Let's do a roll call this morning. Commissioner Bell. Commissioner Haskell.
Present.
Commissioner Jolovich.
Here.
Commissioner Mai. Commissioner Masterson. Commissioner Roberts.
Present.
All right, as a reminder, members of the public who wish to address the commission on any agenda item, please fill out a comment form located at the registration table in the back and hand it to one of the department staff who will then forward it up here to us. Assisting with the meeting today is Renee Schell from the Lander Regional Office. So Renee, thank you for your help. If you're participating via Zoom, you should have submitted an advance comment form prior to the start of the meeting. But if you'd still like to comment on an agenda item, please contact the host of the meeting via Zoom. As we work through the agenda, the public will have opportunity to address the commission. So to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak and as a courtesy to others, please do limit your time. And finally, anyone that uses the mic, either speaking today or commissioners here, remember that first of all, you need to turn it on, and that red means your mic is hot and ready to go. All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, let's start out with Mr. McBarnes, update on the Wildlife Fund.
Here we go. Madam President, Director, members of the commission, always a pleasure to be able to address you and be here. Special thanks to Deputy Director Will Tanger and Tony for always working with us and allowing us to make these presentations. I do think it's important from an accountability standpoint so that you know the fund is continuing on, that we're working hard and we're doing the best we can to advance Wyoming's wildlife in lockstep with the Game and Fish Commission and department. I'm going to have some help today with my presentation from Brianna Ball. She's much more talented and much more interesting than me. So you all have heard enough from me over the years. Preview of our presentation, we're going to do a brief preview or overview of the Maury Brown Kids Fishing Day, success in Wyo Gives this year, and most importantly, our strategic plan development. And I know folks hear strategic plan development and their eyes glaze over, but this is a crucial part of our presentation today. We've spent a copious amount of time this year interviewing members of the department, the commission, the director's office, to really hone what the Wildlife Fund does to make sure we're being complementary to the department, that we're not being redundant, and we can be more purposeful with our funding. But before we get into those 3 points, I just want to do some high-level quick hitters for you because it has been a busy and productive year. Tomorrow, I'll be joined by several of the nonprofit partners behind me, Director Bruce, Commissioner Roberts, and others for the Highway 189 South Kimmerer groundbreaking. Wow, that's a really exciting project, and we're so grateful that everyone came together to get that one done. Wyoming really is leading the way when it comes to wildlife vehicle collisions and wildlife crossings and mitigating those. So we'll be taking a check for right at $917,000 to Director Westby tomorrow to help with that project. And again, that was thanks to numerous nonprofits across the state that project came together and that funding is available. Brianna and I right now are working through right at $5 million in various grants for fence work, connectivity, and research that we've been working with the department on. We should have most of those results by your November meeting. So hopefully we'll have an exciting update to end the year and more good funding for wildlife. I do want to thank Mr. Rich Gensel. Rich is here in the room, and there's be hard pressed to find a larger advocate for pronghorn in the state of Wyoming. Don't say the word antelope around him, they're pronghorn. But I want to let the commission know the pronghorn fund that Rich helped found within the Wildlife Fund is nearing $400,000. So we expect that corpus to continue to grow. Our investment committee on our board of directors is constantly tweaking that investment strategy so we can maximize that. Over this summer, the Wildlife Fund, working with the department and private landowners, you met one last night, the Chant family. We'll have completed right at $1.5 million in wildlife-friendly fence work in the Upper Green and Red Desert regions. So a lot of good work being done there. And then before I turn it over to Bree here in a second, I do want to mention that we have a group of 10 funders joining us in October for an exciting funders tour, bringing in foundations and corporations from across this country that will be seeing the good work of the Game and Fish Department on the ground firsthand. Commissioner Jolovich, thank you so much for always making this day possible. You're a linchpin in this, the Maury Brown Kids Fishing Day. This past June, and the department does these days across the state, and you guys knock it out of the park. We just are thankful we're a very small part of that, and we get to partner with the department. But we had 175 children. 36% of those participants were first-time anglers, and we had very positive satisfaction rates based on the survey categories. Thank you to Ashley and William and Hannah and the entire I&E team that helps us with that event. The fish biologists at a Laramie, they come up, the game wardens come out. It's a wonderful event, and we just want to reiterate our thanks to the department for helping us introduce a lot of youth to the outdoors. WYO Gives. So WYO Gives is a single day of giving in the state of Wyoming. It's a big deal. There's a ton of nonprofits that are involved in WYO Gives. We really doubled down on our efforts this year, started working hard in January, and I'm proud to announce today that the Wildlife Fund in July, we finished first out of 429 organizations in the state, and we raised $143,000 in a single day. And so that's something we feel good about. We've set the bar high for next year, but I hope that shows you the momentum of the fund. And yeah, we get support from these larger foundations and corporations, and it's wonderful, but there really is a grassroots component to what we're doing as well. And so we're proud of that. So at this time, I'll ask Brianna to come up and put a capstone on our presentation with talking about our strategic plan development.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, Director Bruce, President Limbaugh, Commissioners. I'm Brianna Ball. I work really closely with Chris McBarnes over at the Wildlife Fund, and I oversee Wildlife for Tomorrow. I'm here to share about our strategic planning journey that we've taken over the past few months. It was really a process that was rooted in collaboration with the goal of clarity for our organization that produces meaningful conservation impact. And we really believe that when people unite around a shared vision for wildlife, amazing things can happen. I think Chris is a testament to that with all the work that he's done with the fund. And this plan is really our roadmap to make that vision real. So our goal was simple, just build a plan that's clear, actionable, and aligned with the priorities of the department. We wanted something that guides board decisions, empowers our staff, and inspires donors. It's a plan that really doesn't just sit on a shelf, but drives conservation outcomes. So we formed a dedicated committee and engaged over 20 stakeholders through open-ended interviews. We asked them, what are our strengths? Where are our gaps? What opportunities should we seize? And this process wasn't just inclusive, it was really insightful. And it helped us shape a plan that reflects the voices of our partners, our donors, and our community. So I'm going to walk you through our pillars. I don't know where Wayne is. I don't know why it's not moving forward. Oh, there we go. Let's go back. Okay. So our first pillar is habitat conservation, and stakeholders that we talked to consistently affirmed that habitat conservation was one of the fund's core strengths, from reducing wildlife vehicle collisions through crossings and improving movement through wildlife-friendly fencing. Our work was really reflective of the most visible and mission-critical outcomes the fund can deliver on. And so therefore, our goal at the fund is to ensure the long-term sustainability of Wyoming's wildlife by funding meaningful habitat projects. And so what kind of strategies or tools do we use to achieve this goal? Well, we're going to prioritize conservation efforts on at-risk or high-priority wildlife habitats, work proactively with our partners to fund crossings and fence projects, support and fund high-priority research initiatives as identified by the department to inform our strategic habitat investments, And of course, conserve priority migration corridors utilizing the fund's pooled migration fund. The next pillar, and these are in no particular order, is going to be youth and community engagement. Our stakeholders affirmed that early engagement with youth is really key to sustaining conservation beyond a single generation. And so our goal at the fund is to foster lifelong stewardship of Wyoming's wildlife and cultivate the next generation of conservation leaders by working with the department to ensure complementary programming. Stewardship really starts with that connection, and to spark that connection, we're committed to collaborating closely with the department, its education leadership team, to ensure our efforts complement rather than duplicate existing agency programs and initiatives, and of course, assist in the execution of these programs that reflect the values, cultural heritage, and outdoor traditions of Wyoming. The next pillar is sustainability, capacity building, and partnerships. And stakeholders consistently praise the fund for its ability to forge partnerships with other like-minded organizations to champion solutions to conserve wildlife. Our goal at the fund is to amplify the reach and effectiveness of the department and other aligned organizations by fostering strategic collaboration and resource sharing. And so we are committed to continuing these efforts and will plan to maintain close collaboration with the department and federal partners to identify capacity gaps and strategically invest those resources, really maximizing impact, and maintain responsible stewardship of donations and expenditures to ensure the long-term financial sustainability of the Wildlife Fund. And of course, leverage the pooled migration fund as a key mechanism within the Wildlife Fund to enhance on-the-ground capacity. The last pillar is innovative fundraising and impact tracking, which there we go. Stakeholders emphasize the importance of not only cultivating new partnerships, but also nurturing and strengthening existing relationships. So our goal at the Wildlife Fund is to generate additional resources for Wyoming's wildlife by filling funding gaps for habitat research and education-driven initiatives for the department. To build upon our goal, the fund is committed to prioritizing, cultivating, expanding, and sustaining partnerships. Really serving as that trusted conduit to align their interests with Wyoming's conservation needs. Maximizing opportunities to leverage those philanthropic investments by partnering with trusted entities like WWNRT to match and multiply funding. Leverage initiatives like Wildlife for Tomorrow, the program I oversee, to engage broader audiences, including the tourism and outdoor recreation sectors, and generate new and sustainable funding streams. And of course, collaborate with department biologists to monitor and evaluate projects before and after implementation, helping to quantify their effectiveness for our stakeholders. This strategic plan is really more than a document for us. It's a commitment to our wildlife, to our partners, and to our community. And our strategic plan will really allow us to move forward with clarity and purpose. And we want to thank everyone who is part of this process, especially former Game and Fish Director Brian Nesbitt, who really helped guide us through this process. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Bree? Or Chris?
Madam President, Bree, I appreciate your presentation and thank you. I don't have any questions. I just have a comment when you feel it's appropriate, Madam President. And it's about the wildlife crossings, and in working with Chris, he gave me a study that was done in 2022, and it didn't, I'm just sharing this with the commission because these things had never hit me until you put numbers on this. Deer vehicle collisions average 6,600 per year, 87% of the total. And you can add up all these numbers and then they start to become abstract, but this is the one that jumped out. An average of 21 big game animals are killed by vehicles per day in Wyoming. 8 of those collisions involving significant damages to vehicles or human injuries. And at that rate, we're losing about 1.5% of Wyoming's mule deer population per year in vehicle wildlife collisions. And when you boil it down to something like that, it really brings it home. And so I just want to underscore my appreciation for your work in trying to get as many of those crossings established as you can, and protect people and protect our wildlife. It's much appreciated, and have a great time tomorrow and celebrate. That's a great win. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam President, if I may, this just, one thing I really enjoy about serving on this commission is that others' comments and questions provoke thought with me, and I really appreciate that. And you may not have the answer to this, but if you do, I'd be interested to hear. With the numbers that Commissioner Masterson just shared with us, I mean, that adds up quick. And I know that in talking to people around the country, that in other states, insurance companies are advocating for commissions and departments to increase license quotas so that they can potentially reduce these collisions. Is there support for these crossings from insurance companies to help reduce these collisions?
Madam President, Commissioner Haskell, you bring up an excellent point. We've been trying to crack that nut, and we have not. What I found in my line of work is it's connecting with the right person. And I'm sure a lot of the nonprofit executive directors behind me would say the same thing. I have to believe that these larger insurance companies do have foundations that could support work like this. And boy, would it be tremendous marketing for them. So we'll be dogged and continue to chase that down. But to answer your question, we have not been successful in raising significant funds from the insurance sector at this point in time. We have independent insurance agents across Wyoming that give through Wildlife for Tomorrow, which is great, but significant, like 6-7 figure dollars, no, sir.
Madam President, Chris, and it always amazes me that we go through this and we never hear anything about the railroads. And as the railroads, of course, they crisscross our great state of everywhere. Has anybody spoken with them to get figures on to see just what kind of a casualty rate they have for our wildlife in this state, and whether or not that they would be could pony up something to make themselves and make our state a little bit safer for our wildlife?
Madam President, Commissioner Roberts, yet another wonderful point. I mean, I read literature in Montana about, grizzly bears and large carnivores being killed on railroads. Director Bruce, I don't know if you interacted with the railroads or have any additional data on collisions with trains or not.
Yeah, Madam President, Commissioner Roberts, very good question. We have done some outreach over the years to them. And even though they're supportive in voice, there hasn't been much traction, similar with insurance companies, like Chris talked about. And I don't believe, at least not in Wyoming, that they keep any statistics regarding collisions. And just to keep in mind too, those numbers are pretty alarming. But just know that those are the numbers that we actually have carcasses for. So think about that. How many folks have been in a vehicle where you nick a big game and they run off? And so you could probably take those numbers and times them by many-fold to get the true perspective of what's occurring. And just another note, we'll talk about this more tomorrow, is we do focus on those individual animals, and Commissioner Masterson summed it up very nicely in the bigger perspective for us. But it also is really honing in on that conductivity, allowing animals to move to essential habitat to have healthier populations. That is the big long-term effect that we're going for. In this short term, less collisions, less individual animals that got hit is sort of the immediate, what we all focus on, but that long term is really what makes a difference.
And Commissioner Roberts, I will say it really made me feel great, and you're going to see it tomorrow. And I know you know this. Energy sector stepped up for the South Kimmer Highway 189 project. We had a very diverse group of gas and oil individuals that gave soda ash, et cetera. But with the Wildlife Fund, we have a mechanism, if we can build these relationships with insurance companies, with private entities, we have a mechanism that we can get dollars on the ground. And we have a solid mechanism, but both your points are well taken.
Anyone else? Thank you guys so much. Deputy Director.
Good morning, President Lovell, Director Bruce, members of the commission. Next on your agenda is a quick presentation from Brock Wall, the chairman of the North American Pronghorn Foundation, and Brock will be giving you an introduction into the new foundation. Brock?
Okay. Madam President, members of the commission, first of all, I want to say thank you so much for giving us the floor and letting us present to you today. I come to you from Bismarck, North Dakota. It's a 10-hour drive, and half of which I get to drive through most of the north half of your great state here, and you get to look out on most of that drive and see sagebrush on both sides of the road. And it's a beautiful thing. And when you stop, you can smell the sagebrush, and it's always something that I've loved since I'm a fifth generation North Dakotan myself. I've really always appreciated the open skies and beautiful places like this. Nothing against the mountains, but as a prairie boy, I sure do appreciate it. But on my drive, it was very evident just how iconic pronghorn are to the state of Wyoming. Whether it was apartment complexes or elementary schools or college mascots, the statue behind me, or the hotel that I'm staying at here in Lander, the Pronghorn Lodge with a bronze statue of a pronghorn outside. It was just very evident to me that Wyoming and pronghorn are sort of synonymous, and even in the Game and Fish's logo, there is a pronghorn. And so I think what a day for pronghorn it is today, given the agenda today, and then also given some of our presentation. And also I learned that it's also opening day for rifle season today for pronghorn. So just a really good theme. And I'm not sure if you guys picked that day on purpose, but certainly an interesting. But anybody who could spend any time here would certainly not be able to leave this state without understanding the importance of pronghorn to Wyoming. But I think the point that we're going to talk about today through the agenda later today and through our presentation is really not so much how important pronghorn is to Wyoming, but how important Wyoming is to pronghorn, which I think that's a dual relationship there that maybe sometimes gets overlooked. But I'll try to get through this presentation, and then hopefully we can have a minute or two for questions at the end. So founded in 2024, we actually filed articles of incorporation July 23rd, 2024. We're headquartered out of my house in Bismarck. So we're that young. We are operating in startup mode. Our mission is North American Pronghorn Foundation enhances pronghorn populations, habitats through advocacy, stewardship, stakeholder partnerships, and our hunting heritage. And of course, the hunting part is really something that everybody in our board of directors really wants to make sure is a cornerstone to what this organization is and our identity going forward. And really this purpose, values, and mission, this is a really interesting thing to sort of set up as a new group. I meant the first 6 months that we were in existence, I had never even met any of my board members in person. So this was all, planning through digital meetings and things like that. And really trying to come up with your identity with people that you've never met in person can be quite a challenge, but it is interesting to sort of flesh some of these things out. And I think, I'm not going to read this, but I really want to highlight the honesty, transparency, stewardship, partnership, and mutual respect. I think that, whether you're working with state or federal agencies, private landowners, tribes, other hunters, game and fish agencies. It's just really important to have those good relationships. And I really, that's what that's all about. Again, founded on July 23rd of 2024, but we didn't open our doors until April 21st of 2025. So there was about 9 months of just planning, building a website, building a store, getting our finances together, doing a little bit of fundraising, getting our business plans together and our structure and how we were going to operate. And honestly, the first 2 months really just getting familiar with the other members of our board. We had really never met each other, didn't have any prior relationships. And so there was a lot of just making sure that we had the right guys in the room. And everybody knew what we needed to do, and we all agreed we go on the same page. And so it was a very interesting experience. But I will point out that we are 100% volunteer. Nobody within our organization gets paid or gets cut a check by the North American Pronghorn Foundation. We're all here because we love conservation, we love pronghorn, we love Western big game. And so that's why we're doing what we're doing. And the board members that I talk about, there are 12 of them in 10 different states. And again, we're all about pronghorn. That's it. I mean, that is 100% our focus. It really it speaks to the uniqueness of the animal, which I don't think standing in Wyoming, I probably don't need to talk about. We consider them an icon, and I think sort of back to the importance of Wyoming to pronghorn, and something that I feel like needs to be mentioned is that Wyoming is really the pronghorn state. And I know that your guys' elk population is doing really well. And I know mule deer and elk too are, they're more of a sexy thing to talk about. But the truth of the matter is that there are more pronghorn in Wyoming than there are in the rest of the world combined. Really. Right now, we're looking at about 40% of the population, but sometimes that can be as high as 50% of the rest of the world's population. And so I just think it's a really unique thing that Wyoming has. It's really a crown jewel of this state, an icon of the West. And certainly the reason that we got started was not just because of the love of the animal, but also because, as you can see on that map on the right there, the decreasing range that's taken place. Of course, for those of you that don't know, there was estimated to be tens of millions of pronghorn here a few hundred years ago, or a couple hundred years ago, and now we're down around 1 million, and that's after a recovery starting in the early 21st century here, or 20th century. And so our focus as an organization, of course, probably the number one thing is partnerships and collaboration. I think, again, we don't have an animal with a big set of antlers. It's not inherently this animal that I think is very attractive to folks outside of the people that live with them. They're a very visible animal, so sometimes some of that mystique is not there. And so I think we understand that in order for us to be successful, we're going to rely heavily on our partners, on collaboration with landowners, with agencies, other NGOs, to make sure that we can fulfill our mission and fill those gaps and those niches as according to what pronghorn need and what the resource managers need, and of course, managing agencies. Public and private lands. And so, again, I'm not going to read this off, but I think, we all understand that each of these sectors play a really significant role in conservation, not just of pronghorn, but of all things, and hunting and fishing itself as well. And so while public lands might be, really a unique American thing, and certainly a cornerstone or a pillar of access, we think private landowners are just as important, if not more important. And oftentimes they have much more flexibility, and they can be much more nimble in what they do and how they go about things. And even when you're working on public land, I think a lot of times hunters forget that, just because you're in public land does not mean that you are completely disconnected from the interests of a private landowner. He often has cattle on that public land allotment, or he has an interest in something going on there, perhaps a well that's drilling from his minerals. And so there's a lot of overlap, I think, with both of these things, even though we think of them as sort of mutually exclusive. I just don't think that's the case. And so we want to make sure that we're working with both sectors of those demographics as much as we possibly can, fostering those relationships and making sure that we're making progress and for the best interest of pronghorn. And of course, some of our concerns or our focus here is going to be sagebrush and grasslands. For those of you that don't know, According to a USGS study that was released, they did an analysis from 2001 to 2020, and they found that we're losing approximately 1.3 million acres of sagebrush per year over that 20-year period, which I think if anybody in Wyoming, anybody who loves pronghorn, sagebrush, or any of those sagebrush obligate species, that should be a very alarming fact. And I think, you guys might not see it quite as much here, although with some of the recent fires, I think that's certainly something that you guys are starting to see. Places like Nevada, and some of the other places in the Mountain West here certainly are seeing some more of those impacts with cheatgrass and juniper encroachment and things like that. So it's certainly something that we are focused on. But I also do want to preface this also by saying that we see that as being the most significant challenge. It's not as simple as going out and removing some fence. It's not as simple as, as signing some agreements. It's going to take a really big group of people. It's going to take politics. It's going to take policy. It's going to take money. It's going to take collaboration. It's going to take working with big swaths of stakeholders to really get this sagebrush and grassland thing turned around and go in the right direction. Migrations, of course, that's the new rage. Everything has really been about migrations, and rightfully so, right? It's an easy thing to talk about. We can come up with nice graphics, and it's very easy to convey to the public. It's a very sexy thing to talk about, but it is also something that obviously is a pronghorn advocacy group that we are going to be paying attention to. And through the third item there too, that is going to be an interest of ours to fund research as well, to make sure that we are learning about this species, and not just from a migratory standpoint, but from an all-cause mortality standpoint, from drug trials to GPS collar improvement technologies and all things that might fall into that category. Feral horses, of course, that's always an interesting topic, and it depends where you are. I feel a little bit better standing in front of this group talking about it, but I know that in some areas I got to be a little bit careful. But I don't think people understand just how significant of an issue this is in some areas of the West. They are massively overpopulated, doing a tremendous amount of damage to the range in sagebrush country, having impacts on pronghorn and native wildlife, and it's a significant issue, and it's one that we would like to be involved in and a leader in, to make sure that we are doing right by our native resources, the native landscapes, the ranchers who also rely on these same landscapes. And we really need a lot of political support. We need social support, and we need hunters and wildlife advocates to really be on the same page when it comes to this conversation. You have to be careful the way you talk about it, but it is certainly an important issue that we are focused on. And then, of course, water is another one. I think anybody working in the West or the Southwest even as well is going to understand the importance of water. And so, this is going to be something that's a little bit different for us, but I think, juniper removals, things like that, and guzzlers are going to be where our focus is really sort of sits in that. Translocations, this one can be tricky too. I think there's probably been a time where we thought we could just move animals wherever and everything would be hunky-dory. But I think we understand now that, when it comes to migratory animals and this learned behavior, translocations have to be very well thought out. They're not appropriate everywhere. They can't just work everywhere and in every scenario. And so this is certainly something that we've already entertained some conversations about. We've been in discussion with another state about helping with a project like this. And so it's certainly something that we see some opportunity for. But, much like predator control, it's more of a fine-tooth comb than a broad brush. It's just something that you have to be sort of focused with and careful about how you approach it. And that's the end of the presentation. I know I went through things pretty quickly there, but I didn't want to bore you guys too much with a PowerPoint, which I know you guys will see plenty of over the next the rest of the day and yesterday and whatnot. But I would like to open it up to any questions that you guys have for me, for the North American Pronghorn Foundation, and I'll certainly do my best to answer them to the best of my ability.
Any questions from the commission?
Madam President, so Brock, thanks for this. You have a 12-member board from 10 states. Is one of those members from Wyoming?
Correct. Yes. We have Mr. Steve Martin here is our board member from Wyoming.
Awesome. All right. Thank you for that. I was on the website and I didn't see that. And so appreciate that. And then what is if it's all right for me to ask, your foundation, did it start with a certain amount of money? I mean,
actually interesting. Oh, Madam President, members of the commission, Commissioner Bell. So yeah, we actually started with a GoFundMe page. We had a GoFundMe page. We set the initial seed money to raise $10,000 to help build the website and sort of, file our C3 paperwork and get some of that stuff going. We were able to actually only spend about half of it. I ended up building the website, which saved us a little bit of money. And then from there, we've just done membership fundraisings and we've sort of been very conscious about growing too fast and, taking on more than we could handle as volunteers. And so you might notice that if you pay attention to us a lot, that we're sort of staggering, what we're doing and how much we're doing at one time, because we want to make sure that what we can do, that we're doing well, right? We don't want to fail or bring bad customer service experience to anybody. So we're making sure, hey, let's focus on this. Let's get this done. Let's make it so we can get shipping times out quick, whether it's a t-shirt or a hat or a membership letter. We want to make sure we can get that response time quick. We want to make sure we can do it well. We can be responsive to our members. And then now, as we enter into the fall and 2026 planning, now we're looking at, all right, okay, let's start doing some event planning. Let's try to attend some conferences and be a little bit more engaged with the public now that we have some of these other things that we feel like we're on top of.
Any chance you guys are going to be at the Wyoming Women's Antelope Hunt?
Not this year. We did not apply for any types of tags, commissioner tags or anything like that. We're really trying to work on a model that keeps 100% of those types of monies in the state of origination. And so doing so means that we need to develop a plan, set it into our own proverbial statute, if you will, to make sure that we can, have that as sort of a durable document that guides that type of stuff moving forward. And we hadn't quite had that in writing yet. And so we decided to say, let's wait on some of this stuff until 2026 or even 2027 for some of these allocation tag hunts in different states.
Be a great way to get some ladies involved. You want to look into that next year? Yeah, for
Sure.
Awesome. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep talking about pronghorn.
Good morning, Madam President, Director Bruce, members of the commission, Martin Hicks, Deputy Chief of the Wildlife Division. And with me, I have Jill Randall. She's our big game migration coordinator for the state. Today, we're here to talk to you about sublet pronghorn migration corridor. Jill's going to talk about the executive order, the process of designating the corridor, the risk assessment, and then I'll come back up and talk to you about our recommendations to you for designation. So without further ado,
good morning, Madam President, Director Bruce, Commissioners. I'm excited to be here today to talk to you about this topic. It seems like it's been a very long time coming. I know many people in this room have been waiting to see us move forward with this presentation to you. Wyoming is proud to be home of some of the longest mule deer and pronghorn migrations in North America. These migrations, we all know, are very essential to the population sustainability to connect winter and summer ranges together. And the big game that use these migrations are very highly valued. We just heard about some of those passionate folks that are helping us with our awareness of pronghorn, as well as realizing the benefit they have to our economy in Wyoming. See if I can figure out the clicker. All right, so what happened to get us here? What has already occurred? We did an amazing analysis on a data set that's pretty phenomenal, rivals many, rivals GPS collar sets through data sets throughout the world. And we did this analysis on callers from 2002 through 2022, so 20 years worth of GPS collar data. It was 415 individuals, 806 sequences, and really gave us a great map, a lot of polygons that are associated with the corridor and stopovers for this herd. We then drafted a threat evaluation, and that threat evaluation purpose was really to look and see, does this corridor, does it warrant identification, or is there something more? Do we need to push forward and pursue the next steps towards potentially designating the corridor? And at that point, we talked in March of 2024, when we had that document done, the department got direction from the commission to move forward and pursue those next steps, of which included drafting the biological risk and opportunity assessment. That's what we're bringing to you today as a component of this next step in the executive order process. The purpose of the risk assessment is a little bit different than the threat evaluation. We really wanted to get into a lot more detail with this. The question being, is there a reason to believe this corridor needs to be designated? And in order to do that, we really needed to dig into a lot more specifics than we were able to do in the threat evaluation process. Site specific recommendations and analysis occurred for each portion of the corridor, and we can really use this document in addition to answering the questions about designation to help guide future conservation priorities for this herd. The corridor segments are something that we kind of use to organize information. There are 10 biological units that we carved out within the corridor. These really allowed us to look at a unique geography in order to present some of that site-specific information and really drill into details on a smaller, more condensed part of this landscape. As you might imagine, the northern part of this corridor has very different habitats, very different threats and risks to the corridor compared to those in the south. So this really gave us a chance to kind of drill down into a lot more specific information for different portions of the corridor. Having to hit this thing twice every time, I swear. I'm going to get it, guys. This map that you see here, this is the corridor that you guys have seen already in the past. It is divided into those 10 segments. And you can see how we kind of use things like highways or natural land features to divide this into areas that we could really digest for synthesizing information. Within the narrative of the risk assessment, we were able to have a section for each one of these segments that includes things like acreage tables. We did describe the bottlenecks that occur within each of those segments, the threats, risks, and conservation opportunities that are specific to that part of the corridor. And we were able to have quite a few detailed maps that we provided for existing conditions within each of those segments. Oh, I just did it. I double clicked. Bottlenecks. We really wanted to bring more information to you about bottlenecks. We did not have this as a component prior to this step in the process. And so it's a kind of a new piece of information. These bottlenecks are portions where there's a high level of threat to the connectivity of the corridor. These are restricted kind of pinch points, if you would. And these are areas that really warrant a higher level of attention for conservation and management decisions. We did talk about them in each of the segments, but then there's also an appendix in the back of the document that shows a lot more detailed maps and goes into more detailed information about each of these bottlenecks. I think it's important to understand there's no analysis process, no modeling that goes into creating those bottlenecks. Instead, we look at GPS data, so the line data, the point data. Our managers take their knowledge and understanding on the ground, and we come up with these polygons just based on our experience and using the data to guide us. So this also is new information in this part of the process. We were able to take our caller data and look at it within each individual segment. And this gives us a more focused time frame that we have experienced peak use from our collared individuals in each segment. As you might imagine, on the north end, they're going to leave those segments earlier in the fall in order to make it down to their winter ranges before snow traps them. Whereas on the south end of the corridor, they're going to be leaving their segments earlier in the spring than they would be using those segments on the north end of the corridor. So these dates are able to be used by our habitat protection staff in order to help with commenting and project planning. We're able to really hone in on these timeframes for avoidance of disturbance when possible. Throughout the document, there were a lot of reoccurring themes. Although I talked about there being a lot of unique conditions we wanted to capture, there were also some top threats that continued to reoccur throughout that I think warrant mentioning here. Our landscape is rapidly changing. Habitat fragmentation is a reality. And so really kind of acknowledging that threat, and that comes in multiple forms. Residential subdivisions, industrial development of multiple types are all some of them that we discussed again throughout the document and the risk assessment. Fencing continues to be a challenge for pronghorn in order to access all the seasonal habitats they need to. Those bottlenecks, as I mentioned, are those pinch points that are highly vulnerable. And habitat conditions certainly vary throughout the corridor. There's places where we have concerns about feral horses, and also cheatgrass is a concern, and implementing projects is part of what the department's doing for invasive annual grasses. So we're fortunate that we have a lot of experience since 2020 in applying the migration corridor executive order to our 3 designated mule deer corridors. We're able to take that experience and apply it to what that looks like if this corridor were to be designated. One of the first and foremost pillars of this executive order is that it does not apply to private land. And also any kind of decisions that are already on the books in place, NEPA decisions, et cetera, those are also not influenced by the by any potential future designation of a corridor. Livestock grazing is also very specifically called out in the executive order that we are not to be using a designated corridor to influence livestock grazing on private or public land. So where does it come into play? So those state permitted activities that do occur on public land, that's where the department enters into conversations with project proponents and tries to find kind of that middle ground, those solutions out there that integrate both the needs of the project proponent as well as functionality needs for wildlife. We're able to look at all of the different components of the corridor, so high, medium, low use portions, as well as stopovers, and really try to come up with site-specific solutions. For example, oil and gas has been really good for us to work with on a local level. We can go out on the ground if there's a desire to develop minerals underneath a certain area. Tools like directional drilling have been excellent for finding that common ground to still getting those resources extracted, but allowing for those highest priority areas of the corridor to have protection. So development can and is expected to occur within the corridor. We have a great track record of collaborating with project proponents to find ways that we can develop those projects as well as meet the needs of wildlife. Depending on those different parts of the corridor, you know, our recommendations differ greatly. We can use site-specific knowledge from our field biologists to really develop solutions to finding that kind of common ground to really support multiple uses and wildlife needs. Also, these corridors provide some opportunities for additional conservation work. They give us kind of a roadmap for prioritizing some of those project work that we're doing within the department as well as with our partners. Nobody has all the money and resources they want to do work everywhere, and this is a way to prioritize those for this herd. Talking a little bit about bottlenecks again, this is the specific language in the executive order in reference to how activity should occur within bottlenecks. No surface disturbance or seasonal human presence shall be permitted within bottlenecks. We will be limiting activities through no surface occupancy components. But again, these bottlenecks are very small spots on the landscape, very high priority areas. There are certainly some cases where activities would be permitted regardless of that. And again, this does not apply to private land. I've had people ask me, why delineate a bottleneck on private land if the executive order doesn't apply to private land? And those bottlenecks are really delineated based on biology and science and data. And we don't look at the land ownership, we look at what the critters are telling us with our collar data as to where those bottlenecks are. And we have some cases where, for example, working with land trusts and some of our conservation partners where they might want to prioritize work in a bottleneck that would occur on private land if the landowner is interested. So I want to shift a little bit to our public comment period. We were able to take this risk assessment out to the public in April, and we had 3 public meetings in Green River, Jackson, and Pinedale that were attended by 58 individuals. And during that comment period, we received 530 public comments. I was floored and blown away at how many comments we received. Of those comments, we had 6 that did not recommend designation very explicitly within their comments that they submitted to us. There were certainly some that did not offer a pro or con, or I guess a pro or against, but instead offered recommendations for how to modify and improve the risk assessment. But the vast majority of those comments had overwhelming support for designation of this corridor. Just a couple of the big themes that we had in our public comments. Hopefully you were able to read through some of those, but the first one I want to mention, trust the science. Our folks said this data is excellent. We need to trust it, and it supports the need to designate the corridor. Probably the most heartening component of these comments was really getting comments from some of the people that aren't necessarily our typical commenters and stakeholders for game and fish public processes. We, of course, receive those from hunters and conservation groups that we have longstanding relationships with, but for some of those individuals that are just citizens of Wyoming that wanted to voice that pronghorn are important to them, and it's part of our culture. We expect and want to continue to see them. I was very encouraged by some of those comments that we received. There were certainly mention of the significant mortality event in the winter of 22-23 and suggesting that that is an example of the vulnerability and why protections are still needed for this herd. The threats are increasing and siting development is important. We want to site development responsibly. And also that these bottlenecks are small, but very critical for extra protection. Some of those themes of opposition that we received during this period, those southeast portions of the corridor have less pressing threats, no bottlenecks, and limited amount of high use areas. We were told that overlapping protections from crucial winter range, sage-grouse core areas, and the sublette mule deer corridor, some individuals thought that was adequate and that they didn't want to see any additional regulations. Also, we heard some concern about what is the federal government going to do with this. If Game and Fish designates a corridor, we work great with you, but what is the federal government going to do? We heard that from various stakeholders. So we did respond to those comments. 63 of them were specifically offering different recommendations for modifications to that risk assessment, which we did incorporate a number of those And we feel like what we have now has made better through the public comment period that we had. I'm going to transition at this point to Deputy Chief Martin Hicks.
Thanks, Jill. Madam President, Director Bruce, members of the commission. At this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to present our recommendations to you on designation of the corridor. But first, I'd like to outline some key terms that are identified in the executive order. If you look at the schematic at the bottom, it talks about a little bit about the process. As Jill mentioned, we wanted a certain sample size, and we certainly meant that. 415 animals were collared over 20 years. Our gold standard is 40 animals, so we definitely hit that benchmark. And we also want 3 years of data. We had 20 years of data. So yes, this is a significant example of adequate data. So we have the data, then what's next? Last spring, you guys, through a risk analysis, determined that this was worthy of identification. So it's been identified already. So we're at this next step, designation. So what is the difference between designation and identification? We get this question all the time. Basically, it involves risks. What are the risks to the movement of that corridor? And if the risks aren't there, if they are not impeding those animals from getting to summer to winter ranges, and then it should be identified. That's appropriate. But if the risks are there, then we should pursue designation. And at that time, we'd have opportunities to have conversations with proponents seeking state permits to talk about minimizing impacts to that area. So next, I'd like to talk about some additional data we'd like to include into the identification process. Managers have the opportunity to secure funds to look at gaps that we are missing in this herd to get it right. We wanted to get it right. We wanted to put more collar data out there. So they did. Data came from 54 additional collared animals from the spring of 2022 through the fall of from the fall of 2022 to the spring of 2025. That data was analyzed. And at this point, I'd like to say a big thank you to Dr. Jared Merkel with the University of Wyoming. He did the analysis for us, and that's not an easy feat by any means. It's taking two different analyses, merging them together and coming up with an actual corridor movement for those individual animals. This doesn't happen overnight. It actually takes weeks of data crunching through a sophisticated computer program. So thank you to Jared for doing that for us. So again, we wanted to get it right. We looked at this data, and we also wanted to add an opportunity to see what happens to pronghorn during one of the worst winters we've ever experienced, winter of 22-23. And so we wanted to learn from that, and we did. And so from those 54 collared individuals, we had 117 sequences. The sequences is basically just one movement, one seasonal movement from either to winter range or to summer range. And if you look at that map, the yellow is what was the original data, that 2002 through 2020. The red is the additional sequence data. And what we learned is we basically got it right with our first effort. We did not add a lot to that corridor with these additional animals. We did learn that when you have a severe winter like we did in 22-23, if those pronghorn aren't available to migrate down south to get to their winter ranges, they succumb to winter mortality. That was crucial part. They're coming down to that country north of Rock Springs, Baxter Basin, very important. Those areas already have protection from crucial winter ranges, so that's great for the herd. Now, just to touch, Jill briefly mentioned about high, medium, and low use. I'll talk about that, how that pertains to this new data. So high use is defined in the executive order, and it's basically greater than 20% of the collared pronghorn use a portion or a segment of that corridor. And when we did the analysis, this was an additional 5,900 acres. The majority of that acreage was on public land, on BLM land, 80% of that was. And as you can see, the high use from the updated is the red. So a little bit around Kimmer, a little bit around the barge, but that was basically it. And again, high use in the executive order simply means that if the corridor is designated, that proponents seeking any kind of state permit would come to the department and we would consult, they would get some consultation with us on how to proceed with their project. Okay? That is the main gist of a high use. Now, if we go to medium use, again, definition in executive order of medium use is 10 to 20%. Those collared animals use a portion or the segment of the corridor. And what we came from that new analysis is around 29,000 additional acres of medium use. Now, the difference between medium use and high use, if the corridor is designated, the proponent voluntarily comes to us. This doesn't trigger any kind of formal consultation. They would come to us on their own, and we would work together if they are so willing to try to avoid, minimize, and mitigate any of those impacts that they are doing. Low use. So this is less than 10% of the collared pronghorn use on portion or segment of that corridor. Basically, if you have two collared animals and they move together, that's going to trigger a low use. Low use is just like medium use when it comes to the executive order. Proponents that are seeking any kind of state permit voluntarily come to us and we work with them, just as Jill mentioned, to get the project done, to meet that middle ground, while at the same time allowing the movement to continue. The low use acreage is not correct on this. Again, that analysis that Jared did took a long time. There's a lot of tweaks and we had a mistake. I admit that. So the actual acreage of additional data from this additional data is 251,000 acres, not 119,000 acres. So what we recommend is we're asking the commission to approve this additional data for the already identified corridor. If you look at that map, again, the red is the additional data. And again, just want to emphasize how important it was during that severe winter that for those pronghorn to get from high elevation to low elevation. If they did not, what we found is there was a high mortality in that segment of the collared population. So we'll have two recommendations for you at this time. Again, the first is to consider the additional data from 2022 to 2025. And then the next is when we talk about designation. When we did the analysis, when we looked at the new data, when we went through all the public comments, there was 2 segments out of the 10 that stood out that did not meet that threat level that warranted designation. Those 2 segments are east of Farson and Red Desert. So the beauty of the executive order, it does allow that flexibility to either identify or designate. It doesn't have to be all or none. We have that option. When we looked at these 2 segments, as far as threats and what was going on with those pronghorn, there was a lack of high use between the 2 segments. In fact, there's only 73 acres, and that was in the Red Desert segment. There was no bottlenecks, and the threat levels were limited. So that, to us, that precluded designation. The threats that are in those 2 segments are off-road use, like ATV, ORV use on BLM lands, fencing, invasive annual grasses, and poor habitat quality. Now, if these remain identified, it still gives us the opportunity to have those conversations whenever a proponent is looking for a state permit. It doesn't force them to, but it does open that door that, hey, maybe they can work with us and meet that middle ground. So what the department recommends is that the commission vote to recommend designation to the governor for 8 out of the 10 segments. And those 8 segments are the north, the Bondurant, the foothills, east of 191, the central, the Calpet, the Fontenelle, and southwest segments. I'm gonna do it, Jill. I'm gonna push it twice and I did. I did. So what are the next steps? Okay, if the commission does recommend designation to the governor, the first thing we'll have to do is update the risk assessment. And if you recommend to include that additional data, we will have to update the risk assessment. Then the governor will organize a working group to evaluate the designation if this designation is appropriate. But I want to state, be very clear about what's stated in the executive order. At that point, the governor does not have to appoint a working group. It's solely up to him. If he feels this designation is warranted, he could then form a working group, but he does not have to do that. If he forms a working group, they would be in consultation with the county commissioners in whatever county that corridor goes through. And they would appoint 7 folks to be on that working group. They represent agriculture, industry, sportsmen, wildlife conservation groups, and then off-road travel recreation. If that working group decides whatever they decide and they decide to recommend designation, again, the governor has the final say if it's going to be designated or not. So there's a lot of steps to get still to go if we want to go through designation. If the commission, if you guys do not recommend designation, then simply the corridor will remain identified. So with that, again, we're asking to include that additional 2022 through 25 caller data, recommend designation for 8 out of the 10 segments, and leave 2 segments identified, east of Farson and the Red Desert segments. And with that, Madam President, stand for questions.
All right, any questions or comments from the commission before we open it up to public comment? Let's start with Commissioner Masters.
How did you know, Madam President? Thank you for all of you for all your hard work and for everything you've done with this. This is a heavy lift. Thank you. Of the area that we are looking at, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this question. My bottom line is how much is state land, how much is BLM land, how much is private land? Do you have any sort of a breakdown of that? I'm not looking for an exact map, but just give me a handle on what we're talking about, if you have it.
Madam President, Commissioner Masterson, we do have that broken down by use levels. You have that handy, Jill? I'm going to bring, Jill has it handy, if you're okay with having her come up and give you that data. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Madam President, Commissioner Masterson, I have that information in 2 different ways, probably neither of which is a slam dunk for what you're looking for. I have the actual acreage for each use level, like you said, high use, medium use, broke out by land ownership. I do have it summarized a little better for the entire corridor, but it is only for the data through the previous assessment, so through the 2022 data. I have that in the risk assessment that I'm happy to share with you, if that works.
Where would I find that in the?
If you look on page 3 of the risk assessment, it should be there. There should be a table right up front.
Got a lot of figures. References. Would you mind, Madam
No,
President?
go ahead.
And I don't mean to hold things up if you,
It's okay.
oh, thank you. Okay.
Like Bud does me.
Thank you. My second question is, the distinction, if any, between bottleneck and a corridor. If we designate, there's not a separate designation for a bottleneck. Correct?
Madam President, Commissioner Messersohn, that is correct.
If we designate a corridor and a bottleneck is in it, then it kind of goes with it.
It goes with that corridor,
Okay.
correct?
All right, thank you. And about the executive order, as I read it, I'm trying to figure out, I want to understand where we fit, where the commission fits in this process. You've done all the heavy lifting and we've seen your work product. We're going to make a decision on whether or not to designate. But as I understand it, at that point, like you just summarized, it's going to go to the governor. He will review it. And if he says, no, you guys blew it, it's not going to go any further.
Madam President, Commissioner Messersohn, that is correct.
All right. And then if he says, well, you guys didn't do bad, I'm going to appoint a working group. Then the working group, he will appoint it, get together, and they can further shave this down and shape it. They could decide to delete something that we have designated. They can shape it if based on factors they find to be important.
Yeah, Commissioner Messersohn, that is correct, but this is the first time we've done this process. So that is how I envision it.
Right.
But I don't know, to be honest with you.
I'm just looking for somebody to agree with me in the room today.
Okay,
Okay.
fair enough.
And then ultimately it comes out of the working group and it comes back to the governor and he can say, nah.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's all I have as far as questions, Madam President. Well, I haven't looked at this yet. I'm trying to find this in the one I had, so.
While he's
But
looking.
thank you, Madam President.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Roberts?
Thank you. Let's talk about the two segments that that the department doesn't feel the need to designate at this time. Now, for me, an iconic, I mean, Red Desert represents the pronghorn antelope to me as far as the national, if you were going to say it was if you say antelope, I'll say Red Desert, because I believe that that's probably in the whole United States, what would be the most important factor. And I know you did the department, it's, if we have new technology, did we consider the new technologies that might come into those two? I've read some studies where there's new technology that's looking, specifically in the Red Desert for, whether it's different chemical or different elements, chemicals or anything. Have we taken that into consideration? And my thought is, and my concern is besides, we got feral horses, we got the cheatgrass. Of course, it's it doesn't have the fragmentation as far as, like at the upper north sections of it, but solar wind really concerns me. And that's not there now, but it's going to be there if we're not very cognizant of what we're doing and how we control this. So, and I'm not saying control, I'm saying being at the table, very directly at the table when this goes about. I think that, no, there's no bottlenecks, but I think they all have their own individual problems. I think it's a vast area, but it deals with drought. It deals with this other area that need to be just as much as a subdivision. The Red Desert needs to deal with the drought as far as being able to, have some sort of us to look at it to make sure that we're being good stewards of our wildlife. So I don't know, it kind of mystifies me why we would, if I'm not correct, we manage that antelope herd. That's the same herd we manage from clear to top. That's one herd for the state of Wyoming. Isn't that correct?
Madam President, Commissioner Roberts, that is correct. And just for clarification, just so I'm understanding you correctly, when you say Red Desert, that does cause some confusion. We do have a Red Desert herd unit that is adjacent to this segment that's called Red Desert. So it's two distinctions to be sure. I just want to make sure I'm following track.
But it's the same herd. It's the same, it's distinctions are there, but it's the same. We manage, I look at when we set seasons, we set it for that herd. We set for all them areas all the way down through for that herd of antelope that go clear from the north, clear down to the south. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so I'm wondering why we would go, and then stop and then say, okay, well, we don't think that the threat is, to me, the biggest threat is not designating the East Farson or the Red Desert thing. I mean, to me, that's the most almost critical thing for these antelope to have. And I can't see where it hurts anybody. I don't see, I mean, reading through the executive order, reading through I mean, livestock's not affected whatsoever. I don't believe oil and gas is affected ever. I mean, I'm sure that oil and gas is, and everybody's afraid of the federal government, and we all are, but we have to not worry about that at this time. We have to worry about what the antelope are gonna do. So I'm just curious why we would stop at that and stop at those two designations, because just because they're not connected or they're where they are connected, but it's the same antelope. The antelope are everywhere there. They'll intermix whatever, just because they're not on the map coming down doesn't mean they're not all there. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm just kind of mystified why we wouldn't want to do all 10.
Madam President, Commissioner Roberts, valid points. When we looked at what the executive order is very clear that it's the threats, that what are the immediate threats? Could solar and wind come in 20 years? Sure, I don't know that, but we're looking at what's there now, and there's nothing planned or in the works that was identified that is going to occur. So that movement is not being impeded or could be impeded like other segments of the corridor.
We're not taking into consideration, I mean, I noticed that the feral horses aren't a concern to us. I mean, I noticed that, I mean, and I take it for what I think. I understand the department is very, very pro, to get this done, but it's just the disconnect is between the identification, the designation, and what you guys are doing. So don't ever don't ever think that, or have anybody think that you're not 100%, department's 100% wildlife, because we are, and the department is. So I just can't, we're dealing with more antelope and our pronghorns down in that section than we are in the north sections. I mean, to me, it's the bigger, it's a threat, and it doesn't hurt anybody to designate it. I just don't see where we have all the science, we have everything to designate it, and there's no harm, no foul. I mean, it's a win for wildlife for me. So I just can't get over the head that it's, I look at it in oil and gas, absolutely. We have to have oil and gas. We have to have our livestock. We have to have our thing, but we have to have our antelope too. And so, and we have to have that outdoor thing. So, and I'm preaching now, I'm sorry, but I just feel compelled that I don't want this to slip away. I don't want these two segments to be lost because they're not easy to designate today. If I would like to see them designated, I would like to see, we'll move to the next step. We have another step. They can fine tune it at the end. They can have everything, the governor is choosing, you'll get 7. There'll be 2 people on oil and gas. There'll be 2 people in livestock. There'll be another person here. Everybody can fine tune this, but I don't want to be sitting here and then all of a sudden they come up with some rare earth mineral thing like this, and then, or some solar thing just comes plowing all through there, and we're not at the table exactly where we need to be with our teeth dug into it. So that's my spiel, I guess. I don't know. I feel, I've spent a lot of time. I've done everything I could possibly do on this corridor. I've toured it. I went through, I read every piece of information that I could possibly do. And I can see no downfall for not designating all 10 segments. To me, there's none. So obviously everybody knows where I stand, but and I hate to preach, but I just want to emphasize my point And that's the only way I can emphasize my point, is to make sure that it's out there now, and that I feel so strongly about this. So, and I don't know, was there a question in there anywhere?
I'm not sure, Commissioner, so.
Thank you. I'll save my questions for everybody else, but I appreciate it. Thanks.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Bell?
Yeah, Madam President. So Martin, thanks a lot for this. I'm actually looking on the risk assessment, page 14 and 15 in there. It's where there's some overlap maps with sage grouse core areas and big game crucial range migration corridors. And my question is, and maybe I don't think there was a question in there from Commissioner Roberts, but I might comment a little bit on something that he said. And so anyway, there's a lot of designations already in this area. From sage grouse to to mule deer to winter range. And I guess my question is, it doesn't even, I can't really tell from these maps how much more of that area is actually, I don't know that this designation adds anything or how much it adds. I don't have any issues, back to your question on asking to include the additional collar data. I think that's a good idea. But my question is on all of these overlapping things that we already have in this area, what would this additionally add? And I'll address the other thing after that.
Madam President, Commissioner Bell, excellent question. When we look at protections that are there, and there are a few, there's crucial winter range for mule deer, crucial winter range for pronghorn, core sage grouse, migration corridor already designated for mule deer. When we look at, when our proponent comes to us and our habitat protection program works with them, it's on a case-by-case basis. And the timings for protection for every single one of those designations is different. And so you have to look at it at a case-by-case distance. You aren't stacking all those on top of each other. It depends exactly where the proponent is proposing something, when they're going to be there. And if we can come to the table and come up with a compromise to allow that to happen while avoiding those key times when those animals are using that, that's what we like to do.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And my next comment is looking at this east of Farson and Red Desert on these two overlays. I don't think, I'm just going to try to ease Commissioner Roberts' mind about something coming in there and just plowing it up and putting in something. I feel like there's a lot of designation in that area that we would have a say, not only Game and Fish, but the state of Wyoming, to make sure that there's some oversight on a project that might be proposed in the future in that area. So I'm not saying that I'm opposed to your idea of adding the other two back in. I think there's already things there that would keep that from happening. Anyway, just my thought.
I mean, and I guess I'd answer, I think that's different kind of designations. I think there's different, it's apples to oranges kind of a designation. Yeah, the premise is, but I think there's some variants that are separate between whether it's the mule deer or the sage grouse or the winter area. I think we're specifically on the antelope, what's best for the pronghorn kind of a thing. That's just my comment. Thanks.
Madam President, to tie into that, I'm looking at the map that has antelope crucial range, big game crucial range. It's on page 14. And tell me, right between the east of Farson and the Red Desert, there appears to be a large big game crucial range designation. Do you see that?
Madam President, Commissioner Mastron, yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So how would that play into a corridor designation? Are we overlapping by designating Red Desert east of Farson along with a big game crucial range? Or what is the interplay between the big game crucial range designation and any designation for a migration corridor in those two areas.
Yeah, Madam President, Commissioner Masterson, correct. So Big Game Crucial Range has its own timing stipulations, typically November 1st through April 30th, where if a proponent is coming in, they would work with us, work with our Habitat Protection Program to try to avoid, minimize, or mitigate any impacts during that time period. That time period is different if there was, for instance, there's the sublet mule deer corridor. There's timing stipulations in the spring and fall where that same proponent was going to do X project. They would come to us and we'd negotiate when the best time to be in there to do their work would be. So I think the biggest distinction is the timing is different during the seasons. Winter range is November 1 through, okay, copy.
One more real quick, Madam President. Do we have data on like the reclamation that's happened in that improved or not improved forage quality and accessibility?
Madam President, Commissioner Bell, are you talking after a project's been done, what was been reclaimed? We can certainly get that. Do I have it right now? No, but we can certainly get that for you.
Okay. No, I think we do a good job of, I think not only industry, but we monitor that. And I think that's helpful and just in the conversation going forward too. So, okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commission before we open it up for public comment?
Madam President, if I may?
Yep.
So I appreciate Commissioner Roberts' passion and forward thinking in that. And Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Masterson's questions have kind of provoked thought in me. So if we go with the department's recommendation of the designation of these 8 of the 10 corridors and leave the other 2 as identified, does that still give us opportunity to come back and maybe easier designate those 2 if we feel need to, instead of just doing it now? I mean, if they remain identified and, given Commissioners Masterson's questions about the governor and all of that process, if necessary, can we come back and designate that much easier now that we've kind of got some groundwork laid for this?
Madam President, Commissioner Haskell, that's a tough question because we're exploring new ground. The EEO talks through specifically how we get to designation. Now, once something's identified and if there is additional data that shows that there is immediate threats, I would think we could have those conversations, but I couldn't honestly answer your question 100%. I'm going to confirm with Jill. Yeah, I couldn't 100% say yes, absolutely. Unless Director Bruce, please.
Madam President, Commissioner, absolutely. I think a lot of times we get confused with the words identified, designated. So this corridor and those 2 other sections has all been identified. So we're recognizing the best available science, the biological science that goes into this is all recognized and all used. You even see that they went back and added 2 more years to even make that stronger. So all that best available science has been used. That therefore sets the basis for if additional threats come out on the landscape, because we don't know what the future holds, exactly like Commissioner Roberts said. What is 10 years down the road? What is 5 years down the road? I don't think any of us can predict that. But because that has been identified, it's now easier to come back and apply the social economics or the threats to any sort of future designation, because we're using that best available science. So yes, I would say this does allow us to more easily come back in the future if there were a significant threat on those 2 areas to say, go back and ask the governor, can you reconsider this area now for a designation?
Anyone else? Anything else from the commission? All right, thank you. Let's get some public comment.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll bring you
I'm
back up. Yeah, don't go too far. All right, let's start with some public comment here for those that are present, and then we'll move to the Zoom comments if we have any. Bill Ames. In
One
person.
more in person.
Madam President, Commissioners, Director Bruce, thank you for your time. I'm Bill Ames, resident of Cora, Wyoming. Barbed wire came to Wyoming around 1880. That's 2 lifetimes. Statehood was 1890, 2 reasonable lifetimes. Interstate 80 was built from 56 to 70. That's my lifetime. Look at what wildlife has lost in 1 lifetime. Residents of Wyoming were blessed to have the Serengeti of North America. Without the ability to move vast distances, we would not have the wildlife numbers that we have today. Habitat is disappearing every day. This migration corridor designation will never be as intact as it is today. We're losing some of it every day. It will never be easier to do this than it is today. The science of collected data on pronghorns over many years has shown us where pronghorns need to migrate. Wind farms, solar farms, AI data centers, who knows what's next? And who knows how fast it's coming? I once lived 8 miles from Sweetwater Solar, which was commissioned in 2018. We, and all of us, need to shoulder a little responsibility for how this was done. Could not have built a more efficient pronghorn death trap if we tried. It funnels migrating pronghorn out onto Highway 372 between 2 chain link fences on both sides of the right-of-way. Hopefully, having this designated corridor in place will prevent this senseless development from happening again. Most of my working career, I was involved with permitting in the oil and gas industry. I believe this pronghorn migration designation is set up to be very workable with oil and gas. Yes, a small portion is off limits to any surface occupancy. However, most is open to seasonal encroachment. Lastly, and maybe most important, the residents of Wyoming place a high value on wildlife. The residents overwhelmingly support this pronghorn migration designation. And I believe they also support including the eastern 2 segments. As we travel between towns and observe a couple of pronghorn fawns prancing around, it soothes our soul. Unlike windmills, black glass, mines, oil wells, please pass this path of the pronghorn to the governor and include the other 2 segments. I'm currently a resident of Cora. In the 22-23 season, before that, I could look out the window and there wasn't a day, not a day, I couldn't see antelope. They're gone today. I might see 5 antelope all summer. And now we're getting a little migration coming through, whether it's from that Green River fire, I don't know, but the antelope are gone. And we just don't appreciate what we have until it's not there anymore. So again, please pass this and put the other 2 segments in it. Development can happen so fast, and it could happen before we have time to go back to the governor and ask for designation on those 2 routes. But that's it. I stand for questions.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Gina Kolovich.
Good morning, Director Bruce, Madam President, and members of the commission. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the Sublet Antelope Migration Corridor. My name is Gina Kolovich, and I am the Executive Director of the Water for Wildlife Foundation. The Water for Wildlife Foundation was founded 50 years ago in 1975 by the One-Shot Antelope Hunt Pass Shooters Club. And they specifically wanted to benefit the pronghorn with improved access to water sources. Today, we benefit many species, but the pronghorn are still a species of high concern to us. And thus, we strongly support the sublet antelope migration corridor and hope to see all 10 identified herd segments included in the commissioner's recommendation to the governor. My comments are brief and that's it. Thank you.
Kurt Imhoff.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for hearing my comment. Today, I will also keep my comments brief. My name is Kurt Imhoff. No shade for saying Imhoff, it happens a lot. And I'm here on behalf of the Greater Yellowstone Coalition. We are strongly in support of the designation or the recommendation to designate this corridor. And we also hope to see all 10 herd segments included in this recommendation. We also support the local working group process as outlined in the executive order, excuse me, because it allows for such nuanced and specific consideration and discussion around local concerns at the scale of an individual herd segment. If there are concerns about these two segments that are maybe not going to be included in your recommendation, the working group's a good place to have that conversation. It's forward-facing, public-facing, and as has already been mentioned, the important voices who need to be in that conversation will be in that conversation. You know, for the East of Farson and the Red Desert segments, we think the data clearly demonstrate their value to pronghorn, not just in the really poor winter we had a few years ago, but generally. And as has already been mentioned, and I won't expound on it too much, development can and often happens very quickly, even in Wyoming. So in short, we ask that you do include those two segments in your ultimate recommendations. And again, we are strongly in support of you recommending this corridor to the governor. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Riley.
Morning, President Linval, Director Bruce, members of the commission, Megan Riley with the Wyoming Outdoor Council. To start, we want to thank the department for incorporating additional caller data, ensuring we have the most accurate corridor possible, and we support updating the map to include this analysis. We also stand in support of full designation for this migration corridor. I won't belabor points you've already heard, but we agree with many of them. Impeccably sound science, clear and persistent threats to connectivity. A population will take a long time to rebound after the bad winter of 22-23. There's a reason the public came out in full force in support of designation. These pronghorn are really central to our identity as Wyomingites, and most of this herd depends on migration to survive. Please take your biologists at their word that designation is the tool they need to ensure this migration and the population it supports persists. When it comes to the East of Farson and Red Desert segments, we disagree with any suggestion they don't warrant designation. Not only would their exclusion be a departure from the risk assessment we all reviewed last spring, it would leave upwards of 20% of the animals in this population out in the cold without formal protections. That farthest north segment going into Jackson Hole may have more high-use habitat, but only around 1,000 pronghorn, and recently less than 100 pronghorn actually use it. The East of Farson and Red Desert segments have more than 5,000 animals in them. It would be a mistake to discount the significance of these segments to the population as a whole. Accessing summer range matters to an animal's survival just the same whether that animal travels 165 miles or 30 miles. Leaving these segments out also waters down how protections have been applied previously. The sublet, bags, and Platte Valley mule deer corridors were assessed and designated in their entirety, not in a piecemeal fashion between segments. There are segments in those mule deer corridors that also lack high-use habitat, that also have limited threats. They were designated without question. Why would we now shortchange these pronghorn? Protections from designation are limited in that they don't apply to private lands, so we're already kind of operating at a deficit. I don't think we should concede what protections are available through designation in the southeast of the sublet herds range. This is one population connected not just by migratory habitat, but that intermixes on summer and winter range that is not reflected on the corridor map. Every segment plays a crucial role in connecting those seasonal ranges and supporting what has historically been the largest population of pronghorn on the planet. Now, you've heard and are all aware now that this is not a typical commission decision. Your vote will not be the final say on whether this corridor gets designated. If you recommend designation, the governor will appoint a working group with representatives from different stakeholder groups to advise him on how to proceed. Point being, now is the time when the needs of these pronghorn and the needs of your biologists can and should come first. Other user group considerations are going to factor heavily in the next phase of this process. I'd urge you to be bold for wildlife while the ball's in your court. And in considering this decision before you, I actually think back to the Wyoming Sportsperson Conservation Forum back in May. Commissioner Emeritus Brokaw shared something during the Q&A portion of his panel that feels relevant. In reflecting on his time as a commissioner, and paths not taken, he advised, strike when the iron's hot, and if you have an opportunity, take it. After years of work building to this moment, you have the opportunity to protect the entire sublet pronghorn migration corridor that the people of Wyoming have asked you emphatically to do. Please take this opportunity. Thank you, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Megan. Renee Seidler.
Good morning, Madam President, Commissioners, and Director Bruce. I'm Renee Seidler, the Executive Director of the Jackson Hole Wildlife Foundation. Early in my career, I actually helped to define some of where this herd travels. Back in the early 2000s, I was involved in putting GPS collars on pronghorn, both in the Upper Green and in Grand Teton National Park. So this is very close to my heart. Now at the Jackson Hole Wildlife Foundation, don't let our name fool you or mislead you. We work in Western Wyoming and Eastern Idaho. We do a lot of work to benefit these particular pronghorn, including removing fences in the Upper Green and raising and lowering fences seasonally where there's cattle out on BLM land where we can help get these animals to move through during their migration. So we just witnessed a couple of winters ago what happens to these animals in a severe winter. It's really important that the pronghorn can get as far south as they need to in these heavier winters in order to survive, to find forage. If we are not protecting this entire herd, because these animals are all connected, they're connected by their movements, they're connected by their genetics. It doesn't make sense to carve off segments of this herd if they're not all protected. When we have another severe winter, it's going to present more challenges and more losses. We are very proud of the executive order. It's precedent setting. Wyoming has done precedent setting things for their wildlife, and I would love to see the wonderful protection and conservation continue. This executive order demonstrates Wyoming's commitment to protecting wildlife. And I do believe that this is the step in the process where you all will or will not recommend designation of this herd. I believe this is the point in the process where we speak for the biological needs. As others have mentioned, there can be others say, speaking to socioeconomic concerns, et cetera, in the working group that will potentially occur after your recommendation. So we at the Jackson Hole Wildlife Foundation urge the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission to recommend designation of the fully identified migration route, including east of Farson and Red Desert segments. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Madam President, may I?
Go ahead.
Ma'am? Ma'am? I'm sorry, I have a question for you.
Yes,
In-
please.
I apologize. In your view, what is our role in balancing wildlife habitat with livestock, oil and gas development, which is our lifeblood, tourism? How do you see us fitting into that? How would you, if you were sitting up here, how would you weigh these things? Because you can't ignore those other factors, and I don't think anybody here does, but I'm just curious, how would you weigh those?
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner Masterson, I think that's a wonderful question, and it's a hard one to wrestle, and I'm honored that you asked me that. Some point in my career as a conservationist, I realized that you're almost always coming to the table. You're not going to get the exact thing that you want. Nobody at the table is going to get exactly what you want for the most part. And so you do need to come to the table, and you do need to consider and discuss agriculture's, other socioeconomic things, tourism, oil and gas, all of that needs to be discussed. We're humans, and so we all rely on these different things. And I very much value that you're bringing that up. From my perspective and what I understand of the commission and also of the department, is that your responsibility is to put wildlife first. That's how I feel at the table, is that I'm a voice for wildlife. I speak to the biology, the science, the ecology, and then I come to the table with that, and I need to listen to the other folks at the table. But they're expecting me to have the information and the expertise to be able to say, this is what wildlife need. Yes, maybe we need to have other conversations beyond that, but I'm coming as the wildlife expert. And so here are the things that I'm bringing to the table that I know are required if we want healthy wildlife populations. Does that answer your question?
No, that was, thank you, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other question? Thank you. Sarah Domick?
Madam President, Director Bruce, and members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm Sarah Domick. I'm the Migration Program Director for the Nature Conservancy, the Wyoming chapter. I'm based in DuBois, but I also grew up in the Kendall Valley. So the corridor is close to me, both personally and professionally. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to comment on this designation process, and we thank you and all of the department's hardworking staff over these many years that this process has taken. The Nature Conservancy has worked alongside partners within the Sublette Antelope Migration Corridor for over a decade, supporting and connecting landowners and agencies with resources such as the Regional Conservation Partnership Program, which was a precursor to the Big Game Initiative through the USDA. This assists willing landowners, those that are willing, to make on-the-ground impact through conservation easements, habitat leases, wildlife-friendly fencing, and habitat enhancements within migratory big game habitat. We're invested in the collaborative process to identify solutions that conserves wildlife and supports Wyoming's rural economies and communities. TNC supports the protection of the Wyoming's Sublette antelope herd through the designation of the entire corridor, including the east of the Farson and Red Desert segments. TNC is a science-based organization. The work we do is most effective when it follows the science. And in the case of this full corridor designation, the science is robustly there. This data set tells a story clearly from the Tetons on through the Red Desert that this is a connected and widely used corridor. As others have stated today and in comments, the value of these southernmost parcels can't be overstated in winter like that of 22-23. Pronghorn from other northern and western herds moved into these southern segments during that harsh winter in search of forage, which showcases the values of these segments. Full designation of the corridor will help ensure that agency input can be taken into consideration and additional resources put on the ground across the entirety of the corridor. While private land management isn't outright affected through formal designation, there are benefits to those that are willing, which I'd also like to highlight. No one landowner or agency can work alone to protect migration corridors. It takes this coordinated effort that you're all a part of. Formal designation prioritizes conservation funding and opens up an array of programs with direct benefits to landowners, like those I mentioned earlier, including RCPP, the Regional Conservation Program, Partnership Program, and the Big Game Initiative. Enabling these federal Farm Bill dollars to hit the ground where it is needed most and where there is interest from landowners is a win-win. Conservation of this corridor is therefore also conservation of the significant cultural and economic values associated with this corridor for generations to come. Thank you all for your service and dedication to Wyoming. We know this is a big, long process, and all of your department staff and biologists who've been doing this work for many years. We know it's been a long road. We also believe the inclusive process that you have all made very apparent through this and the attention to this topic really demonstrates over these 6+ years or so, both your dedication and the value of this corridor to the people of Wyoming and wildlife. And thank you. I'll stand for any questions as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Degenfelder.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the commission, Director Bruce. This is the first time I've testified or made comment to you, so I appreciate a little patience. I put together a short handout. It's like everything else in Wyoming. We have about 1 degree of separation on this whole thing. I heard you mention Maury Brown. Maury and I have been doing oil and gas leases since 1979 until his death. So, and I even got a daughter that's hunted in the men's and women's antelope shoot. So there you go. Well, I'm from Casper, Wyoming. My name's Steve Degenfelder. I'm a landman with a local oil and gas company called Kirkwood Oil and Gas. It's a local family-owned oil and gas exploration firm in Casper, Wyoming. We operate and drill wells. We are not a large company. I don't represent a big trade association or groups throughout the country. We're just located in Casper, Wyoming. I did an on-site for a new oil and gas well north of Farson yesterday, and we operate the Lander field outside of town here. Just basic oil and gas. I've written comment letters to you twice on this antelope migration designation. It did not support the designation for a number of reasons, including the sample size, the area denoted by one passing, highway speeds, and I think more importantly, the oil and gas development that has occurred while the data was collected. Heck, I was with a company, we drilled the first well up on top of the mesa in 1999, and you started collecting data in 2000, and we all paid for that data collection. Obviously, my comments did not resonate with the Game and Fish, with considering the recommendation being considered today, and it seems like the outcome is more of a done deal. So I would just strongly ask you to consider adding a couple of following things to your recommendation to the governor. And that is that existing leases and contracts be honored and not negatively impacted. There is a part of the 2020 executive order, page 9, in the details that I feel is a bit unconstitutional because it says that new development will not be allowed on an existing lease in a bottleneck area, even where development has occurred. The second, and most important thing is that you add that oil and gas leasing will still be authorized and even encouraged in the migration corridor. This allows for oil and gas companies to put together projects that they work on for sometimes decades. But we have the advancement of drilling horizontal wells from up to 3, maybe soon to be 4 miles away from that site. not leasing an area because in answer to Director or Commissioner Masterson's question, from the land I've noticed in this area, you got about, call it 6% state, maybe 1% private, and the other 97% is federal. And the federal land managers are going to take your recommendation and they're going to defer leasing. And it's like building a house without windows or a house without toilets. You would not do that, and we would not drill a well if we had donut holes all over our lease block. The packet that I've given to you is, I can go over very quickly. It's just one slide is a reminder that on the Pinedale project alone, an estimated $2.75 billion in education funding was received over a 15-year period. 12,865 Wyoming students had their entire K through 12 education paid for by one project, the Pinedale Anticline. That doesn't count the Jonah Field, Powder River Basin, or the Big Piney area. The next slide is your own map of the different segments. And the following is, I've just put down the shapefile of the Pinedale Anticline and the Jonah Field, and it falls right on the central segment. That's accumulation of over a 20-year period. Gosh, probably 7,500, maybe 8,000 wells. And the next page is another map from your handout. And the following page is the same Jonah and Pinedale Anticline shapefile put down on there. The point that I've tried to make in my comment letters is that the data collected while development was occurring would suggest to a commoner like myself that you would have animals avoiding those areas, and they have not done that from the shapefile that I've put down. The next slide it says 16 in the middle of it. It is a state section that we have under lease. And it's said to be an antelope migration corridor, bottleneck. As you can see, the county road goes right through the middle of it. And there's 4 existing well sites on it and a tank battery. This is an example of that paragraph in the details that said where existing development occurs, no further development will. One of these injection wells go down and has to be replaced. It cannot be replaced. So no further development, even in an area that has a county road and existing well bores, are going to be impacted. And the last slide is just the highway strikes that have been mentioned here already, but they all seem to be on the highway in the county, where vehicles are going 70 plus miles an hour, and never is there a mention. There's mentions of underpasses, but never any mention of reducing the speed to 20 miles an hour. That would do a lot to railroad, to highway strikes, but that never gets mentioned. So in closing, I guess, again, I'd appreciate the opportunity to address you. Whether it's sage grouse, mule deer, or antelope migration, the group most impacted is oil and gas development. Unless there's a group that comes forward and takes its place as the biggest taxpayer in this state, passing more regulations like this corridor designation will result in the state never seeing another tax and royalty paying development like the Pinedale Anticline or the Jonah Field. That will impact our local and state economies and also education funding. And I really think that it's going to make the recent property tax reductions, the impact it's had on our counties, community colleges, and weed and pest districts look like a walk in the park. But nonetheless, if you would consider those 2 caveats that I mentioned, keeping existing leases and contracts valid and also encouraging leasing in these areas, I would appreciate your consideration and stand for any questions. Thank you.
Madam President, Mr. Dagenfelder, if I may, couple of follow-up questions. The last page of what you gave us about the animals killed, you have this really cool looking stuff going through there. These, I don't know what to call them.
Oh,
What are you showing sweeping down here from the upper left to the right?
That's the Pinedale anticline, and then the big well accumulation is the Jonah Field. Those are all wells. The
Okay.
spider or the
Right.
yeah, those are wells drilled from a single well site, and they at that time in the early 2000s we
Right.
didn't have the horizontal techniques that we do now to communicate all those sands, and so those are all S-curve wells, which you drill out and then drill down,
Sure.
not a directional well where you drill one well down, and we employ that now. And so that's being drilled off the flanks of the Pinedale anticline, as you can see in the northeast and northwest and the east flank of the Jonah Field will be horizontal wells from single locations.
Thank you. I appreciate that. From your comments, and I need you to clarify this. It seems like the big concern is because of the massive land ownership by the BLM, that there is a significant concern that those BLM land managers will take a designation and adopt it somehow, or, cloak it in something and adopt it into some sort of a plan and use this designation to prevent you from being able to develop on BLM land in the future. Do I understand that correctly?
Madam Commissioner, you understand that perfectly correctly. As Doug mentioned, are you going to support the corridor? And I said, well, the designation of a corridor doesn't matter so much. It's the details that matter a lot. And those are what is in your appendix that will be allowed. And then also the directive you give to these federal land managers. In Wyoming alone, during the Biden administration, there was over 600,000 acres that industry gave an expression of interest to, went to the field offices, and were authorized under the resource management plans to be offered for lease, went back to Cheyenne to be offered to industry on an auction, and were deferred. Just 600,000 acres on that, and another 4 million acres that have been requested that were not processed. Those 600,000 acres that were deferred were specifically deferred under instructional memorandums given by the BLM director, and they use these documents that you guys have put together very scientifically, but as ammunition, and we're the collateral damage of that.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the woman from the Jackson Hole Wildlife Foundation. The Game and Fish Commission, in your view, how do we weigh what I think is our number one responsibility to wildlife habitat in the state of Wyoming? How do we weigh that with the concerns you express, which are perfectly legitimate? I don't question them at all. Or the concerns that Mr. Magagna, I expect, will express. How are we supposed to weigh these things?
Madam, Mr. Commissioner, I think the answer you gave to the lady previously was correct, that your initiative should be towards wildlife but I don't see anything wrong with recognizing, as I've suggested, you saying that we request that this be specified in our recommendation, because in Sage Grouse Core maps, executive order the governor's done, and the mule deer, it's been just assumed that it wouldn't be as negative to oil and gas leasing, and it has been. Without that directive, I think that you fail to balance the barbell, if you will.
At the risk of making it seem like I agree with you on everything, Mr. Dagenfelder, I do disagree with your reading on the executive order about if you had to go in and, replace an injection well. But I'm not trying to spur a debate. You and I can have a conversation over coffee since he lives in Casper. But that's all I have, Madam President. I appreciate your comments, Mr. Dagenfelder. Thank you.
Madam President, if I could offer a few insights as well. Thank you, Mr. Degenfelder. I have had coffee with him a few times and appreciate him sharing his leasing knowledge with me, especially when I was new to the state. Your request about really clarifying existing leases and contracts shall not be impacted by this. So you will see that the executive order grandfathers existing leases in, including NEPA decisions. One that comes to mind a lot is NPL. NPL is already a decision made, and therefore it's grandfathered in to any future designation that will be affected by it. So that's already outlined in the executive order. However, further clarification either by this body or if a governor decided to do a working group, that might be a place where the governor could clarify as well. And then we do look at every single lease in this state. If it's in a designated corridor, if it's in Sage Grouse Court, doesn't matter. If there's no line wrapped around it, we still review and provide input on every single lease. And then every single permit. And since this executive order has been put in place, there has been no recommendation of any leasing deferred based on our review. We really believe that the permitting side is where the input is. As we know, Mr. Degenfelder could probably clarify, but there's a large amount of leases that go out for sale and a very few of them that actually go to the permitting phase. And so just to clarify, there currently isn't any deferrals happening based on the Game and Fish's recommendations. Now where Mr. Degenfelder went with the federal land management agencies and deferral and what we've seen in their last administration, some of that is real, and we work tirelessly to help clarify that and to encourage our federal agencies to lease, and that our work comes in the permitting phase. So I don't know if that helped clarify some of the issue here, but I don't see any reason that we couldn't add these things in if that's what you guys choose to, or that we could recommend that the governor look at that as well.
Madam President,
Commissioner Roberts.
I've got one question. Thank you for that testimony. I don't think anybody in Wyoming is not very cognizant of oil and gas. Everybody's brothers, sisters, cousins, everybody works in oils and gas. And I know that, I'm just curious why it would be and nobody nobody works harder and has more passion than the Wyoming Game and Fish. But since the time of in the commission, the Wyoming Game and Fish has been so cognizant and so working with oil and gas and livestock. They've been over backwards all the time. Wouldn't it make sense to support the corridor and then you'd have the backing? I don't foresee Wyoming Game and Fish ever coming in and wanting to X a whole bunch of programs or any kind of industry, because we all rely on that industry. But I think that it's what I'm trying to say. Wouldn't it be better to have, it's not this us versus them type of thing? because I've never heard any of the NGOs or any of the things say that everybody understands how important oil and gas is. They just differ from how maybe things should be done a little bit on it. And I might be naive, but wouldn't it be better for, you know, for people to come out and say, hey, let's designate this, and then you work with the game and fish, you work with the NGOs, and we all make this work to happen together? Am I naive on that?
Madam President, Commissioner, I agree with you that it should. I just think that what we discuss here does not, in my experience, go to BLM, and that's who controls what leases are offered. And I'm trying to put together, you know, a play that is 50,000 acres in size, and I have donut holes all through it. And it's not a donut hole with no surface occupancy. The deferrals that I mentioned to Commissioner Masterson, they have a process to defer something. They haven't offered anything that they've deferred in the last 4 years back again after they deferred it. So somewhere in the communication, and that's why I offered I didn't say I'm 100% opposed to this designation. I'm accepting of the fact, and the same thing with sage grouse core, but there's a miscommunication between the state of Wyoming, us all collectively, and the federal government as to that we want to continue oil and gas leasing because we recognize the financial benefit to our local economies and education. And I believe we can have both. I'm as big of a fisherman and hunter as there is. And so I've lived here for 46 years or so. I support all of this, but there's a real disconnect between what the state of Wyoming does collectively and the federal land managers. And that's a thing that I think all of us should be concerned with. I certainly am. And I had the benefit of the education community myself with 3 kids and would hate to see that negatively impacted. And I hunt and fish and would hate to see that negatively impacted. So thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Madam President, may I, Mr. Degenfelder, thank you for being here today and all of your information, but especially your experience. I think it's very valuable in what you bring to the table today. I think one thing that you kind of pointed out in your comments is oftentimes the devil's in the details, right? In the language that we use. And sometimes looking at this risk assessment from the department and noticing the different terms that are used, whether it be, crucial range or corridors and all of the various terminology that's used. In your experience, have you seen agencies, land managing agencies, whether they be federal, state, or even private, do they sometimes use that terminology to hold up the permitting process?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, absolutely. And I think that's where we maybe one criticism your local about your local game and fish game wardens when they're out there on the on-sites with us. Maybe this commission should tell them, hey, we want you to be a bigger advocate for the state of Wyoming and that we represent the game and fish in this state and not those BLM agencies, because I think that they're not as opinionated as I think they could be. I also was involved in the Atlantic Rim EIS and the development of that, and we paid for the bags, mule deer and antelope collaring there, and all the Hall Sawyer studies. And so it's not like I'm a newcomer to the process. I don't think that there's as big of an advocacy by the the local game wardens, and maybe that might put them kind of in charge of the wildlife consideration as opposed to the BLM biologist that usually takes command of the situation on an on-site inspection for a drilling permit.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate Director Bruce's clarification on a lot of that. And I'm just trying to, gather as much information as I can. And I understand how crucial oil and gas is to the state. And I know that the industry has a very good proven track record of being mindful of the wildlife of the state. And I know that the people that are boots on the ground working in that industry are very avid outdoorsmen, and that's a big part of why they do their jobs, is because of the experiences that they get to have seeing the wildlife on the landscape. And I know that they're very mindful of that. So thank you for being here today and advocating on their behalf too.
Anything else? All right, thank you. And I apologize if I'm butchering these names, but Ben Elze.
Thank you, Madam President, Director Bruce, and Commissioners. My name is Ben Elze. I'm born and raised in Lander, Wyoming. I'll be brief. Everybody's already kind of put all of my main talking points out there to you. I've hunted antelope for 30 plus years in Area 107, which is part of that Red Desert designated area. And I believe that those two areas are of utmost importance of keeping in the entirety of this project. When we first started, there was over 100 tags issued. Now we're down to 25 tags in that area. Partly for different, I hunt early black powder. So partly that's because of other black powder designated areas, but it's also because antelope are, it's tough out there for them. And I don't see why we shouldn't give them all the protections that they need and, continue to give them, exactly what they need to survive out there. I do believe we should let the science do the talking. I don't see what development outweighs their protection, especially when we can, have conversations about it and look at what's happening. If you go out there to just north of South Pass along the highway, you can see a new radio tower that's been put in the last 5 years or so. The antelope don't really like that. I see a lot less of them in that space, having been out there for the last 30 years. So, there are consequences into allowing different developments and things like that. We just need to really be thoughtful of where we're allowing things to happen. Also, this is opening day out there. So I assume that there are some other hunters that express my same concerns that are probably out there providing for their families that aren't here today. And with that, I thank you for your time and any questions.
Thank you.
Yep.
Josh Metten.
Need to press anything? No, good. President Lundvall, members of the commission. My name is Josh Metten. I'm the Wyoming Field Manager for the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. How lucky are we to be here today, considering the designation of the Sublette Antelope Corridor? This is an incredible migration route. My connection to Sublette Antelope started years ago in a former life as a wildlife guide in Grand Teton National Park, getting to share pronghorn fawns with with guests from all over the world. I also had an opportunity of, in a strike of dumb luck, to draw Area 85, which is the Gros Ventre River, east of Grand Teton, for my first buck antelope tag, which I now realize was something I'll probably never have an opportunity like that again. Especially because that unit is now closed due to the low populations from the winter of 22, 23. Sublette antelope connect Western Wyoming. It connects wildlife watchers in Grand Teton National Park. It connects sports people and landowners and federal land agencies all the way down to Rock Springs. And that's why this corridor is just so important. And what you're considering today is so important. We support the designation of the corridor in its entirety due to a lot of the reasons that have been previously stated and the potential threats that are coming that we all know about. We want to see the corridor conserved. We also, because it connects us and we all have so many people that work in industries that can be affected by designations, we also want to make sure it's done in a way that allows the development that our communities need to continue. The migration EO is a reflection of that commitment to have both happen by using the best available science and using robust public engagement. And it's also a commitment of our state to remain in the driver's seat of state-led wildlife management. We've already seen what happens when our federal land partners don't have good direction from the state of Wyoming on how to manage the lands that they are charged with managing. Sweetwater Solar has already been brought up. We don't want to see that happen again. And we are looking at a future where we're going to see more and more pressures like that coming to our state. As you consider your vote on this, including the southern segments, I want to ask the following questions. What is the message we're sending to our federal land partners? And how do we want to be remembered when it comes to steering this incredible migration? This is an important step forward in the designation process, as has been explained and articulated before. There will be opportunities for stakeholder engagement during the working group phase. That's the beauty of the EO. And our preference is for you to include the entire corridor in that. Sublette antelope have migrated for thousands of years. Our world is changing. I ask you to vote to designate, and let's keep working on this amazing corridor. I'll stand for any questions.
Great, thank you very much. We still have a lot of comments to get through, but I have some squirmy commissioners whose coffee is kicking in. So let's take a 5-minute break, 10 minutes if needed, and we'll come back and keep going through these comments. Thank you.
Right. I just wanted to make sure that.
Do it now while they're not here. Go for it. Say whatever you want while they're not up here.
This is your best audience.
Yeah, just, oh, okay. Looks like everyone's here now.
Now they're getting here.
Jim McGagnon with the Wyoming Stockgrowers Association, and appreciate the opportunity, Madam President and members of the commission, Director Bruce, to visit with you today. I want to go back just briefly for a minute to the executive order and a little bit of the history of that at the time the executive order was developed, it was in response to what we deemed in Wyoming as a threat of the BLM to designate wildlife corridors in the state. And I think we all came together saying that's the responsibility of the state of Wyoming, led by our Wyoming Game and Fish Department and Commission, and we don't want federal designations. We worked on that. We were involved in that process at Wyoming Stockgrowers. We were pleased to endorse the executive order and have been pleased with having that order in place. With that background, we're now coming to the first test of how that order works as you move forward with the designation of this corridor. And we believe it's critically important that we show that the executive order can be implemented in a way that was envisioned when it was adopted, in a way that satisfies to the extent possible constituencies across the state, so that it can remain in place and be utilized as a tool for further designations for whatever species of wildlife across the state of Wyoming, and that it will have the support to assure that it remains in place after we have a new governor in place, because executive orders, as we will see at the federal level, can disappear in 24 hours. So I think it's really important that we keep that in mind as we move forward. And with that, we're urging that you move forward with a little bit of caution. We are supportive of the proposal to designate the 8 segments as have been proposed by the commission. The concern with the other 2 segments is not because it's necessarily harmful. There can be some downsides to any segments designation for the ranching industry, and I'd be happy to address those if you wish. But our concern is that if what is seen is that the first time we designate a corridor, we encompass this huge area that at one point is about 60 miles wide, that includes very distinct segments, and say these are all one corridor, that's going to build opposition to the whole concept of the executive order, make it more difficult for you to do your job in the future, and make it more difficult to maintain this as an important tool for wildlife management in Wyoming in a manner that respects private property rights, that respects the development of our resources, et cetera. And in response to a question, I believe, by Commissioner Masterson before, I think it is your obligation to look at these things from a wildlife perspective. But I also believe that you can do so in a manner that recognizes how can you meet your objectives for wildlife and do so in a way that still represents and respects other interests, with the wildlife being your primary concern. And I think that by adopting the proposal that's been put forward by the department, that you're doing that. We're certainly not saying that the 2 eastern segments don't exist. They've been identified. We're not saying they shouldn't be designated at some point. Whether that's next year or 5 or 10 years from now, time would tell, but they are distinct. And is there some intermingling? Likely so, but you know, the Red Desert's been brought up extensively. If you look at the Red Desert, there's an antelope population that stretches from east of Evanston, Wyoming to at least west of Rawlins, Wyoming. And if we're to look at that winter habitat, we would be designating tremendous corridors, but they are distinct corridors that feed into that habitat. They're not one single corridor that serves the entire habitat. So I think that this is the opportunity for you as a commission in your decision to meet your obligations, but to demonstrate that you're utilizing this executive order with caution in a manner that's needed. If you look at the assessment that was done, the threats that exist in most of those 8 areas simply do not exist in the 2 easternmost corridors. We originally had some concern about designating the western part that's west of the Green River. And after some further discussion with department personnel on that, realized that it too, could be designated as a separate corridor someday, but there are some factors that make it a little more perhaps tied into the main corridor that's being identified. But I think when our organization, many others that I know, supported the executive order, we didn't have a concept of designating massive areas of land. We had the concept that we would designate clearly identified corridors, as many of them as may be necessary over time, but in a very thorough and deliberate process, which I commend the department for having undertaken in developing the proposal they put before you today. So, and not to take up more of your time, Madam President, but I would simply urge that you respect the recommendation of the department, that realize that it's the best way to move forward in a manner that maintains the integrity of what the executive order intended. Much preferable that you use your discretion than that it's left to the governor to decide that to include some or not include some things or make other changes. To the extent that we can demonstrate that what comes from this commission has been thoroughly debated, thoroughly discussed, thoroughly weighed out, so that the governor can feel comfortable in simply accepting those decisions, and the task force that he may put together is comfortable in recommending those decisions. I think that's a far preferable way to move forward than to simply say, well, we're going to defer, let the next level of decision makers make that determination. So with that, Madam President, believe you well understand our position. I would be happy to entertain any questions.
Mr. McGagna, thank you very much for being here. And I always appreciate your comments and your engagement in this. So thank you. And I mean that seriously. I know we patter, but I seriously mean that. Can you speak just quickly to, you mentioned respecting private land, and I absolutely do, and agricultural uses and industrial uses. As I read that executive order, it is extremely deferential to those practices and respects them, grandfathers in many of them, if not most. And I read it as being very protective of those things. Do you have concerns about the order itself being too broad, or are you comfortable with that? Or do you think I'm overreading it?
Madam President, Commissioner Masterson, we don't think that the order itself is too broad. We worked very hard to make sure the provision of no impact on private lands, for example, wasn't included. We think the order is fine. We don't really have, from a livestock grazing perspective, fear of what may happen because of what the Game and Fish Department would do in managing the area. The thing that we are, unfortunately, as an industry, forced to keep in mind every time we look at one of these documents that incorporates federal lands in it, and is the land ownership pattern in the state, federal lands, state trust lands, private lands. The decision that you make or the designations that we make are so often in today's world, unfortunately, used by groups who are contrary to our interests to impact our interests. The Game and Fish isn't going to tell us we can't graze anymore. The BLM in some cases may, but they may not even. But the fact that a designation is made, and this is whether it's wildlife migration corridor or sage-grouse core habitat or whatever that may be, is that there are groups out there whose clear objective is to remove livestock grazing off the federal lands. If they can look at one of these designations and use that as a tool to then go to the BLM, for example, and say, this isn't consistent with the state's designation of X, whatever that may be. And so we want you to remove livestock grazing, diminish it, or preclude an improvement from being made, a water development, something like that to help the livestock and the wildlife. We're seeing far too many of those practices, judicial practices, being utilized today. So it forces us to be cautious in how we look at these things.
Madam President, hi, Jim. How are you doing today?
Just fine, thank you.
Good. Well, and I refer back to the executive order, and you know, and none of us have any crystal ball on what's hold in the future and what the feds are going to do. But I don't think it's clear. It says the executive order shall in no way restrict or impede the right and the ability of permittees to graze livestock on federal and state lands. I mean, I don't know how more clear that could be, that the state of Wyoming is adamant that the feds will not infringe on that right. So what I'm saying is that even with that said, you still think it's too broad?
Madam President, Commissioner Roberts, no, I think that is very well stated. But the state can ensure, and they have in the executive order, that they won't interfere with our rights. We're very comfortable with that. We're very accepting of that. As you know from all of our experiences, the state can't tell the federal agencies what to do. And if a federal agency makes a determination that they want to rely in part on a state designation of whatever critical habitat corridor to put some restrictions on what we're able to do, the state can even stand there and be on our side in defending what we're doing. It doesn't mean that those restrictions aren't put on there. But we're willing to accept some of that risk. And that's why I want to be very clear that we're not saying that we're supporting the designation of the corridor. Our concern today is more about that you do this in a way that clearly designates a clear corridor that faces some of the same threats, same bottlenecks across a lengthy area. And then that if these other areas need designation to be protected, let's do that in the future. And we're not something and say we're opposed it. It's the lumping of everything together that is our major concern. And as I look at other areas that I know you're considering some corridor designations for mule deer, for example, I think that the concern I hear from landowners, members of ours in those other areas, is not that they're opposed to corridors, but that you're going to sweep with too broad a brush and pull too much in. And I think it's important with this first one in particular to set the example that we're doing what's really needed to protect this corridor. We're not trying to use a broad brushed approach.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President.
Brock Wall.
Madam President, members of the commission, long time no see, huh? So for the record, my name is Brock Wall. I'm here as chairman of the North American Pronghorn Foundation. And I'd like to first lay out a statement that I think is really important here, and that is to say that pronghorn go as the state of Wyoming goes. And I say that again because, as I iterated in my presentation earlier, Wyoming is home to the vast majority of pronghorn, not only in the country or in Wyoming. Actually, this herd is the vast majority of pronghorn in the state. But the state of Wyoming holds the vast majority of pronghorn in the world. And so I think that's an important thing. I also want to point out that as a fifth generation North Dakotan, I'm also somebody who has worked in the oil and gas industry for 15 years. And so I know full well the importance of that industry to a state. I come from a state of North Dakota where 2/3 of the state revenue is coming from oil and gas revenue. And so I fully understand the importance of it, not only to the state, but to local communities, the economic sectors, and just the importance to those local communities in terms of business, livelihood, supplemental incomes, and just the existence of rural states like North Dakota and also like Wyoming. And so I also want to make it clear, though, too, that, you know, we're not asking for a halt to any of these industries. We're not in any way in support of anything that's going to really significantly impact them. And one of those things that I'd like to point out is sort of to address some statements that were made earlier. And I want to make sure that it's understood by this body that valid and existing rights are still a thing, right? Like even beyond this executive order, that valid and existing rights will still be honored. And so just because this corridor is designated does not mean that the BLM is going to be able to pull rights away that are already currently leased out or anything like that. So I think that's an important thing to understand. And I also would ask the question, you know, I wouldn't be here if I thought this was going to be, or I wouldn't be in here support of the full designation if I thought that this designation would drastically harm the oil and gas industry or the economics of the state of Wyoming. And in fact, I would guess to say, or venture to say, that even with the full designation, oil and gas industry is still going to be responsible for the vast majority of state revenue, state income. It's still going to be a mainstay in the state. And I think that's the way it should be, right? I mean, I had a 10-hour drive down here in a pickup that gets about 11 miles to the gallon on 35-inch all-terrain tires, wearing rubber boots. And so, I mean, I'm fully aware of the impacts and the importance of the oil and gas industry. And I do want to be sensitive to that, but I also think it's important to point out that, you know, pronghorn and the wildlife are of equal importance to residents, and that in some sense with the full designation, we can have our cake, or Wyoming can have its cake and eat it too. I firmly do believe that. And I think it's also something that, you know, I think Wyoming is in a unique position here, and you guys may not be aware, and maybe I have a unique perspective coming from another state and sort of having this outside view in. But I think that something that's important to point out is that, many states in the West view you, the state of Wyoming, as the leader in conservation. We view you as the leader in conservation, not just from the standpoint of like designating a corridor or because you have a lot of elk or mule deer or pronghorn, but because of the work that you guys have done and because of, all of the things that it takes to get to these solutions, right? The state of Wyoming is a national leader, and you are a model by which many states in the West thrive to emulate. And that leadership did not come by making easy decisions or singing kumbaya around the fire. It came from diligence, being proactive, and having sustained effort on these issues. It came from communication and collaboration between stakeholders. And that is why I think we would also not just encourage the full designation. And I know Commissioner Bell earlier had mentioned, this optional working group. I would encourage that working group to take place no matter what. And I would even offer up my board member, Steve Martin, onto that working group to make sure that unselfishly, you can see, to make sure that the stakeholders are represented and that these conversations happen amongst industry stakeholders, the public, hunters, wildlife advocates, egg producers, and all of those parties involved, because I think that it is important to do that if Wyoming is going to continue to be a leader and set the bar for designations like this. And so, another thing I'd like to sort of address here, there was a mention earlier about the state of Wyoming having more authority or control and not the federal government. And I think that the full designation is exactly what should be done in order to make sure that that happens. And the reason I say that is because this data, this migration data, the GPS data, is already publicly available. If the federal government, if you guys fail to designate the whole thing, and the federal government decides they want to incorporate some of this data into their own plan, they can do so. They can do that regardless. And so to me, it sets a precedent, and it makes you guys the leader in the conversation, that you guys get to set the tone by saying, we have the data, we made the decision, and you will follow what we say. And I believe that is an extremely important thing, because some of the concerns about the federal government are absolutely valid, and I absolutely understand them. As again, as somebody who's worked in the oil and gas industry, I do see the problems, and I do see some of the, I don't want to phrase this too roughly, but I definitely understand the concerns and some of the problems that happen on a federal level, and I want to be sensitive to those. But I do think that the state of Wyoming has the opportunity here to take the leadership role in this discussion and make sure that they have some say in what goes where and how the federal government ties into this going forward. One of those, another thing that I wanted to address was sort of this discussion about some of these other designations, whether that was the antelope crucial range or mule deer crucial range on those maps on page 15 of the environmental assessment. I really think this comes down to being reactive versus proactive, right? We are all, or most of us should be aware of the incident that happened with the solar project that happened just northwest of Rock Springs. And I think that's a perfect example. That project was permitted by the BLM inside of an antelope crucial range designation. And so those designations did nothing. And the residents of Wyoming and Wyoming itself as a state lost hundreds of pronghorn because of that project being permitted, a project that would likely not have been permitted if this designation was in place. And so when I look at the Red Desert, or when I look at the East of Farson designations, or those sectors of this designation, I look at those and I say, well, is the goal here to wait until something bad happens like that before we act, and then we go through another 2-year process or 6-month process to react, in which case some of these industries may or may not take advantage of that lag in time, and they go through and then apply and buy some more leases that are then become valid and existing leases that have to be honored. And so now the state of Wyoming is stuck with them, and now there's only litigation and fighting that can take place to stop them. I don't want that. I don't think the state of Wyoming wants that. And so to me, it would make sense to get these designations in place and for the state of Wyoming to essentially or symbolically tell the federal government that this is how we're going to do this, and these are how these designations will work. And that way you are proactively and preemptively going ahead and trying to stem some of those potential conflicts off. Another thing, I just wanted to reiterate here towards the end. I think this is an opportunity with the stakeholder or the working group phases, and I think this is an opportunity with the commission, with the federal agencies, with the state agencies, with landowners, for Wyomingites and for hunters, and even as a non-resident, to work together and find a path forward that allows pronghorn and industry to flourish. And I really think that's an important way to view this in a complete designation, because if we cannot conserve sublet pronghorn and their needs here in Wyoming, in what has historically been the largest pronghorn herd in Wyoming, and therefore the largest pronghorn herd in the world, with more data collected on it than any other pronghorn herd in the world, then what chance do we have to advocate for pronghorn anywhere? You know, if we can't do it right here, if we can't get it right in this particular instance, I feel as if it sets a very bad precedent for anything going forward, because undoubtedly there will be smaller herds with less data. And so I think that's going to be problematic in terms of how we look at this carrying forward. And again, I would just like to remind you that pronghorn go as Wyoming goes. So with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Rich Gwinzel.
Thank you, President Lundvall, Commissioners, Director Bruce. My name is Rich Ginzel. I am a resident of Laramie, Wyoming, a longtime resident. I derive most of my income from oil and gas revenue from Sublette County, so that's not lost on me. I'm a certified wildlife biologist through the Wildlife Society. I'm a retired wildlife biologist from the Wyoming Game and Fish Department with over 25 years of service. While I was working for the Game and Fish, the department did map big game migrations and all, but they did not receive much consideration in land use planning or whenever there were environmental comments made. They didn't carry much weight. They were noted. The crucial winter ranges, sage grouse leks, things like that were the things that got it, with the exception perhaps of bighorn sheep migrations. They got a little bit more consideration in that planning. I've been looking at pronghorn populations in Wyoming since about 1979. As you know, Wyoming manages the pronghorn as populations in their relatively discrete segments of populations. In Wyoming, it's a large, these large populations require large landscapes that are connected to be able to support those populations. And I don't think we can take them for granted anymore. We've already experienced in the sublet pronghorn herd numerous impacts to the population. It's not as resilient or productive as it used to be. The executive order specifies the process for the Game and Fish Commission to recommend designation to the governor. And he has a lot of say in what goes on from there. He can designate it. He can send it to a area working group or other thing for further discussion, but ultimately he's going to be the one to decide. The executive order focuses on populations in the migration corridor level, not at individual segments. The area working groups that are discussed in Appendix B of the executive order are the place where you would probably have some fine tuning of what goes on in individual categories within the migration corridor for a specific patch of ground. They are not necessarily obligatory. That's the governor decides to proceed that way. They also could be reconvened within 5 years. So if something comes up in between that, it's more likely that an existing designated corridor is going to be discussed and fine-tuned, but anything new may or may not get into that thing. This is the first pronghorn population to be brought before the Commission for designation. It is also the first population to go through the entire executive order process as prescribed in Appendix B. And the emphasis is on maintaining migration corridor functionality. It does not restrict itself to certain categories or like bottlenecks or stopovers within high use habitats within the designated corridor. I strongly urge the Commission to recommend that all segments of the identified sublet antelope migration corridor be designated. This is, the herd is managed as a population. The executive order is directed at the population. The segments were identified through the accepted scientific process. The public reviewed and substantially supported the proposed designation of the entire corridor with all segments before. And pronghorn in the east of Farson and Red Desert segments still need to reach their crucial winter and other essential habitats and return. Allowing the east of Farson and Red Desert segments to be included in the designation of the entire corridor assures they are part of the conversation in land use planning. They get higher priority in mitigation and improvement discussions. It allows for earlier discussions with interested parties and things like that. There are a lot of things that we don't know. There's unanticipated future developments that could hinder these migrations in these segments. And, if you look at the southern part of those segments, and you think of Wyoming and the Kilpecker Dunes in particular, well, the dunes are there because the wind blows. Wind doesn't just blow sand, it blows snow. And snow can have a lot to do with where and how critters can get around. On one hand, it can deposit a lot of snow and make some other areas open. And in some bad winters, like we've seen, it can pretty much occlude things. So it keep our options open. It's best, I think, that we designate all those segments, and then they can be dealt with down the road in the area working group level of discussion. This is perhaps our one chance to protect these migration corridors for the sublet pronghorn herd under Wyoming's terms. Thank you.
Madam President, just to thank you for all you do for wildlife and what you've done for the state of Wyoming. I just want to make sure to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jess Johnson.
Madam Chair, Director, Commissioners, Jess Johnson, Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I'm their Government Affairs Director. And I just want to take a moment and take a breath of what is in this room, because we've made it through a large portion of looking at designating for the first time from the start to finish. And we're still in the middle of the process, but look at how many people are here and care. And I was sitting last night in the Landowner of the Year banquet, having a breath of relaxation in the sense that, like, I had a reminder that we're all here for the same core value. No one in this room, whether we're for or against or have anything around this designation, doesn't want to see pronghorn in this state 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, 500 years from now. And I think what we're doing here is groundbreaking, and we should be really congratulatory and excited that we've made it this far. It should reinvigorate us for the rest of the way that we have to go. This is not the end. There is more coming. We'll have to go through working groups and other things. But I just want to make sure that we're looking at the success that we're currently having. And I also want to take a little bit of issue with a previous presentation from the Pronghorn Foundation, where he said antelope are not sexy. I disagree. I think they might be with all of the people that are here. So we do have an iconic wildlife in this state, and especially within the pronghorn. I also want to talk about how language matters. How we talk about things really matters. And I want to offer a couple insights. I've heard a lot of designation talked about as just a risk, a take, something that people have to contend with and that we're all worried about and things like that. But it wasn't so long ago that there was a corridor that we worked on that we talked about the risk and opportunity. I think designation is a risk and opportunity. It's both. There's a huge opportunity here to do a lot of really great work. There's an opportunity here to, and I'll say it, shine a light on the feral horse work that we need to have done in this state. That's a pretty amazing opportunity to have wildlife weigh in a place where wildlife has not historically done a ton of work. We're ready to wade in. I'm probably going to regret this comment, but to do some of the work there. There is opportunity, whether it's funding in any sense of the form, whether it's invasive grasses, whether it's shining a light on some of the needs that this habitat is lacking right now and the need of the habitat there. So the opportunity is real, as is the risk. I always talk about policy as sustainable wildlife policy. Wyoming Wildlife Federation is always dedicated to making policy sustainable. Put in another way, we want to put policy forward that doesn't get undone just the next administration that comes in. Takes a lot more work, takes a lot of grit, takes a lot of late night whiskeys and early morning coffees. But ultimately what that does is it hashes out the compromise. And I think what we're doing here is we're starting this. This is the first time we've been through this designation process. So we're figuring out how we need to do this and how we go about it. And a couple of the things I think we need to be really cognizant of is separating the biological decision from the social and the political, and being very concise and upfront with how we're talking about it. So while we stand in absolute full support of all 10 designations of the segments, we also understand that sustainable policy is something that we have to look forward to. We have an administration change coming within this state. We have to make things durable. Your job, and I think the job of all of us, is to figure out, and there will be bumps in the roads, we're not always going to get it right, where those decisions are made and at what point in the process the voice of sociological and political science comes in. Game and Fish slam dunks the science every single time. And your sort of motto is conserving wildlife, which you do really, really well, and serving people. That's a balancing act that you all have to walk. And I don't envy you the decision ahead of you. We will always speak for the wildlife, for the biological science, but we will also work for the sustainable policy. And I'm happy to be here and figure out that we're at this halfway point. I'll call it halfway because there's still work to be done. But thank you for the work. Thank you for the questions, for the conversation. And thank you for everyone that's here that is making pronghorn sexy again.
Thank you, Madam President. Always appreciate you being here and your thoughts. I'm going to ask you the same question I've asked a couple of times. From where you sit, how does this commission, the Game and Fish Commission, how are we to factor in these other very legitimate concerns expressed by industry and other businesses and development? How do you view our balancing act, since you made a little mention of it?
Madam President, Commissioner Masterson, it's a balancing act. And I think more it's a process-based thing. I think what we need to see is a home run of the science come first, but a very, very in-depth conversation of the social and political after. I see you all at the commission as a large part of the voice of the people. I see the department as the voice of the science. You guys are both the same thing, but the way that it happens is the science comes forward, it hits you guys, and you guys need to take into consideration what's there. That is you do have to listen to the people. And the department does a great job of taking all of this information and putting it into a pretty well, organized sheet of comments on either side, what they heard, how many. And I think that that's like a really valuable resource to work off of for the decisions that you all have to make. I think the other side of this, and I'll say proactive protection, is a lot easier than if we were to lose something and to rebuild it. Sitting on a very different working group with bighorn sheep, let me tell you guys, it's a lot easier to proactively designate than it is to reintroduce things. It's hard. And so we also have a moment here that with a little bit of effort and some discussion amongst us, we might be able to be a little proactive instead of having to come back to the table 50 years from now going, oops. I also believe Wyoming can do that. I really deeply believe we're in a place where we're going to be able to do that. Maybe I'm eternally optimistic, but as far as where this lands, it is in your hands. There is people decision that you have to make, but you have to make it with the full breadth of the science in front of you.
Nick Dobrik.
Madam President, Director, Commissioners, my name is Nick Darbridge. I'm from DuBois. I represent the Wilderness Society, where we work to unite people to protect America's wild places. Thank you for your vote last year to identify this corridor and move forward with the designation process. Thanks to all the department staff that worked diligently to fulfill the department's process laid out in the executive order. We ask that the commission designates the entire corridor, including the east of Farson and Red Desert segments. In the harsh winter of 2022-23, animals that traveled further south towards the I-80, including through those two segments, generally survived, while those that remained on winter ranges around Pinedale died. Of course, we can't predict the next terrible winter or disease outbreak, but we can ensure that these corridors are intact when it does occur. The executive order gives managers the ability to make good decisions on project siting. When the next Sweetwater Solar or State Shooting Complex type proposal comes our way, do we want to have the ability to require the proponent to site outside of the most important habitat? Or do we want to leave it up to being voluntary? We're incredibly fortunate to have some of the best wildlife and hunting opportunities here in Wyoming. Continuing this legacy is directly linked to ensuring our migration corridors stay intact. Please designate the entire corridor. Thank you, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bruce Lawson.
Good morning, Madam President, Director Bruce, and members of the commission. My name is Bruce Lawson. I'm a 69-year-old lifelong resident of Casper, Wyoming, and I'm here today to represent all the pronghorn in the state of Wyoming. And I urge you to do the right thing today and vote to approve and move forward the designation for the Sublette Pronghorn Migration Corridor in its entirety. Do not exclude the east of Farson segment as well as the Red Desert segment. With due respect, Director Bruce, I disagree with your assumption that somewhere down the road, if we don't include those segments now, we can do that later. My concern for that is when you look at the pace of development of any type of activity in Wyoming, you know, many times I go out in the countryside throughout Wyoming, and all of a sudden there's a massive wind turbine development east of Rock River that wasn't there 12 months previously. And some of these things happen in the blink of an eye, and you don't realize what's going on. So my concern is to exclude those segments now and to try to bring those in as a designated portion of the corridor later is a mistake. I spent my entire career, I graduated from the University of Wyoming in 79, and I worked in the uranium and bentonite industry for 44 years. I developed bentonite mining, large-scale bentonite mining operations throughout Wyoming for 35 years. So I know how fast these developments can occur, and also what damage they do to the landscape. Even though we reclaim them, we never reclaim them back to what it previously was. It's typically good reclamation. I was a mine development reclamation manager, and I primarily permitted large-scale bentonite mining operations. Many of those permits were well over 1,000 acres in size, and most of them contained hundreds and hundreds of acres of surface disturbances. But you know, let's take a look at the fact that so if we don't designate those two migration corridors at this point in time, you know, what happens down the road if somebody develops a 4 square mile solar farm right in the middle of one of those migration corridors? How do you designate that after the fact? One thing that I'm sure you don't realize, if you live in Casper, Wyoming, you're probably following this opposition to gravel mining operation on state lands at the base of Casper Mountain. Now, under the Environmental Quality Act of 1973, there's a provision in the act that allows for mining development to occur on what's called a limited mining operation. Now, that allows up to 15 acres of surface disturbance. Right now, it's limited to sand and gravel and scoria, primarily aggregates. The legislature, the last couple of sessions, has tried to amend that regulation to include all minerals. But the thing that's interesting about an LMO, it's not a permit, and anybody can apply for one, and it allows you to mine up to 15 acres currently of aggregates. But then if you want to build access roads to provide access to that 15 acres, none of the access road acreage is included in that 15 acres. So you can build as much road as you possibly need to access that 15-acre mining development. If that mining development under an LMO is approved, there's no public notification, there's no public comment period, there's no consultation with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, there's no consultation with anybody. There's not a detailed mine and reclamation plan, there's not a reclamation deadline. That 15 acres can remain active and open forever as long as the operator provides an adequate reclamation bond. So you could potentially, in those two areas, east of Farson and Red Desert, potentially you could have dozens or hundreds of 15-acre LMOs with unlimited amounts of access roads to service those mining operations that have no time limit on when they need to be reclaimed, no public comment, no consultation with the Game and Fish. The only approval that's required is an approval from the county commissioners to assure that those LMOs conform with the county zoning. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate Commissioner Roberts' comments on the fact that we need to include east of Farson and Red Desert in this, moving this forward. You know, you look at, Commissioner Roberts is right, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what's out there in the future, but like I say, I've lived in Wyoming for 69 years. And 25 years ago, would I have ever imagined there'd be these massive wind turbine projects across the face of Wyoming, massive solar panel developments? Now we're with the technology and hydraulic fracturing. You know, look at the thousands and thousands, 7,000 natural gas wells across the anticline. And, you know, I'm not demeaning the oil and gas industry. My father was a distinguished petroleum geologist in Casper, Wyoming. In fact, he was a good friend of John Masterson's father. They were colleagues together in Casper. My dad had a bumper sticker on the family car that said, "Wyoming oil and gas is my bread and butter." And that's what put me through the University of Wyoming. So I'm not bad-mouthing oil and gas or any other development, but it does have an impact on Wyoming. But you've got to include east of Farson and Red Desert in this designation and move it forward. And I think this will be one of the most important things as commissioners that you guys do during your term as commissioners, is to move this forward, all 10 segments. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne Kerr.
Madam President, Director Bruce, Commissioners. My name is Dwayne Kerr. I'm going to have a hard time keeping my emotions in check. I served as a damage control warden and game warden for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department from 1977 through 2014. And I continued to be, well, during that time, I observed the comings and goings of the sublet pronghorn herd, and even kind of participated in some of those comings and goings over the years on the southern end. I've spent my entire career in Green River. Um, the, I managed to survive through, we've heard a lot about the winter of 22-23. I managed to work and survive through the 1978-79 winter and again, the 1983-84 winter, which were really, really tough, statewide, region-wide, a lot different than the 22-23 winter, but even so, pretty tough on a lot of wildlife. You know, and not to say that I overdid things or anything like that. During the 1978-79 winter, most of us in the Green River region, we worked from January 1st through March 10th without any days off. Not because we were superheroes or anything like that. The work was there and needed to be done because of the issues and problems with wildlife and pronghorn in particular on the southern end of those winter ranges. It's just, I really want to be able to advocate for the pronghorn and for all the people I contacted over the years that use them as a visual, a hunting resource and all those kinds of things. I would like to make sure that, you know, that my feelings include an encouragement for you as advocates for wildlife to approve the proposed distinction of the corridor, including the eastern Farson and Red Desert. The pronghorn would appreciate it. If there are issues with this corridor and things like that, we'll get through it as humans, but we shouldn't be so selfish as to leave out the pronghorn, because if there are issues that preclude them from using these migration corridors, they've got nowhere else to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Gunther?
Thank you for this opportunity and thank you for meeting so conveniently in Lander, my hometown. I only had to drive 15 minutes instead of 15 hours to get here. So I owe you guys one. And I also need to say that I work quite closely with the Lander Game and Fish Office on a number of different projects, primarily with buffalo. But I really like that Wyoming Game and Fish logo with the antelope on there. It's really super sexy. So let's not mess with that. We've got the buffalo on the flag. And I also, over the years, since 1980, as a professional archaeologist, I've worked all around the state of Wyoming on clearance efforts for railroads, mines, well pads, pipelines, transmission lines, every aspect of the energy industry. And that's where my bread's been buttered the whole time my kids were little. And so I understand the importance of that. But I think that the primary function of the Game and Fish Commission and the Game and Fish Department is conserving wildlife. Too many times over my life since I was a kid, it seems like wildlife becomes a sacrificial lamb for different types of development projects. And we're running out of opportunities to preserve these different forms of wildlife. There are, you know, all kinds of issues that face the different species, but and as an archaeologist for all these years, extinction is a big part of what we've paid attention to. And antelope are becoming, or pronghorn, I speak colloquially because I'm a hick. Antelope are becoming a very fragile species that we have to take care of proactively. You know, we hear that term all the time in the news and in publications. We need to be proactive. We should have been proactive. Well, here's a chance to be proactive and take care of these animals before they're on the verge of extinction. And to do that, I think we need to, you as our representatives, I'm speaking for the silent majority here right now, but we need you to preserve all these migration corridors, not just a few of them, but all of them. I put extra hay in the barn. Well, actually, my kids do a lot of the stacking. We put up extra hay every year because there might be a bad winter. If you're doing a construction project, you have a 10% contingency fund in case something goes wrong, in case something happens. We're at the point now with pronghorn and other species that we need to have that contingency fund in place. We need to protect both the East Farson and the Red Desert. And I say this too because I've lived south of Lander and up at South Pass ever since the late 80s. And I've seen the diminishment of those herds, the antelope herds, basins where there used to be hundreds. And even before the 2022-23 winter, the population seemed to be declining. And we took horseback tours, took people from all over the world out there for 17 years. And Jim, I want to thank you because you even gave us some trespass permissions back in the 90s. That's a different century for you younger people, but I'm not talking the 1800s here. But there's cooperation between different people in this state. You can come in here in a room like this with a touchy issue like this, and people still act. My wife told me I shouldn't get excited here, but we can get along in this state and make decisions. But we need Game and Fish to look out first for conserving the wildlife, and well, we still have them so that they don't go extinct if we have another bad winter. You are our one chance. These corridors, these migration corridors are like extra hay stockpiled for a bad winter. And we can't wait until something goes wrong. There's been kind of a consensus here that maybe there isn't a threat to the pronghorn in the Red Desert east of Farson right now, but man, it could come fast. And if we aren't prepared in advance, maybe we'll lose those herds too. We haven't seen a single antelope on our cow pastures south of Lander since that 2022 or 2022-23 winter. And that's becoming a critical problem across much of Wyoming. And we just need to get ahead of the curve here. And, again, as an archaeologist, we have societies that survive and they're still vital and they're still here. And then you have societies that become archaeological sites. They made the wrong decisions or they didn't make a decision when they should have. And here's a chance. We've got 20 years of fantastic scientific data that's been collected by superb scientists in your agency and sometimes maybe borrowing from even the feds or other state agencies. But we need to take that into account and we need to get ready for what's coming because whatever it is, it's on the way. And this is a chance to get a little bit ahead of the curve and preserve these antelope, these iconic animals that are on your very logo, on your badges, and take care of something that, as other people have stated before me, are very precious to everyone who lives in this state. And that's all I have to say about that. Me and Forrest Gump. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Will Almus?
Will Almus, a resident of Lander, Wyoming. Thank you, Commission, Director Bruce, President. The question that Commissioner Masterson keeps coming back to, I wanted to try and shed a little light on it. I don't want to preach to the Commission because you people are immersed in this, but AI tells me, so it must be true, that your vision is to conserve, enhance, and protect Wyoming's exceptional fish and wildlife resources and the habitats that protect them, while also working with and for the public to provide a wide array of fish and wildlife experiences. Now, of course, you've got all the other considerations out there. Societal, special interests. But I would say that that's your mission. Now, who is going to advocate for wildlife if it is not this commission? Think about that. I mean, you're the first. We hear Jess Johnson saying, well, we're in the middle of the process. We may be, we may not be. The governor might decide, well, we don't need a special commission. We're just going to okay this. You're sort of the buck stops here, I think, from some viewpoint. I do strongly support the designation of all segments. We've visited over the years many, many times, in the Red Desert is one of my favorite places in the world, and I've enjoyed seeing pronghorn herds out there. I might point out, and I'm going a little bit out on a limb here, but the additional collar information, which is fed into the decision to a recommendation by Game and Fish to drop the 2 segments, that was based on a fairly small, I mean, that was a 2-year collar exercise after a devastating winter. So how representative of it is, I'll have to leave it to the experts to answer that. But to my way of thinking, it may not be totally representative of what over time is happening with the antelope population. As to Commissioner Bell's question, initially, what would the designation add? I would sort of turn that around and say, well, what does it harm? What does it not do? I mean, who is going to be impacted by that and how? So I guess in conclusion, I'd like to say that although you are a semi-political body, you are advocates for wildlife. And if you get too deep into the politics of this whole thing, I think you're losing the your true purpose. The governor may convene a working group. Let them hash out whether the feds are going to take this, or let our federal delegation hash out how this is used by BLM. Is that really your job as a body to make those decisions on speculation that they may be used to limit either stock growers' interests or oil and gas? So with that, thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
All right, let's move to some online comments. Just kidding.
Go to online.
Okay, we'll come back to that one. Let's see here. Let's start with Pete Obermuller. Is Pete online? Sir, if you could unmute your microphone so we can hear you.
I am unmuted, but I don't think that I have ability to turn on my camera, so I'm not sure you can see me.
Can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, great, thanks. Well, thank you, President Lovell. Appreciate this opportunity, and Director Bruce, thank you so much. I do deeply regret that I'm not there in person. I know from my time at the legislature that usually remote testimony is an open invitation to start looking at your phone. So I apologize for that. I've very much appreciated this conversation all day today. And I don't think it's been said many times that it is not either or, that it's not us versus them. And I think that that is very true. And before I go on, let me just introduce myself a little better. I'm the president of the Petroleum Association of Wyoming. The Petroleum Association of Wyoming is the trade association that represents the oil and gas industry statewide, from exploration to production to pipelines and refiners and everyone in between that makes oil and gas happen in Wyoming. All of the friends and neighbors and cousins that everyone has mentioned today and has talked about supporting and not wanting to hinder, which I very much appreciate. I think the question of whether or not people support the health and functionality of pronghorn in Wyoming is an obvious one. It's like asking if you support mom and apple pie. Of course, we all do. There is no question about that. In terms of actual on the ground work for conservation, you would be hard pressed to find anyone that has done more in that regard than the companies and industry that operate in Wyoming, particularly in Western Wyoming on federal lands. So, Madam President, I just want to mention a couple of things about this designation and about this conversation, and offer a couple of clarifications. First of all, the first clarification that I want to make sure is on record is that the designation of a working group, should the commission decide to recommend a designation, the designation of a the appointment of a working group is not optional. It is mandatory unless the governor decides to violate his own executive order. The executive order on Appendix B on page 6 of 15, number 6, says the governor then determines after a designation will proceed. If the determination is made to proceed, the governor will appoint an area working group in consultation with the county commissioners, and several other declarative statements within that paragraph about what a working group looks like and what its charges are, and that it will happen. It's not an optional part of this presentation or of this process. And so I want to make sure that both the agency who initially said it was optional and everyone in the room understands that is the next step. Secondly, with regard to the question that Commissioner Bell asked early on, which I appreciate, about does the designation add anything? And I have not heard, it is unclear to me, particularly from one of the last speakers, what it does add. Initially in that conversation, the answers were about the mule deer corridor and about winter range and sage grouse and those sorts of things. What was not included in that conversation is wildlife stipulations related to what the federal government requires of companies to operate in Sublette County and all across Wyoming. Those wildlife stipulations require, in most cases, consultation with state agencies and with the federal government on all sorts of things, from air quality to water quality to land use to wildlife protections. And we heard from the agency themselves that oil and gas is already very good at voluntarily working on these projects for mitigation, but the requirements for wildlife mitigation and protection are already there, and it is very unclear to me about what a designation will add. It's not to say you shouldn't do it. I'm simply pointing out that as the commission, you're charged with taking a holistic view. And I believe Commissioner Roberts said that he did not see a downside to designation. There may not be a downside for in a vacuum of protection of just a name, a designation for pronghorn. But if it does not actually add any actual on the ground protections for pronghorn, then there really is a downside, and it's not a hypothetical one. When it comes to what the federal government will do, and more importantly, what some NGOs whose whole existence is to try to end the production of oil and gas on federal lands will do with it. There are thousands and thousands of acres in Wyoming that the BLM is not leasing and is not issuing permits on, not because a federal court has told them not to or enjoined them from doing so. It's because the BLM has looked at other litigation, sometimes even in other states, and said that they are nervous about that litigation, and so self-enjoin. And I guarantee you that in cushy offices in New York City for NGOs that that garner upwards of $250 million in revenue every year, they are looking to use something like this to try to force the BLM's hand on leases and permits. It's not hypothetical. It's real, and in my position, I have to fight it every day. Madam Chairman, Madam President, I should say, a couple other items I want to mention. There was the question, I believe, also from Commissioner Bell about reclamation. I think it is as you move forward with this process, it's incumbent upon the commission, as you think about your role in protecting pronghorn, that you have a full and deep understanding of what reclamation is and what its impacts are to the positive for pronghorn in Wyoming. There is individuals and projects and companies in Sublette County that have won national awards on reclamation. And those awards are about how much better the forage is in these areas than what was there before. And that positive impact should be understood prior to moving forward. Finally, Madam President, I wanted to point out, I wanted to further ask Director Bruce. I appreciated her talking earlier about valid existing rights. I'm not sure that I am completely clear about that answer. I would, if it's possible, I would like to know whether the agency views valid existing rights as including federal decisions, NEPA decisions, records of decision, those sorts of things issued prior to the issuance of the designation. And finally, with respect to bottlenecks in the risk assessment, there is talk about challenges to bottlenecks, both with development, both within and adjacent to. We mentioned this in our comments, and I don't believe they were responded to about what adjacent to means. The management prescriptions in the EO, of course, are clear about activity within a bottleneck, but adjacent to is has the opportunity for very large impacts. I'll stop there, Madam President. I thank you for your indulgence with remote testimony. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you, Pete, for those comments. And I would be happy to clarify because there is a lot of confusion. First of all, recognizing those individuals in the room that spent many, many hours developing this executive order and having the conversation. Both Game and Fish employees, Jim Magagna, Steve, Jess Johnson, you know, as time goes on, there's less and less of us who were in the weeds and understanding the intent. Mr. Magagna talked about that intent. And so I do acknowledge that some folks did not have that privilege of spending many, many hours on doing our roadshow with those conversations. So this is a state permit in the executive order. That's where the work comes into play. It was really clear with that committee and that governor's work that they wanted the state to be in control. The conversation, the first couple meetings was really on, say, the BLM doing amendment, a NEPA amendment in order to influence migration corridors. And then the conversation became different. And it was like, wait a minute, we want the state to influence. So let's do something where the state has control. So again, some of that historical content and how we got to this place is very important to understand. So even though it kicks in when there's a state permit, and so therefore Pete's question of then how do we grandfather in NEPA decisions? So how we would do that is, so an NPL, that is a ROD under our federal land management agencies. When they go to actually implement some of those oil and gas leases, and we get to the state permit part of that, that's when our Oil and Gas Commission would recognize that those leases are already grandfathered in, and therefore the EO does not apply. So it is a federal decision, but then the work would come when they actually go for the state permit. And so to clarify a couple other pieces, Bruce, who spoke, and I think he's left the room, so I want to acknowledge his detail in his identification of a gap in the state process. He spoke a lot about roads and how roads kind of fall through the loop. They would still fall through the loop under executive order. This designation would do nothing to help with that. The identification of this corridor and understanding where those important areas are could help. But if there's not a state permit on the action, then the executive order doesn't come into play either. So a designation on those 2 extra parcels would not do anything in that space as well. And then a little bit too on the permitting process. We talked quite a bit in this room about the Sweetwater Solar, the first solar field in the state. Definitely one where the Game and Fish was at the table. And I would say that we were unsuccessful. Because of Sweetwater Solar, we saw our state legislators step up to the plate and put in place an industrial siting council permit. So a state permit that allows us to be at the table of every commercial solar and wind development in the future. So again, if this area goes forward or not by the commission or by the governor, we still have the same ability at the table with those state permits. So just to clarify, Pete, did I answer your questions? Did you have a second one besides the grandfathering in one?
Madam President and Director Bruce, thank you so much for that explanation. I very much appreciate that. And yes, I too was in the room for the creation of the EO and understood some of that. But you know how things can morph over time. So yes, you helped me answer that question. The only other one I had specific to the language was the discussion of expansion of management actions to lands adjacent to bottlenecks.
Yeah, and thank you, Madam President, Pete. I believe that's wordage that you're referring to the risk and opportunity assessment rather than the executive order. Is that clear?
That's correct.
Yeah, so definitely that is part of the process of seeking comment on the risk and opportunity assessment, was really to go out and get that feedback. We will align the assessment with the executive order.
Thank you so much, Director Bruce.
Madam President, may I? Mr. Obermuller, this is John Masterson. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Masterson. I'm well, thank you.
Good. You made a comment early about, or you kind of alluded to what you perceived our duty is. So since you've been listening in, I'm going to have the same question for you. How do you view our duty as Wayne, our obligation to conserve wildlife and serve people with the need for development and the need for our oil and gas and agriculture industries? Can you weigh in on that?
Madam President and Commissioner Masterson, I appreciate that, and I've enjoyed listening to everyone wrestle with that question. I think it's a fair question. One of the compromises of the EO, if I can put it that way, is that it deliberately set up a two-step process, and is why I was so adamant about the working group being mandatory and not optional. Is that the very fine work of the Game and Fish staff and personnel in developing the science, and as Mr. Degenfelder pointed out, often funded by oil and gas anyway, it is a critical step, and that is the step that you oversee to make sure that that is, of course, appropriate and adequate, and develops data that's usable and helpful, from your perspective. I think that they've done that, and as industry, we're not afraid of that data, or as evidenced by the fact that we tend to pay for it. It's helpful to us as well. Where it does meet a little bit of gray area, what I'm asking you to do is to take a little bit more of a holistic approach as it moves into this second step, where other considerations are more come more to the forefront about what precisely is it that a designation does that will be on the ground helpful to the pronghorn. It's unclear to me what those precise things are. I've heard about stacking extra hay, and I've heard about opening up potential grants and those sorts of things, all of which is fine. But in contrast to what is already on the ground, if you do move it forward, I simply ask that you do it eyes wide open, and then we'll move to the next step, and that conversation will be had in a different realm, which is fine. But that's the beauty of the EO, is that two-step process, and I think you're overseeing the very end of this first step.
Sorry, I had to take it off for that one because we were getting feedback. So hopefully you guys can hear me again now. That's coming through our speakers up here, so I'm not sure about the volume on that. Sorry, I missed. Oh, okay, sorry, that the volume was on that side. So we'll just remind everyone online if you could turn your volume up just to make sure not only the commission, but the audience can hear you as well. That'd be great. Thank you. All right, Senator Pearson. Is she online? That might be it. Okay. Go ahead, Senator Pearson, if you'd like to unmute.
I thought I did. Can you hear me now?
Yes, if you could just turn your volume up as much as possible on your end, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Is that better? Okay, I hope you can all hear me. My name is Laura Pearson, Senate District 14. Thank you, Madam President, Director Bruce, and members of the commission for taking my testimony today. I have all these notes, so this is all a learning process for me. So first I wanted to say I'm concerned about the designation, but after listening to everybody today and listening to the presentation, I'm kind of on the fence on this. I have a question for the commission. Will this designation inhibit oil and gas development as far as timing on existing leases, as far as the time of year that they can drill and things like that? And then as far as your role, I'm going to answer this question first. Obviously, the commission's role is to protect the wildlife, and I understand that, and the wildlife corridors. I think it's your duty also to listen to the people. And I would like to know from you, do you feel as though because you support one industry, you must support all? Because the people of Wyoming don't feel that way. The people of Wyoming love coal and oil and gas, but I'm wondering if with this, if you can support oil and gas, you can say no to industries such as solar and wind, data centers, based on what they're doing to our state. Whether the wind farms are killing birds, data centers draining water supplies, solar, obviously the wildlife corridor. So I'm right in the middle of the 370 Highway 372 solar farm over there. And at that time, I wasn't really aware of what was going on, but I am now. And so now I am against the wind farms, the solar farms, the data centers, the nuclear, if we don't have a national repository to take that waste. Anyway, so I'm wondering, do you have the ability with this designation to kind of designate the industry that you support or don't support, or is this an all or none deal? Like, I realize that there are the existing leases that are going to be grandfathered in, but I worry about whether this is going to inhibit oil and gas from being able to drill at certain times of the year, things like that. Obviously, I am in full support of oil and gas. Oil and gas supports agriculture as well, like the gas fields down where we are. We can take a tank of water onto some of those pads, and there are good roads that are built up out there, and we can better utilize the forage and have a place to put water out there. So and I know that with reclamation, a lot of these oil and gas fields, the forage is better for the wildlife. And the oil and gas wells out there provide protection for wildlife. And what a lot of people don't realize is that when these things come in, or they're developing a pad or whatever, these animals acclimate. They get used to the traffic out there. They acclimate to it. I mean, even on the ranch, they acclimate to us driving around and don't even move, And so oil and gas provides protection. And I just feel like the 22-23 year was devastating. Like some of the other people that testified back in the 80s. I remember when that winter hit and there were antelope dying on top of White Mountain here in Rock Springs, I mean, the starvation factor is real, and that causing low immunity in these animals. Down in our area, down by Kemmer, I see a ton of antelope. So even after that devastating 22-23 winter. So I'm concerned, but at the same time, I think that there are some of these industries that really do provide habitat for our wildlife. If you remember back in 22 and 23, there were hundreds of dead antelope around oil and gas wells up around Pinedale and LaBarge, and that's because those starving antelope, were seeking protection on those well sites. And you have to think about, did we look at how many survived because of that protection? We know that there's a corridor. I mean, I see it down where I am, and at the same time, I, like many of you, worry about the wind farms, the solar farms, the data centers, all of these things that the state of Wyoming is trying to bring into Wyoming that Wyomingites do not agree with. And at some point, what Wyomingites say has got to take precedent over the money, in my opinion. And to another speaker's question as far as the federal government, we don't trust the federal government. And probably a lot of people don't trust our state government as well. We've seen what the federal government has done to us, what they were trying to propose with the BLM RMP, what they've done to us with the introduction of the wolves, and the federal government's unwillingness to listen to the Wyoming people. So I think that that's all that I have for you in these notes, but I stand for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for the senator? All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Eric Mulvar. Okay. Keep that one to the side in case he comes back. Dagny Signorelli? Okay. Dagny, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could just turn it up as high on your end, that would be helpful.
Okay. Is that any more louder?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes. Thank you thank you, President Lumball, Director Bruce, and Commissioners. My name is Dagny Signorelli, the Wyoming Director at Western Watersheds Project. So the department has suggested retaining the Red Desert and east of Farson segments as merely identified but not designated, which denies pronghorn the protections that come with designation. Without designation, new projects in those areas will not trigger state permit consultations to minimize the impacts to the corridor. And I want to just say, Wyomingites showed through the conservation in the West Poll of February of this year that 55% of Wyomingites want leadership to prioritize clean water, air, wildlife habitat, and recreation over maximizing drilling acreage. So I think, Wyomingites like oil and gas, but they also want it to be responsible, especially since pronghorn, in particular, are such an economic important part of Wyoming's economy. And dropping the Red Desert and east of Farson segments cuts more than 270,000 acres, which is about 1/10 of the corridor that Game and Fish identified. These two segments are not throwaways. They include mapped medium use, low use, and stopover habitat, which means that up to 20% of collared pronghorn use that habitat in typical years, and additional pronghorn shift onto that land in deep snow winters or when drought and disturbance pinch the main corridor. This redundancy is what allows the herd to persist through variable conditions. Removing these segments weakens the system's resilience. Now, not only is agriculture explicitly protected in the EO, but livestock already benefit hugely on these lands. In the upper green, pastures are rated poor to fair condition, which means more than half the vegetation potential is gone. And utilization standards still allow up to 65% of the forage to be taken by livestock. On top of that, designation steers funding into all kinds of projects like wildlife-friendly fencing, habitat projects, conservation easements, and road projects that landowners can benefit from. Yet, despite already consuming the majority of available forage, despite being guaranteed protection in the EO, despite incentives including directives for funding, one grazing permittee is still fighting against extending basic protections to pronghorn. Leaving the Red Desert and east of Farson as only identified would also withhold funding opportunities from the private landowners in those areas who might actually want to be incentivized to help pronghorn. Also, I just want to say there's no precedent for the federal government taking away grazing privileges because of a migration corridor designation. So President Lundvall, Director Bruce, and Commissioners, you are not bound to confirm these carve-outs. The public comments you've received are overwhelmingly in favor of full designation, and the science supports it. Please vote to recommend full designation of the Sublette Antelope Migration Corridor with all mapped segments intact. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you very much. What do you think? Linda Baker? Not online anymore? Okay, we'll come back to that one. Jana Weber? It's just a habit. I just look at that like a twitch. Not online? Okay. Tom Christensen? Okay. Tom, if you want to go ahead and unmute, we're ready for your comments.
Okay, I've unmuted. Volume is at max. Good afternoon, President Lundvall, Director Bruce, and members of the commission. I'm speaking in support of the designation of the sublet antelope migration corridor in its entirety, consistent with the governor's executive order. From 1987 to 2019, I worked as a wildlife biologist for the department in Green River. I collected and reported pronghorn population field data for the sublet pronghorn herd, made recommendations for habitat management and protection, and participated in pronghorn studies that first documented the herd's movements from winter ranges just outside Rock Springs to summer ranges as far away as Jackson Hole. I was the department's lead in the process to maintain pronghorn migration across Highway 28 west of Farson. As a result, the highway right-of-way remained unfenced, and instead a unique signing program was implemented, an effort that remains in place today. There's a long history of coexistence of humans and pronghorn as they migrate across western Wyoming. But our population and our land use actions and impacts are growing while pronghorn populations decline. We can no longer claim that Wyoming has more pronghorn than people, and that is due far more than a single bad winter. Earlier, Commissioner Masterson asked about the concept of balancing development and wildlife. I'd offer that the reality is that every time we make that balance and compromise decision, we move the fulcrum of that scale towards development, because we're not usually making a decision that increases wildlife numbers. It is just an attempt to minimize the losses while allowing the development action to proceed. The deferential nature of the migration executive order to development is an example of this. There's nothing in the EO that enhances pronghorn habitat. It only attempts to protect what exists or reduce what might be lost. I submit that the sublet pronghorn herd utterly defines the purpose of the EO. I ask that you recommend the governor designate the sublet pronghorn migration corridor in its entirety, including the identified corridors in the East Farson and Red Desert segments. One of the rationales used for not recommending designation of these segments is the supposed lack of threats. However, just 3 months ago, the USGS Geological Survey released a report that vastly increases the estimates of undiscovered, technically recoverable oil and gas reserves in southwest Wyoming. As a result, the BLM will be updating the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan with revised estimates of oil and gas reserves and development scenarios. Also, the opportunity for revising migration corridors in the future is questionable because of the lack of an identified adaptive management process within the EO. The time for designation is now. Thank you for your work, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Any questions? Thank you. Jasmine Allison? All right, Jasmine, if you're online, you can go ahead and unmute.
All right. Hi, can you hear me okay?
If you could just turn up your volume as much as possible.
I think it's there. Okay, how's that?
Thank you.
You bet. All right, President, Director, Commissioners, thank you for your time. I know you're probably really ready for lunch. There's been a lot of great comments and seeing both sides of this and everyone really involved in caring for the sublet antelope herd. I'm Jasmine Allison with Pure West, and I have been in Sublet County for over 20 years, and I've had the privilege of working on the Pinedale Anticline for over 18 years. And Pure West is a little big company. So we are maybe smaller in the grand scheme of oil and gas across the nation, but we are a big deal in Wyoming. We're one of the largest natural gas producers, and our asset is the Pinedale Anticline. We've provided comment before, so I'm not going to rehash all of those things, but I do want to draw your attention to that central segment. And that's where the Pinal anticline sits and where Pure West operates. And we work under a BLM ROD, Record of Decision Supplemental Environmental Impact Statement. And I'd like to point out that the Pinal anticline is somewhere around 96% federal lands. And so the federal government, the BLM, they have to go through that NEPA process. And the document that we abide by and work under absolutely took wildlife into consideration. And, you know, some of the questions floating around about what does this really protect if we have a designation? What more does it do? What betterment does it have? And then what harm does it have? And I'm with Pete. I don't, from PAW, I don't see what additional protections this is adding. We fully support and work with Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thank you to Jill for your comments on the Game and Fish working together with industry. I absolutely believe that, and we experienced that firsthand. And all of that excellent work between us, as well as the Oil and Gas Commission and the BLM, those are things that are happening all the time and have been, and they will continue to, whether this is designated as a corridor or not. You know, for Pure West, we're deeply committed to the responsible stewardship of our natural environment. This includes respecting and supporting the sublette antelope herd, as well as all the wildlife that share the landscape where we operate. And we recognize the importance of preserving migration patterns, habitat, the ecological balance, and we work diligently to ensure our activities are conducted with care and consideration for the well-being of these species. And then we're also heavily regulated. And that's where I don't necessarily see this addition of this designation, you know, having a great effect. And someone had made the comment like, well, why not, right? And I think the risk for harm is actually pretty large. Some of the things that we saw with the last administration coming out with the Rock Springs RMP, the sage grouse, draft RMP that they proposed, there were a lot of problems with them listening to the state, and the state does have an MOU with the federal government. And we want those things to be honored. And collecting all of this science is very important to us. And we make decisions informed based off of this scientific information. And it has everything to do with where we cite things. I think, the talk about the solar industry and maybe some of the failures in citing the site, I think that those could be fixed even without a designation of this corridor. So a couple of things for us, it really is all about the details that go into the EO. And we do have some concern around the language in those appendixes C and E. And I think, the big thing that we want the Game and Fish to be focused on is, of course, preserving wildlife, but not to the detriment of the public. And with that, that's, where Diggenfelder was really talking about what are the benefits socially and economically that are coming from the oil and gas industry. And they're pretty huge. Between Pure West and Jonah Energy, and not to speak for them, but we make up 95% of Sublette County's income. And that's really significant. And then, people across the board have positive comments about oil and gas to the benefit of the whole state as it is. And I appreciate Laura's comments about the difference maybe between oil and gas and some of those other energy sectors. And we are a firm believer in that you need all the energy, right? But what are those impacts that you're trying to avoid? And forecasting is absolutely the most difficult thing to do. We don't know what is going to come next. I think I could say, I don't believe that a solar farm is going to end up on the Pinedale Anticline right next to us. But who's to say, right? I don't think that it would pass Game and Fish Review and the siting of the location. And like I said, the Pinedale Anticline is predominantly on federal land, and so that siting is going to happen, and Game and Fish is going to be present along with BLM wildlife biologists. And what they all have in common there is making sure that wildlife have a place in how we move forward as a society. So I think some of those problems can be overcome and they don't need the designation to happen. I would like to say that, you know, the working group will be really effective at hopefully if there's any language that needs to be cleaned up or clarified, that they're able to do that. And if this does move forward as a designation, but I don't think you have that need. I think you've got enough work that happens without it. And that's it. Happy to take questions.
Any questions? Yes.
Madam President, I have a question. And is it Jasmine?
It is. Hi.
This is Commissioner Roberts. Hi. And I don't know whether or not that, and I just want to throw it out to you and I've heard from a lot of the, of course, oil and gas. One thing that strikes me as really odd is not one time have I heard from anything from solar or wind people. Why? Where are they in this process? Why? I mean, you see them, you see windmills going up everywhere. You see solar things, but you never hear from, you never hear from them. Do you have any kind of insight on that, or am I just throwing it out there for no particular reason?
Gosh, I don't have an answer for that. I don't think you're wrong. I don't know that I've heard many voices in a number of different areas, not just this species. You know, maybe we heard a little bit from them with the sage grouse, but maybe not as much. And I think it's evolved pretty rapidly in the last few years, right? I mean, if you're on the corridor and you're driving to Cheyenne, like look how many wind turbines you see. I think it's newer, maybe. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you.
And thank you. It's just, to me, it's just kind of like a magical group that appears and puts windmills and solar and leaves. I don't know, but I'm just saying thanks.
Yeah, you bet. I mean, and you know, even for the BLM, right? Like we're on BLM land. The BLM's mission is to preserve the use of those lands for future generations. And it's for multi-use, right? And so that's why some of those hairy things like the Rock Springs RMP were so shocking in a negative way, is that they were maybe not preserving for people to use the land. It was just preservation upon preservation. And so I think that there's a mindful way to do anything. And siting is a big deal. I mean, some of the iterations that we go through for where we're going to put a well pad site could include simple things like maybe you're going to put the topsoil on one side of the pad location because it's shielding sage grouse, right? And you might not be right next to them, but why not? It doesn't hurt anything. And then they could be big things like maybe we won't go in that area of that section and we can still reach our bottom holes, but we're going to go over on the other side of this section and we're going to use some of the topography to assist us that helps wildlife and movement. And that's also part of our record of decision. We can't have a pad everywhere. The idea was not to cut up the landscape too much to prohibit movement of wildlife. So I think that there's a place for all of that. And definitely wind and solar should be included in that. You know, I think it was Laura that brought up avian species. We are very concerned about avian species, and then the measures of protection that we go through, we would never look to gain a permit for take, an incidental take. And that is a common practice for wind. And, that doesn't have to do with this antelope species, but I think the point is there are ways to cite projects that should be environmentally friendly as best you can.
Thank you.
You bet. And Rusty, thanks for the point about reclamation. I mean, a lot of what we saw for high use and stopover, when we layer that into our GIS layers, it is largely our reclamation projects, and those have been reclaimed for more than 10 years. There's still active production, and the antelope still visit the area, and that's a big deal. I think that really paints the picture of that we're doing something right and that our wildlife seed mix is doing its job.
All right, thank you very much. Mark Newcomb, is Mark online? Okay, that's the last one I have, so I'm going to go through the ones that we were checking on earlier. Jana Weber. Linda Baker. And then Eric Mulvar. Okay, all right, that's all the public comment sheets that I have. I know we have some follow-up questions from the commission, specifically for Martin and Jill. Commissioner Masterson, would you like to start that out, please?
Madam President, thank you. I sent a note to Wayne and asked him to pull up a slide from the presentation. Question relates to that. If you've got that, Wayne. That's the one. Here's, if I may, here's my question. This down here, the new collar data. What is that telling me? I understand you've got 54 collared individuals, but when it comes to connectivity, when it comes to overlap, when it comes to the connection between those two corridors and this main group of 8, what is that telling me? And the second question is, you got 54 collared, but what is that? Is that like everyone in that herd is collared? Is it like 1 out of 100? I don't know the herd size down there.
President Linval, Commissioner Masterson, I'll do my best to answer your question. The red lines are a sequence. So that's one movement, and that could be going to the summer range or the winter range. So they could have multiple sequences. It totaled out to 117. So every animal moved at least twice, if you do the math, and then some might have moved a little bit more. Your second question, remind me again, you were.
Well, what does that tell me about any overlap or connection between the 8 versus the 2 that have been the topic of discussion?
So those 50, President Linval, Commissioner Masterson, those 54 callers were throughout the whole herd unit. Focusing mainly on that southern end because that's where managers realized we had some missing data gaps. That red, basically, when I look at that map, that tells me that our previous collaring efforts from 2002 through 2022 were pretty much right on. I was, to be honest, I was not expecting this. I was expecting to see something different. I was expecting to see a lot of more bold, solid red lines going all the way down to Rock Springs and then going back up through that center segment. That's not really what they did. They did what they did. I can't make them do something different.
Sure.
So there was overlap, but actually what it tells me is we got it right the first time.
Understood.
Okay.
Any idea of the herd size? I'm just trying to get an, you know, your sample was 54 animals. Just any idea? Sorry to catch you off guard. I just,
I should know this, shouldn't I? It did decrease significantly from 22, 23 till now. It was, thank you.
look at that.
Prior to 22, 23 winter, we're around 43,000 pronghorn. After that, we were around 20. It increased slightly from 24 to 25 by about 5,000 pronghorn. We're
Okay.
sitting around 25,000 pronghorn
Okay.
for that whole herd unit.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? Discussion?
Everything.
I don't know. Let's find out.
And I mean, and to kick us off, I would move to incorporate the new scientific data and formally designate all 10 segments of the Sublette Antelope Corridor in its entirety. I believe that with 20 years of science data and the vast support of the public, I believe this should move forward to the next stage. And that's just to get this kicked off. Thank you. So that's
right.
my move.
So we have a two-part motion on the table to include the use of the additional data collected, as well as identifying all 10 segments to the governor.
Madam
Right.
President, I would I'd make a point of order. I'm troubled by the two-part motion. If our good friend from Kemmerer would be willing to make them separately, I think it might be cleaner.
Thank you from the esteemed colleague from Casper, center of everywhere.
The fish caucus is about to start.
I believe that I would move, I would change my motion to have two separate different motions on that, I believe. So.
All right, so let's start with the first one then. We have a motion on the table that the commission approves the use of additional data collected in the 22 to 25 input from the corridor for the corridor.
Madam President, it would be my honor to second that motion from my friend from Kemmerer.
I'm just happy they're at opposite ends of it.
We split them on purpose, yeah. Any additional comments or questions on the motion and second on the table? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so that motion passes. So then the second motion on the table from Commissioner Roberts would be,
And I can repeat that,
Okay.
Madam President, that I would move to incorporate and formally designate all 10 segments of the Sublette Antelope Corridor in its entirety.
all right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. All those in favor?
May we,
You want to do it one at a time?
Can we discuss that for a moment?
Sure, sorry, go ahead, discussion.
I apologize and I have a few comments. I've been struggling with trying to figure out how to balance all the respective interests of the people involved. And I keep coming back to we're the Game and Fish Commission, and that statement of the department we oversee is conserving wildlife, serving people. I am absolutely not blind or deaf to the interests of our critical energy industry or our heritage in the agricultural industry, development that's ongoing or to come. And I'm also aware of all the comments of the public who's weighed in heavily. And I appreciate that because I thrive on those comments and they make me even more torn. Comments about what the future concerns will be, I don't know what to do with that because that's such an unknowable. It's such a crapshoot. We don't know what's going to happen. And if you would, as the commenter said, you know, if we would have known what was coming 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we probably would have done all sorts of things differently. I can't muster a lot of weight for the, you know, if this happens, then that might. And I say that with respect for the concerns, because I absolutely get what you're saying about these things can be twisted on us. But I come back to the executive order and I read it as, what does it do? It does what Wyoming can do in this situation. I think it is very respectful of private property, agricultural, oil and gas, energy development. It acknowledges development will happen. You know, if you read the whereas, migration corridors are essential to the maintenance of viable mule deer and antelope. Wildlife that utilize these corridors are highly valued by the people and contribute significantly to the economy and reputation of Wyoming. And land associated with migration corridors provide the state and nation with multiple use opportunities that are integral to Wyoming's revenues, jobs, and way of life. And as I read that executive order, it is a magnificent job of respecting private property, respecting our way of life, and acknowledging that development is going to happen. But I think we need to flag some things that are very, very important. A couple other points to Commissioner Bell's question, what does it add if we include those two sections? I could turn that around and say, well, the logical extension of that would be what does designating anything add? So I'm struggling with that as well. The executive order does what it can on what my rough calculation is 4% of the acreage of this total area. I'd also note that if we do not designate something, there is nothing the governor or any working group can do. If we do designate it, they have the discretion to say, no, we're not going to do that. And we have a process in this executive order. That's another reason why it's such a great one. We have a really good process of checks and balances. We do the science, we do all this, then it comes to us and goes back to you, and then it comes back to us, and then it goes to the governor, and that goes to work to the governor. And I take great comfort in that as well. I do think we need to be proactive, but I think we need to be measured. And as someone said, if not us, who? I think development can happen under that. There's a lot of off-ramps available in this executive order. If something comes up, if we do something wrong, if the working group disagrees, there's a lot of off-ramps. So I know it sounds like I'm perilously close to joining my fellow commissioner in his motion, but I need you to know this is a struggle. This is hard. And I say that out of respect for all of you and understanding, I believe, where you're coming from. So sorry, I had to get that out. I'm done.
Any other discussion on the vote? Commissioner Bell?
Yeah, sure, Madam President. I appreciate my friend from Casper and his talk. Anyway, so yeah, so this has been great. It's been really good to hear from everybody, the comments, and I have been dealing with the federal government and mineral issues for quite a while. And through 3 different administrations. And I think we are, as the commission, and I think the question posed to a lot of different folks today was good to hear their answer. And the EO really does direct us to consider all threats to the corridor in addition to science. And but we also need to listen to the people, and I think the people want to see this corridor designated. I don't know that the designation is better than just identifying it. I don't know that the future isn't going to have, actually, I probably do know that the future is going to have an administration at some point that is going to use the designation to limit our industries. I just have no doubt about that. But I think that, and that might be 20 years from now. But at this point right now, I think the people want to see a designation, and I'm going to go along with what the people have said. I hope that the next step that is evaluated immensely, what could happen, and is the identification of these, what we've already done, is that good enough? Do we already do enough through what we've done? I think we'll find that out, but I think this step of the process and where we are in these seats, I'm gonna go ahead and join my friend from southwestern Wyoming and designate and vote to designate all 10 of these and move it forward through the process.
Madam President, I having only been serving on the commission for a few months and kind of coming in after the fact of this coming to light to the commission, you know, I've had some catching up to do. And I'm grateful for the help that's come from the department. Martin Hicks has filled me in on a lot of stuff. Director Bruce has as well. But also I've had a lot of conversations with constituents, people in oil and gas industry and agriculture, and just people that are concerned for pronghorn. I mean, we've even got a guy here from North Dakota that doesn't live here, but he recognizes what we have. And I hope that we certainly aren't taking it for granted. In my line of work as an outfitter, and people coming to the state of Wyoming from all over the world, essentially, see what we have to offer here and know that it's very, very precious and I would even say sacred. And so being mindful of that and hearing everybody's input today is made me kind of want to go back and forth. I absolutely trust the department and all of their work and very tireless work. And I appreciate all of that data. And as technology has improved, the technology or the data has been more refined and even supporting more of what's already been there. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate everybody coming here and weighing in on that. And there's always the big unknown is the wild card of federal bureaucracy, right? And I appreciate Commissioner Roberts asking the question about where's solar and wind. You know, it seems like all of this stuff just kind of happens to pop up overnight. And those of you that have been in the oil and gas industry your entire lives, when have you ever seen your permitting process happen that fast? It doesn't, but why does it for them, right? So it seems like a lot of you aren't getting to play by the same rules, and there's exceptions made for others that aren't here participating in this conversation. And I too tend to not make decisions based on what if, because there's so many outliers and so many what ifs. But I think being mindful of that, somebody said something today that there was, you know, things that there's no precedents set, you know, of permits being taken away or whatever else. But there's also times that things that were unprecedented that happened that were very significant and severe. And that takes a toll. And I certainly want to be mindful of that, of conserving wildlife but also serving the people, because they all go hand in hand. And so, yeah, I just wanted everybody to know that's where my thoughts are, going back and forth and making sure that we're doing the right things to be proactive and put things in place to give the state more power and limiting the feds because they're, again, things can change in a matter of a few years that we don't have control over. But if we're proactive in leading, this is unprecedented. This doesn't exist anywhere else. This executive order doesn't exist anywhere else in the United States. Game and fish agencies and commissions aren't dealing with this. So we're setting the precedents, and I think that's very, very important. And it's, we're little Wyoming, but we're not so little. We're pretty mighty. And I think what we say and what we do influences a lot of other states and people, and it encourages them to get behind us and support us. But also, I think the most important thing is to unify us. So I appreciate all of the input that has been offered here, not only today, but throughout this entire process, and all of the information, the data that's been collected. So thank you, Madam President.
Any other questions, comments, discussion from the commission before the vote?
Hear my vote.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the table with a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes.
Madam President, just one quick thing on.
Sure.
I would ask that this board consider, and whether it's just language, but Steve does have some really good points, and I think moving that language forward to the governor, to the working group with existing leases and contracts shall not be impacted along with other private property rights. I think that makes sense. And I think that future oil and gas leasing should not be reduced. And I think just there's some real concerns on that from industry, from the way Wyoming is funded. Currently, Game and Fish is not funded that way. That doesn't mean that's not going to change if things go to not very good in the future, 20 years from now. And so I think unintended consequences, just having them look at that and look at that language and see, I don't know if that's in the form of a motion, but I think we can give the direction of
Sure.
the department to.
Any other
move that.
discussion regarding that from the commission? Everybody okay with passing that along as well?
Yes.
Okay, we'll make sure that that's included in our suggestion. All right, should we take a break? All right, let's take a break. And then we will come back after a short break and carry on with the rest of the agenda. Thank you again so much for all of the public comment. Thank you for those dieharders that have stayed with us. We appreciate your your commitment, considering we just lost 95% of the room. All right, we're going to keep moving ahead. Deputy Chief Zaft. Let's talk about fishing boats.
All right, well, thanks for hanging in here for an abrupt gear change. There is coffee over there now. I saw lots of people trying to hit the coffee, so I won't be offended if anybody gets up to get a cup of coffee. I'm going to be talking today about a proposed new regulation. Well, let me start over, Ashley, our Commission President involved, Director Bruce, members of the commission. I'm Dave Zaft, Deputy Chief of Fisheries, and I'm going to talk about commercially guided fishing boats, which should be a little less controversial topic than the last one, but I think most would. And but I am going to take some time to give some review about how we got here, take a little bit different approach from usual, given that this is a brand new regulation. You don't have a bunch of strike through stuff in front of you. So I'm gonna give a little bit of history about the legislation that brought us here and the creation of a commercial guided fishing boat advisory board. I'm going to spend most of my time actually on the draft regulation that went out for public comment, and then review what we heard from the public, and then the few changes that we made to the draft regulation. So some of the stuff I'll be talking about for the next 15 or so minutes is no longer in the regulation, but I just want to take you along to how we got to where we are now, and then I'll answer any questions and request commission approval of the new regulation. Starting with a little bit of history, we actually had a statute prior to 1989 that required fishing guides and outfitters to be registered in the state of Wyoming. And we actually had commission authority to regulate the number of fishing outfitters and guides operating on the waters of the state. We did not allow non-residents to be registered as fishing guides and outfitters at that time. In 1989, that statute was repealed and new legislation created the Big Game Outfitter Board, and fishing guides and outfitters were not included in that new statute. So over the last many years, there have been 10 different attempts prior to the 2025 session to bring back legislation regarding fishing guides and outfitters, and they've all failed until the 2025 session when House Bill 5 was passed and created new statute 233206 called Commercially Guided Fishing Boats Regulatory Authority Advisory Board and Definitions. So going through that statute briefly, it has three main parts to it. And the first part is really a pretty big one, but it gives the commission authority to set limits on or otherwise regulate the number of guided fishing boats using the waters of the state. And that section A uses a may, the commission may do that. That's the first significant part of the Wyoming statute through 233206. The second one was that it created a commercially guided fishing boat advisory board. So soon after the legislation was passed, Alan and you all went to work creating this advisory board, which is structured by statute the same way the commission is structured, with 7 members. These members serve 4-year terms, and the requirement in statute was that 2 of the 7 represent drift boat guide businesses operating in Wyoming. That board was created with 3 guides and outfitters on it. They're the top 3 there. Christopher Hayes out of Pinedale area was elected chair. Blake Jackson out of Casper is the vice chair, and John Schwalbe, another outfitter out of Thermopolis, is also on the board. And I'd also note Ian McCreary from TU is on the 7-member board. So that part of the legislation was implemented, and that board met a number of times this summer. The House Bill 5 also required that that board work with the commission to, not later than this November, come up with recommendations to the Joint Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources Interim Committee on who's going to carry the torch and make decisions about this regulating of guides and outfitters moving forward into the future. And so the board's primary charge, other than to help us with developing a regulation, was to figure out who's going to do this going forward. Is it going to be this newly created board? Is it going to be the existing guide and outfitter board, or an expanded version of that board? So that's the real charge of the board. The third part of the statute, which is really the reason we're here today, is that it is pretty specific and told the commission to develop regulations governing the registration of commercially guided fishing boats using any river, lake, or section thereof, and a means to track that use, and require a registration and payment of a fee, and to get that implemented quick by this January 1st. And it was very specific that the program would involve a sticker for the boat and a registration sticker for a trailer. So keep in mind, I'm going to spend the next number of slides going through the draft regulation that was taken out to the public. But the statute, Section C, did say we must require the registration of commercial boats, develop a means of tracking those boats, charge an annual fee, get it implemented by the 1st of next year, and utilize this sticker system. So that's what we have attempted to do. We had a meeting of the advisory board on May 1st. We went to work on the draft regulation. But even before it was finally the House Bill 5 passed, and went to the board with a draft regulation. At that meeting, the board members elected Chris president and Blake Jackson vice chair and chair. And they reviewed our draft regulation in which we had proposed a fee structure of $600 for the first boat owned by an individual and a reduced fee for additional boats owned by individuals. And they approved some draft reporting deadlines that we'd incorporated in the regulation, and reviewed the rest of the thing before we took it out to public comment. The first section of the draft regulation, like all of our regulations, is just a statutory section that where the Game and Fish gets its authority to implement this registration program. And it also refers to the new statute 233206, and then section 2 is just the section that has an effective date, like our fishing regulations. Rather than going to effect upon signature of the governor, it goes effective on January 1st. Then you go into a definition section. The statute included 4 real important definitions, and so in the regulation we reference the statute that those are out there, and they apply to the draft regulation as well as the statute. And those are commercially guided fishing boat, which those underlined terms are other defined definitions in the statute, but a commercially guided fishing boat means a fishing boat that's operated by an outfitter or professional fishing guide to provide fishing guide services for financial gain. A fishing guide services means for hire or remuneration, accompanying and providing assistance to a person on a river or lake or section thereof for the purpose of fishing. Operate means to navigate or otherwise use a commercially guided fishing boat. And then lastly, the longest definition uses the terms outfitter and professional fishing guide fairly synonymously, where we know they aren't really, but for the purposes of the statute and the reg, outfitter or professional fishing guide means a person who advertises or holds himself out to the public for hire for the purpose of financial gain to provide fishing guide services, excluding any person who furnishes fishing equipment or boats to a person for exclusively personal or temporary use. Outfitter or professional fishing guide includes any person requiring payment of fees or remuneration for providing personal services on a river or lake or section thereof for the purposes of fishing. So those are the 4 definitions that come from statute. And then we added 2 additional definitions in the regulation. Those are registrant and registration sticker. In the draft regulation, we said that the registrant means the owner of a commercially guided fishing boat that has an unexpired registration, and that a registration sticker is this commercially guided fishing boat registration sticker that would look something like this, probably exactly like this, which looks like our AIS decal, except that we replace AIS with guide, and rather than being located on the bow of the boat, it would be on the stern of the vessel. The next section of the regulation goes into how we would designate boats and trailers. We said that owners must register individual commercially guided fishing boats before they can be operated on any water of the state by an outfitter or guide to provide fishing guide services. And then looking at the definition of outfitter and guide, and looking at this 3rd section of the statute, we just thought the intent was to include fishing guide services that would include bow fishing, another form of fishing that has kind of a growing number of guides and outfitters that are taking clients out for financial gain. We proposed an annual registration fee of $600 for the first boat by any individual owner, and allowed that individual to register up to 4 additional boats at a reduced fee of $100. So they could register 5 boats for $1,000 if they owned 5 boats. That was really just based on our look at the rules from the Wyoming Boards of Outfitters and Professional Fishing Guides where they charge $1,600 for an application fee for an outfitter, and then an annual fee of $600 for the outfitter, $145 for the guide. We initially looked at, well, let's do 600 and 100 as a discounted structure for the first boat and additional boats. In section 4, we, in alignment with the statute, said that we'd issue 2 stickers and a registration certificate, 1 sticker for the boat, 1 for the trailer. Like our AIS decals and like watercraft registrations, they'd be good for the calendar year. They wouldn't be 365-day deals. And that we would add a 5-character registration number, much like a motorized watercraft registration number, that would be located right in front of the decal on the near the stern of the boat, 3 inches high. That number would be assigned by the department when somebody registered a boat, and it would be up to the boat owner to affix the appropriate number on their guided fishing boat. We clarified that if you had an inflatable, you could use a placard and attach the registration sticker and the number to a placard instead, and that it's a little bit smaller sticker and number that would go on a trailer, on the tongue of the trailer. We said that expired stickers had to be removed, no longer displayed, and that like our AIS decal program, that for the first 30 days following purchase, you could use a proof of purchase in lieu of a registration sticker. Since these things will likely be coming out of Cheyenne headquarters, it gives us time to get them to the purchaser. We said that registration stickers can't be moved from one boat to another. And if a boat is sold, the registration sticker would have to be removed. They wouldn't be transferable from one owner to the next because that number tells us who that individual is. The damaged registration stickers could be replaced for a fee of $25, and that if you sold a boat and trailer and removed those stickers, you'd likely destroy them in the process. So we would issue a new set that would be valid for the remainder of the calendar year for $50. One of the things that we dealt with after discussion with the board at our first meeting with them was that there are probably every fishing guide takes private trips. And so they have their fishing boat, and some of them may only take a few private trips a year, but there are other guides who primarily use their boat for guided trips and for private trips, and they only guide 1 or 2 trips a year. So we thought we ought to have a means of identifying when a boat is out there on the water, if they're actually guiding a trip that day or if they're on a private trip. So the draft language said that the operator would be responsible to partially cover or obscure the registration on the side of the boat. It's based on what's apparently done in Montana when they're on a private trip, or if a placard was being displayed on an inflatable, that it would just be removed on a private trip. There's 2 more sections of the reg. One's on records and reports, and section 5 is, and this was our attempt to implement the statutory recommendation for means of tracking. So we said that the registrants would maintain records on forms we provide. Generally, when we require records in regulation, we specify exactly what is going to be required on those records. So we listed those things: the name of the registrant, the registration number, the name of the outfitter through who the trip was scheduled, the name of the boat operator. We said boat operator because fishing guide and outfitter are used synonymously in the definition. The date of the trip, the waters fished, and the river segment fished. And there's another statute that already requires that if you're required to keep records, you have to make them available for inspection during normal business hours, but we incorporated that into the regulation as well. And then we said that these records would have to be submitted twice annually, first time in July for the period of January through June, and the second time on January 15th for the remainder of the year. And the thought process there was really that this is really the beginning of a program. And it's really a data gathering phase. We don't know how many guides and outfitters are out there, and we don't know where they're operating. And we wanted to be able to inform the board, ourselves, and TRW in the middle of the summer, and not just in July of the year after all of the trips were actually taken, on what occurred. So we recommended biennial reporting. And the final section is on revocation of a commercially guided fishing boat registration, and the couple of conditions under which we could revoke a registration. And that was for failure to properly display a registration when it's supposed to be there, or failure to keep and report records. And as in many of our regs, we provided a means for a registrant to contest that revocation should it occur. So that draft regulation was taken out to the public for a 50-day public comment period back in June and July. And we conducted 8 public meetings around the state. We went to Saratoga and Laramie, Casper, Claremont, Cody, Pinedale, Jackson, and Afton, and talked to the public. We had 99 people show up at those 8 meetings. Got quite a bit of an understanding about how people actually operate around the state and how diverse that can be in different parts of the state. We received written comments from 40 different folks and went through each of those that you have in your commission notebooks. I tried to characterize whether or not they supported it or didn't support the regulation. That's not a question we asked. It looked to me like 50% of the respondents clearly supported the regulation of guides and outfitters, and the bulk of the regulation. About a quarter of them clearly did not. We're pretty opposed. And a little more than a quarter gave us constructive feedback on what we had proposed, but really hard to discern whether or not they would say they approved or didn't approve what we were proposing. So the most common comments that we heard, not just at meetings, but definitely evident in the written comments as well, were that $600 for the owner of a boat, especially if it was a small business operator, was too much. They thought that was too high, and really didn't like the idea that we based it on an outfitter fee. When they said, I'm registering a boat, I'm not an outfitter, that's kind of apples and oranges. I didn't really like that that's where we said that came from. And there was a strong sentiment at public meetings in particular that you guys got to charge the non-residents more. There should be deference to the locals who've been operating on the waters for a long time. And we heard that comment in writing as well. A couple of the other comments that we heard and tried to consider were that outfitters ought to be able to register the boats of the guides that are working for them. It shouldn't be the owner that's registering a boat. A lot of times the guide might own the fishing boat, but an outfitter might hire 3 more guides for a couple of weeks during the peak of the fishing season. And those folks shouldn't have to pay $600 to run a couple of trips for an outfitter. But if the outfitter could register those boats and then also do the reporting, that they're also the ones who are already preparing reports for the BLM and the Forest Service, and just that they were the logical ones to be reporting. We heard that you got to provide a way for us to register something temporarily. If we break an axle or get a flat tire or break an oar lock, we got to pay $600 or if we borrow a boat from a neighbor who's not a guide, that individual has to register that boat for $600 and then report my trip. Give us some sort of temporary. They didn't like July reporting. They said that's peak season. It's a bad time for us to have to worry about that. And there was some opposition to language about partially obscuring these stickers, especially on a trailer. They said, I can put something over that, but anybody can come along and take it off when I'm out there on the water. And how are you going to enforce that? How are you going to determine that I didn't intend to partially obscure something? So those were things that we heard in written comments, but I think I heard them all in meetings as well. So the few changes, there's really only 3 changes that we made to the regulation that I reviewed, but they're all substantive, and so they have a lot of ramifications. The first was to redefine the registrant, so it could be anybody. Whoever pays the fee and gives us their personal information is issued a sticker for a boat, and that need not be the owner. So an outfitter could register as many boats as he wants. He could register the boats of his or her fishing guides, could borrow a boat and register it. So we changed the definition of registrant from owner to just the individual who's purchasing the registration sticker. Probably the most substantial or significant thing we did was to suggest that stickers be transferable between boats. And that was as much of an attempt to address the concern about the fees are too high as it was to try to deal with this temporarily borrowing a vessel or borrowing a trailer. Talking with our folks internally about the idea of issuing temporaries, logistically, it looked really, really difficult. We struggled to come up with an alternative to address that concern. So we recommended that these stickers be transferable, and the next 3 or 4 slides are about the ramifications of that. But guides and outfitters would only need to purchase the number of stickers necessary for the boats that they have in the water at one time. Heard from guides that said, I have 3 different boats, but I only use one at a time. Why should I have to pay $800 for that? So this structure would allow them, if that's actually the case, to purchase 1 sticker and move it around depending on the conditions on the water and the boat they choose to use. If a boat or trailer is borrowed temporarily, the sticker could be moved to that boat without purchasing another. So when the boat's out there on the water, for our purposes, we can still identify that it's a guided fishing boat. And when we're trying to track, the same people are still going to be reporting on the trips they took. So we think it would meet our needs. But some other things that it does is that it means that no sticker would have to be permanently affixed to any watercraft. Somebody could do that if they want, and they wouldn't be able to transfer it, but that might be the case of a kokanee guide on the gorge who doesn't have any intention to move anything around. It would simplify the designation of guided boats and trailers by, we decided if we're going to do that, we're just going to eliminate that 5-digit registration number that looks like a watercraft number. It also has to be affixed near the stern. We'll get rid of that, and we'll actually put the number on the sticker following the calendar year. So idea being, we'd purchase a bunch of stickers that are sequentially numbered, a 3-inch one for a boat and a 2-inch one for a trailer. And when somebody pays their registration fee, they're issued both of these. We know that number belongs to Commissioner Haskell or whoever, and we know who they are on the water, and they're the person responsible for reporting, but we wouldn't have the additional big number on the side of the boat or on the tongue of the trailer. It also addresses the challenge that we were faced with then was, how are we going to deal with transferability on a trailer? You can put a placard on a boat and you're going down the river and nobody's going to steal it. If you placard a trailer, somebody can come by and swipe it while it's in the parking lot or destroy it, so you get a citation or something else. Couldn't really figure out how to deal with that, but we also heard from some guides, and Cody in particular, that don't use trailers, said, how are you going to identify my truck in the parking lot? So we proposed the idea of a dashboard slip as an additional means of tracking that would be very much like our vehicle permission slip for a hunter management area, that you could just print off our website. It would have the number on it, put it on the dashboard of your car when you're on an outfitted trip. If you're on a private trip, you just don't make it visible. If you lose it, you can print another one off the website, but that would have to be displayed when you were on a commercial trip. The last thing we did was address the fee. In addition to making things transferable, we decided to propose to the board a single reduced fee. And rather than have a discounted fee that a number of guides and outfitters, especially the smaller operators, pointed out that that fee structure they thought was really preferential to the biggest operators in the state who have the most boats that they actually own, that are all on the water at one time, and they ought to pay more. And that the idea that that would provide a break to the smaller operator wasn't as true. So we thought we'd come up with a single fee that was applicable to any boat that was registered, whether they be a resident or non-resident, or a small operator, a big operator. But we really weren't ready when we went to the board to suggest exactly what that fee would be, because if it's too high, we know we're gonna have low compliance initially. We're gonna have poor records submitted and reported, and we're probably gonna have people saying, you know, catch me if you can, what's the penalty? If it's too low, we might have better compliance, a lot of reporting, and just not generate the revenue necessarily. So this isn't a new unfunded program for the department. But we went to, I skipped one thing. I pointed out earlier that there was some public comment, heard it regularly in meetings, but only a few people actually submitted comments that said, I don't want to report in July. We decided not to try to accommodate that concern. We think that these records should be kept after every trip. They're supposed to be available for inspection upon reasonable notice. It's not something we want happening in July 10th of every year. So I really don't think it would be that onerous to keep these records. And we did hear feedback that we're living in a past century if we really intend to use paper and then crunch data by hand with everything that's submitted. So we fully intend to work with our IT section and have online reporting available for next season. And we didn't make any changes, did not think that would be too onerous, and thought the benefits of having the data for TRW, the department, and the board outweighed that concern. So then we went to the last commercial fishing boat advisory board meeting that we've had so far, and we were prepared to talk about this revised regulation and how we thought we could address comments. So we met with the board, we reviewed all the comments, we told them what we thought we heard. We went through what I just went through with you, how we'd propose adjusting the regulation, and so that we still needed to come up with a fee. The board asked us to go back and, not surprisingly, keep that fee as low as you possibly can, but recoup your costs. And that's what we attempted to do. So doing that, I spent a lot of time trying to do that, and it's an impossible task. I'll just say it's an impossible task. We have a pretty good idea what we spent on the program. Our fiscal division gave us a code to use. We track our hours when we do anything with fishing outfitters and guides. We've all hopefully been coding to that thing. And I can tell you that to date, we've spent about $60,000 on the implementation of this program already. And that's the travel cost for our board, going to these public meetings and other things that have happened. But we also got some real good estimates from our IT section on what's this online reporting going to take and cost, and making these stickers available, printing the stickers, shipping them out of our mail room, those sorts of things. So we came up with what we think is a reasonable estimate of about $125,000 a year to implement this program. And we're starting out having spent about $60,000 already. But when you get to the revenue end of things, it all falls apart. You know, we've tried to survey our regional supervisors and crews, but how many guides do you think are out there operating? And they gave us their best swags, and we have a number that's somewhere between 775 and 1,000 that came from them. But if it's anything like our AIS decal program, we're going to start out with poor compliance. Not necessarily intentional. We'll have to do a good job with outreach and stuff, but I think we'll see the number of registrants increase over time. And when you add that complexity of transferability, we have no idea how many of these guides have 3 or 4 boats and how many stickers they'll be purchasing. So the revenue part was really the most difficult for us, but we ended up looking at our projections of both expenditures and income and recommending $325 per sticker. With that, I'd say, you know, we'd happy to answer any questions, but we recommend the commission vote to approve this new Chapter 71 on commercially guided fishing boats as proposed.
Madam President, finally, we get some excitement in this meeting today. There wasn't, that was.
That's why we can't have nice things.
That's, if we, I have just a quick question or so. And I'm not very insightful when it comes to guides and outfitters, of course, whatsoever. But do these guides, and I've heard it, do they need to be bonded and have safety classes or anything? I don't know. And maybe Commissioner Haskell could ask, you know, I don't know, the big game, is it a, if you've got clients coming down the river, there's got to be some sort of insurance or something. Do these, is it going to be any kind of a component with the eventually, I know not now, but eventually to look at something like having them bonded and safety courses and stuff like that?
President Lundvall, Commissioner Roberts, that was a common comment from the guides themselves. You know, I think in general, it's fair to characterize that they were probably disappointed that this is all you're doing. Like we want traffic regulated yesterday, and we want to ensure that the people out there on the water are professionals and providing professional services with safety training or ethics training and all the gamut. I don't believe there's any requirement for that sort of thing to date, but it's probably in the future. That's up to this fishing voted by the Guided Boat Advisory Board. But this legislation doesn't require anything like that, and it doesn't direct the commission to implement anything like that at this time.
That answered my question. Thanks.
Madam President, I guess maybe to satisfy Commissioner Roberts' question, I know as a licensed big game outfitter, I'm required to have liability insurance to cover clientele, landowners, land managing agencies. So yeah, that exists. And then also there's for outfitters and guides, they're required to have basic first aid and CPR. So I have a question. Section 4, subsection B under, it's on page 20. I'm assuming this is probably just an inadvertent addition, but it says Wyoming Board of Outfitters and Professional Fishing Guides charges $1,600 new outfitter application fee and $600 annual. I'm assuming that fishing was inadvertently added to that, and that was just referring to the Wyoming State Board of Outfitters and Professional Guides that handle big game.
That was on one of my slides.
Yep, on page 20, section 4, subsection B, and it's just kind of, it was talking about the annual registration fee, and I think to support that fee, you were just referencing Wyoming State Board of Outfitters and Professional Guides, but I think fishing was accidentally added. Probably had fishing on the brain when you were putting this together. And then another question I have in your reporting, let's see, where is that? Section 5, records and reports. Subsection A, registrants must maintain records on forms from Wyoming Game and Fish. So I know as a licensed big game outfitter, the Wyoming State Board of Outfitters and Professional Guides requires all of licensed outfitters to have some year-end reports and information that they ask for. I think is valid and very important. It's a source of data for the department to utilize and just, you know, adding more numbers to verify things. I'm wondering in that, and this is, I guess, more just like a thinking out loud type question, but in this reporting, will it require the outfitters guides to record the numbers or license numbers of their clients, license number, name, address, the days that they fished, maybe even species caught, kept, released, maybe even identification of sex, male, female, and then where those animals fit within regulation in regards to size. I mean, that's just kind of a question out loud to maybe provoke thought, but maybe an opportunity to collect more data to just help decision making in the process in the future.
Right. President Lenvall, Commissioner Haskell, no, it would not. The fields that are listed there are the ones that we would be requiring reporting on. Either form could be taken loosely as a electronic online form or a paper form that we provide. That's something that we could certainly ask folks to do voluntarily, but we tried to limit that information that would be required to the intent of the statute at this phase, which was a means of tracking, which we took to mean where are you operating, how many are you operating, how many outfitters and guides are out there and where are they on the water, but they could be a valuable source of all sorts of information like that in the future.
I do, Madam President, thank you. A couple of things. It might have just been on your PowerPoint, but you showed an exemplar of a sticker. If it's the same color, I don't know what you have in mind, as the AIS, and you're a warden standing on the side of the stream, it might be hard to catch. Do you anticipate using the same color?
We did, President Lundvall, Commissioner Masterson, we discussed that and just thought that will help us initially. That color changes each year. So in this case, green tells us it's valid for 2026, but it's on a different part of the vessel. So rather than being on the bow, it's way back near the stern. So we wouldn't have to make out the guide or AIS. We might have to see the number if we were trying to determine someday in the future. When did you draw a permit for gray reef that you're here today, supposed to be here today?
My second question is, did you consider, and it was there, I got this from a public comment, putting something on the sticker if you are a resident guide or if you are a non-resident guide? And from where I sit, it seems like that's even more data you could gather. And maybe maybe in that fundamental paperwork where they apply, you're going to catch it, but I don't know if it would be of use or not. So,
again, President Lundvall, Commissioner Masterson, it's another thing that was discussed. We did not recommend doing it. There are a couple of reasons, and first is we learned through our survey that was conducted throughout the state for a couple of years when we were running cameras to try to determine where boats were on the water and then interviewing folks to determine are they outfitters or guides. That's real common practice, particularly in the central part of the state where you live, for a resident outfitter to hire non-resident guides. And in that case, and those resident guides might be they might employ resident guides for a long period of time, and non-resident guides might come in for the whole season, or they might come in for a few weeks during peak season. But then who is the non-resident? Is it Blake Jackson out of Casper, or he's a resident, but how do you register that boat if he's paying the fee and he's in Casper, but it's a non-resident guide that's working for him? But we also have scenarios in the western part of the state where we heard from guides that are living across the border in Idaho because they cannot afford to operate or live in Wyoming and be based out of Wyoming, but they might operate here almost entirely. With motorized watercraft, you can live in Colorado and register your boat in Wyoming. If you primarily fish in Wyoming, there's no prohibition on that. It's relatively common. So even when it comes to motorized watercraft registrations, they don't necessarily indicate residency. So the residency question is just a complicated one, and actually heard from a few folks at public meetings that you identify me, you're kind of, especially on my trailer in the parking lot. Somebody's gonna mess with it. Somebody's gonna vandalize it. Like they're not, the idea of the non-residents coming in and taking over is
Okay,
a little bit charged.
okay. Two more quick ones. I didn't see anything in the regs about what happens to somebody if they just fail to register. I see where you've got revocation of registration, but that covers if they fail to submit accurate or complete records, or if they fail to properly designate commercially guided fishing boats. I understand you may try to, work that into the failure to designate, but I'm just curious why there wasn't a subpart 3 that said failure of any outfitter to register with the state, just to make it real clear.
Commissioner Masters, that potentially could be added. I'm not the person to speak to how often we incorporate every penalty in a regulation, but I can tell you that the 2025 Uniform Bail and Forfeit Schedule includes multiple penalties related to this statute and this regulation, that it would be considered a low misdemeanor and punishable by $450 fine. And one of those penalties is a fishing outfitter guide operating without a registration. So there is a penalty that refers to that violation in our statute book.
The statute provides it?
Yeah, it's in the bond schedule at the back.
Okay, sorry to quibble, and he said, turning to his assistant AG, who's riveted by this. I don't think the fact that there's that language is in the bond schedule is going to help you. It seems to me that what you need is something that just says failure of an outfitter or guide to register as required by law. But I appreciate what you're saying about the bond schedule, but those are promulgated by the court. They're, suggestions and defaults, but I don't think that's going to give you, what you need.
And if I may, Madam President, Commissioner Masterson, we do have another statute though that discusses violation of any commission regulation. And we haven't thought through, I guess on the enforcement side, how this will work, but I could foresee, a reasonable county prosecutor perhaps using that in conjunction with this rule.
Yeah,
So
I think you'll see,
so what you're doing is, because the requirement early in the regs is to get a registration, you're kind of using that as saying that's your violation, and then you hit 23.6.202.
Madam President, Commissioner, that's correct. And if you go to section 4 of the regulation where it says owner
Right.
must register individual commercially guided fishing boats, that's very common with many of our rules that this commission has passed previously, where you have an affirmative statement of what's required.
Understood.
And then we can go back through the other one that gives you kind of a generalized, making it a crime to violate commission rule.
Okay, I appreciate that. One more. In the authority, we don't cite that 23.6.202 that lays out the fine and sentence for violation of the commission rule. Should it be in there under the authority section? Because we do cite the section that says we can pull somebody's revocation for commercial operation, but we don't cite the statute 23.6.202 about fines and sentences.
I would have to take a look. I don't believe that we usually cite that though. Generally, I think we just need the authority that's the new authority. Frankly, you don't even need
every subsection of statute here. I think
Right.
you need the new one that just shows that the legislature has vested you with this authority.
Right.
And belt and suspenders, we've cited a lot of your other authorities. But I don't think that we would actually need to have
Okay.
that be in the rule itself.
I appreciate that. I'm used to seeing that laundry list, you know, to include that. So I'm good.
And Commissioner, this agency does a better job than most of trying to make that laundry list pretty
Right.
exhaustive. But I think under the Wyoming APA, all that's really required is your primary authority when you're doing rulemaking.
Okay. Appreciate it. I have Madam President, if I may, a question for Commissioner Haskell. You're an outfitter and a guide. Do out-of-state guides and outfitters pay the same as you do? I just wanted to confirm that.
Yes, residency doesn't matter in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'd move the approval of the regulations, Madam President.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any other comments, questions, discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. We're going to take a quick pizza break. We'll be right back.
PowerPoint going.
There we go.
Please proceed. As he's getting that loaded, I am Dan Smith. I'm the Wildlife Division Chief and Chief Game Warden for the department. And we're going to be talking about Chapter 52 regulation for take of non-game wildlife in Wyoming. All right, so during the 2025 legislative session, House Bill 0045 was passed, which removed otters from the statutory definition of protected animal. So I put the statute up there for you to see, but basically in the statute now in 23-1-101, under the definition section, a little IX, animal, black-hooded ferret, fisher, lynx, otter, pika, or wolverine. And so the entire bill was just to strike the word otter from the statute. So by default, what that did was put it into the non-game regulation, which is Chapter 52 of Commission Regulation. And in Chapter 52, it defines non-game wildlife, otherwise defined in statute as a game for predatory animals from all game, trophy games. So in essence, if it's a mammal and it's not described as some other category,
You broke it, Dan. You want pizza? No. Somebody will totally grab you some. You've gone all day with it working fine, Dan. You broke it.
Tony, tell us that's why we can't have nice things.
Uh-huh.
Leave it to wildlife.
if it can be broken, wildlife can break it. So, okay, so as I was saying, anything that's not defined in statute as another category and it's a mammal will basically fall into the non-game definition. And so what does that mean for specifically otters in this case? So non-game wildlife can only be taken with a permit unless it's exempted in this regulation. What it does not do is it does not create a season for otters. It puts it into chapter 52 where they can only be taken with a permit, which is either generally a chapter 33 permit or a chapter 56 take permit. It does allow us for some additional management actions. But our direction so far has been and will continue to be, like with all animals that have conflict with humans, we try to take other steps first, hazing or moving, trying to take other steps as a final resort that would allow us to take an otter if we needed to. The direction that I've given to the field since this bill has been passed is that we are going to take all other steps first. If there's no other solution, only then will we consider issuing a chapter 56 for that take. So as we get into the regulation, in section 5, again, it says no person shall take any non-game wildlife except as provided for this regulation. And we specifically exempt swift fox, gray fox, and now river otters if there's incidental take not related to a vehicle. If that incidental take happens, most likely that's going to be a trapping incident. It could be another way, but most likely that's how it would happen. Then they have to report that to a department law enforcement officer. So it can't just be trapped and let go or trapped and dumped. It has to be reported. The officer investigating that, if there's a violation of some other kind, a report will be taken. If they investigate it and there's no other violation there and it's just an incidental take, and then they will just, well, in the next section, it'll tell you how we're gonna take care of that. So prior to this regulation or prior to today, when you approve it or don't approve a new regulation, pelts from unintentionally taken gray fox or swift fox may be retained if approved by an authorized law enforcement officer. So quite a while back, that's been in the regulation for quite a while, we allowed somebody, if they incidentally took a swift fox while they were trapping for something else, and there was no other reason to think that there was shenanigans going on there, that they were targeting swift fox, we had the discretion to allow them to keep that. What we determined after this law passed was that we didn't have a very good way of tracking that. And so what we've come up with, and we've added to the regulation here, is that a person that wants to keep a swift fox or a gray fox, after they report it to the law enforcement agency, they can get that tagged by us. They can bring it to us. We'll collect some data off of that. We'll tag it with a tag that we have with a number on it. And that way we can kind of track, one, where it came from, different biological information from that, and who trapped it. That'll give us the ability in the future to say, you know, if a single person is trapping multiple swift fox year after year, maybe there's a problem there that we need to address. But it also just allows us to collect more biological data to see where those animals are coming from. We initially discussed doing the same thing with otters. If it was an incidental take, that we'd allow them to keep it. After a lot of discussion and a lot of concern when they were removed from statute as a protected animal, we didn't want to perceive it as a season because, again, moving them to non-game did not create any kind of a season on otters. It just took them off the protected list in statute, but they're still basically the same protection in chapter 52. So we didn't want to set up a scenario where everybody could get their unintentional otter and keep it. And so for now, the decision is that what we're proposing is that if you incidentally take an otter, you'll turn that into you'll turn yourself into the nearest law enforcement officer like you've always been required to do. We're gonna take that from you, but we're gonna collect data on that. Because what we did learn through this process is we don't have a ton of data on otters. This will be one other tool to use to collect data if there's an incidental take, which doesn't happen very often, or at least we don't think it does. But it will give us another tool to collect that data. Other parts of chapter 52 that are changing while we had it open is there have been some name changes, both common names and scientific names. And so we updated the regulation to catch those. Again, these are all animals that require a permit to take, but we wanted to make sure that as scientists change names of either common name or scientific name of animals, that we're matching that in our regulation. So I listed those for you. And in the same vein, there are some wildlife that you can take without a permit. And one of those is an American bullfrog, but the correct nomenclature for that is North American bullfrog. So we updated that here. So for comments, we did hold 8 in public 8 in-person public meetings around the state, 1 in each region. We received 48 online and written comments, mostly regarding otters, which is what we would expected. Approximately 16 of the commenters expressed opposition to the change in classification. A change in classification didn't come from us. That was a change in statute. And so where they fell out, we feel like they still have the same protections, but we can't change the statute and how they were classified. Approximately 8 commenters mentioned that any conflicts involving otters should be investigated and handled in a non-lethal manner. We agree with that as far as we can. So we are going to investigate those conflicts. We're going to try to handle them in a non-lethal manner. And only as a last resort would we take lethal means to remove an otter. And then approximately 17 commenters opposed to allowing individuals to unintentionally take swift fox and gray fox and then keep or sell the pelt. But because we've had that in regulation for a while, we're not seeing that be a big impact. And so we did not make any changes based on that comment. Additional comments. One commenter said that as a species of greatest conservation need, Western tiger salamanders should not be allowed to be taken without a permit. I think there would be a lot of children around the world that would be pretty upset about not being able to catch salamanders. We don't think there's a conservation need. We do have them on the list, but there's not enough of a take that it's a concern to us. So we did not make changes on that. One commenter requested that we add a definition of take into chapter 52. Because take is defined in several other places, we didn't feel the need to add additional language. A few commenters requested the department conduct annual river otter surveys and provide data on their population to the public. We don't have a formal process right now where we survey river otters, but we do take occasional observations. And we also, through this process, if we have incidental take, we will document that as well. So we would like to find ways to document that, take that comment and try to move forward with that. And then 2 comments expressed their belief that trappers who intentionally take river otters should be able to keep the pelts. As we just discussed, we didn't want to create an impression that we're creating a season. I broke this one too.
Fisheries never would have done that. According to Ken.
Wayne, are you having a chat about the proper use?
All right, can you hear me now? So we had a few more comments that were outside the scope of chapter 52, comments opposing to all trapping, which this isn't a trapping regulation. One commenter advocating for a general hunting license for all species instead of individual species license. Again, that's outside this chapter. And one commenter suggesting change in the definition of trap types. And again, that's outside this chapter. So with that, I'll stand for questions, and I recommend that you approve chapter 52 as proposed.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Dan before we move to public comment? Nope. Okay, we'll get some public comment and then we may or may not have you come back up. All right, Dr. O'Toole.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I did want to start thanking President Lundvall for your patience and for all of you for your patience in allowing people to speak. I know the hour is late and your stomachs are empty, apart from some pizza. But I do appreciate the indulgence and the courtesy. Thank you. My name is Donald O'Toole. I'm a veterinarian, a retired pathologist. I live in Laramie. At a meeting of the TRW last February, Director Bruce said that removing statewide protections from river otters will help the department manage them better. And one of the issues I'd like to address is, how will the public know you're managing them better? I disagreed with delisting, along with my colleague, Dr. Ben David, who's here. Marav presented data that the expansion of otter range in Wyoming over the past 70 years has been halting, and we don't really know why. Representative Byron believed that otters had impacted fishing opportunities for people in Teton and Lincoln counties. Owners of artificially stocked ponds argued they're now a nuisance. I think data-free anecdotes like these speak to our unwillingness to tolerate and coexist with wildlife. Stocked fish ponds in particular create wildlife conflicts, whether we're talking about river otters or American white pelicans, as we had in Albany County last year. We obviously lost the argument. My comments here are directed to the proposed revisions of Chapter 52 and to transparency in how river otters are going to be treated. I think it's public. It's important that the public should know going forward what better management of river otters looks like. I encourage the commission to put in place measures to ensure transparency. So I'm suggesting that the department formally commit, and I think I just heard Dan Smith say that it's formally committing to a non-lethal response first, including relocation as a first option in response to complaints, particularly from pond owners. I'd like to see a publishing of a yearly tally of how the department responds to problem otters, including the details of the outcome when there's a so-called problem otter. I think it's important the department, if it has the resources, continue to survey otter populations statewide. A kill them and count them approach is not true. Artificially stocked ponds should be fenced. That's where a lot of these problems are coming from, and particularly for using state resources to remove river otters that are perceived as a problem. The department's response to complaints about problem otters should depend in no small part on whether a pond owner made a good faith effort to exclude otters. Trappers want the option to keep the pelts of river otters, as well as now sell those of gray and swift foxes when taken unintentionally. Trappers argue that displaying pelts is one way to honor our rare native wildlife. But there's another perspective, which I share, and that's creating big loopholes may be more consequential than small trophies. Thank you for your attention. I'll stand for any questions.
Comments or questions?
I have a question, thanks. And I don't, how often on otters, I mean, every time I've ever seen otters, there's a family of them. How long do they stay together when they, do you know?
This is only information that I've read. I understand that males and females basically stay apart, except when they're breeding, but I'll let Marav Ben David answer that question. Thank you.
Well, then let's have that as our next commenter then. Mr. Ben David, or Ms. Ben David, sorry.
President, commissioners, thank you very much for, again, your patience and willing to listen to me. I'm Marav Ben David. I'm a professor of wildlife ecology at the University of Wyoming, have been there for 25 years. I have been studying otters globally for nearly 40 years, 25 in Wyoming with funding from the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I testified in front of both the House and the Senate Tribal Recreation and Wildlife Committees when House Bill 45 came up for consideration, and I opposed the bill. The thing is that, and Commissioner Masterson, to answer your question before you ask me, my view of the job of the commission is to protect wildlife resources statewide. And what is House Bill 45 came about is about a anecdotal problem in one part of Wyoming, which is basically the Upper Green River and the Snake River, where finally we have viable otter populations. If you look at the maps that I added to my written comments, which you should have received by the deadline, you will see that we have very few otters across the state. The regulation applies for the entire state of Wyoming. And so what is going to happen is any attempt of otters to recolonize the previous area in Wyoming will be hampered by incidental takes. And so basically we are legislating for the entire state of Wyoming based on unverified personal opinions of people in a very small part of the state. My student survey from that we finished in 2022, very recent, shows that if anything, the number of otters, even in the Green River Basin, have been declining. And so basically we opened them or opened the opportunity for the re-extinction in the state of Wyoming. So we can't change the legislation. It was passed and the governor signed it, but I would like to reinforce or improve on the language in Regulation 52. And my proposal, again, you have it written in my written comments, is why better define incidental take. Mr. Smith is opposed to this, but I think it needs to be clearly defined what we call incidental take. Number two, any conflict reported with otters should first be investigated to ensure that otters are responsible for the damage, that the person reporting experienced a financial loss, if we're talking about stocked ponds, and also that they have tried non-lethal take. All otter trapping, especially those intended for translocation, should be done by experts and according to the guidelines of the American Society of Mammalogists. They're very clear and the link is available for you. Translocation of otters to vacant watersheds should be required before any legal action be taken. All dead otters should be donated immediately to the Vertebrate Museum at the University of Wyoming. In my studies over the year at the university, together with the Game and Fish ground personnel, we found dead otter carcasses in freezers that have failed in the department. And that means the data is not collected, the otters are not available for global research as they are through the museum. And I suggest that any violation of these above requirements that I'm suggesting be treated similarly to any illegal take of wildlife in Wyoming. Just imagine what penalty we would give to someone poaching an elk. It should be the same exact punishment. Thank you for your consideration. I think these are minimal requirements to properly manage the take of river otters in Wyoming, and I will take any of your questions. Thank you.
Madam President, thank you for being here today and for all of your work. I can imagine how much fun your work is monitoring these otters. They seem like pretty mischievous, playful little critters and a lot of fun to watch. You've answered some of my questions already in regards to the proposal in these Chapter 52 regulations. In your research, what do you see contributing to the decline of the river otters in the Upper Green River Basin and other parts of the state?
Thank you, Commissioner. Excellent question. My student Brady Godwin worked on otters in the Green River Basin in 2010 and through 2012. And he found that contamination from oil and gas that is discharged into the river in unregulated or irregular, I should say, intervals contributes to their decline. Through the Pinedale anticline and the Jonah Field, we have found no evidence of otter occupation. We found it above the oil fields and below the Fontenelle Dam. There is a lot of evidence from surrounding states, including Montana, Colorado, that otters are super sensitive to mining, gold mining, where arsenic is discharged into rivers, causes their demise. In fact, that is why we use river otters as a sentinel of aquatic ecosystem health. They tell us if a section of river is healthy or not.
Good, that's, thank you for that answer. So with this finding in this discharge, are regulatory agencies, supporting that and holding these companies and businesses accountable for not, meeting the standards of their discharges and other things?
Yes, thank you. We have shared our findings with the DEQ. The way we detected the illegal discharge of contaminated water into the New Fork River was with a continuous monitoring. There are devices that measure salt in water, and we have detected them. They did not appear in the reports from the companies. And so I believe that action was taken in that case.
Okay, thank you. And I guess one last question. Did you see any predation on the river otters by, say, maybe larger carnivores or even raptors?
Yes, again, thank you for your question. Yes, we do have evidence that eagles would take juvenile pups and basically small pups that are still following their mom. And there are observations of wolves in Yellowstone trying to catch otters. The thing about otters is they're not as sensitive to predation as other animals because they can escape into the water when they're attacked by a terrestrial predator, and they can jump out of the water if they're attacked by a aquatic predator. We don't have too many aquatic predators in Wyoming, so they're safe there. But in Florida, another student of mine who worked in Florida saw alligators trying, and in Alaska, I've observed orcas attacking otters in the water. So they can, because they're semi-aquatic, they can take advantage of the interface between land and otter, and they can jump back and forth.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lisa Robertson.
And let it be noted that this side of the table really asks the best questions.
Yes, please formally note that in the minutes.
Just throwing that out there for the other side of the table.
He is awake, yes. Just ignore them, Lisa.
Well, just stay awake for one more comment. Excuse me. Well, good morning or afternoon, President Linval, members of the commission and Director Bruce. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm going to comment on just the non-target trapping part of this and not the science, because this isn't science. I'm Lisa Robertson, a resident and conservation volunteer, also co-founder of Wyoming Untrapped. We are fortunate to have two experienced trappers on our advisory board who we reach out to frequently to learn how to live with our wild neighbors. I hold a fur bearer license and qualify for a pioneer license, believe it or not, both allowing legal trapping, snaring, and shooting of animals across the state with only a license and a trap ID, and without any required education. My question Has anyone ever seen a 7-pound swift fox? Raise your hand. 1, 2. That's amazing. You're really lucky. You've seen them. Okay. Are you a trapper? Or a gray fox. Have you seen a gray fox? I have not. And I would be delighted to actually pay to see one. I've actually asked a biologist if she could take me out to see a swift fox, but their time limits don't really allow that. So you may be missing an opportunity as a guide to have guides for game and fish to take us out to see swift fox. If you haven't seen this priceless little fox, we should ensure that all wildlife managers are given the opportunity to observe the animals they oversee and understand their ecological value, especially when the species is rare and unfamiliar. A wolf trap or a 220 conibear can snap a tiny fox in half. The fox has no way to escape these hidden devices that are scattered across our state on public and private lands every single day of the year. The rare swift fox and the extremely rare gray fox are exposed to traps and snares from the day they are born, as are all wildlife. But we are talking about incentivizing a trapper by gifting the weightless pelt as an accidentally captured beautiful little being. These foxes and the cruelty they suffer from non-target trapping should be the focus of our ongoing conversations. This shouldn't be about the status quo or giving out rewards to add to the current non-accountability for just about any legal trapping. We are spending our time focusing on the wrong direction. These non-game animals and fur bearers and what happens to them and how we can ensure their protection should be the priority. Wyoming does not require non-target reporting incidents, except for a few circumstances. Only 30% of 2,700 fur bearer license holders even bother to report at all. There's minimal reporting that's not based on science. We have no idea how many animals across the state are injured or killed each year, but we can assume there are thousands. Is this acceptable wildlife management? How can the commission make decisions on otters and foxes when the non-target data is not available? Regarding otters, there's enough research data provided by a highly respected hands-on otter scientist to recommend not removing the otter from protection, but the decision was made to do so by our legislators and supported by the department. We would like complete transparency throughout this process, including any control incidents. These numbers should be published and made available to the public on a monthly basis, which is done by the state of Montana. We would like total accountability going forward. To wrap this up, we would be providing protection. We should be providing protection, not opening the door for continued non-target injuries and killing and commodification. Wildlife professionals and communities across the West are proving that there are better ways to exist, that non-lethal tools are more effective than trapping. We know that every animal matters, predator or prey, of every size. Each plays a critical role in maintaining balance. What makes an otter pelt more important than a fox pelt? We recommend that the swift fox and gray fox pelts be returned to the Game and Fish for safekeeping, the same as with an otter. We appeal to the commission today to make a precedent-setting action, to choose management solutions rooted in science, compassion, and respect for natural balance, reflecting the values of a humane Wyoming. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? All right, thank you. No online comments? No. Okay. Any other questions or discussion from the commission? Oh, we have a. Okay. All right, we have a recommendation from the department. What is the pleasure of the commission?
Madam President, I move to approve the the recommendations to chapter 52 as proposed.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all those or any discussion, sorry, before we vote?
Madam President, so this, I don't know a lot about the gray fox in Wyoming, but certainly the swift fox in Wyoming is I think it's a success story, and I'm glad that we're going to start tracking this and allowing them to, allowing those folks to tag those inadvertently trapped animals. I used to not see any of those, and in the last 10 years, I see them 3 times a week going home, and people are catching them in their skunk traps and live traps, and it's really, really common. Swift fox, very, very common in Campbell County, and not just southern Campbell County, really moving north. And so I'm glad that we're doing something on this. And I think that what we're doing on the otter side, it's not perfect, but I think with what legislature did and the changes in the statute, I think it allows some, I think that the department does a good job on the non-lethal means, and that we'll continue to be as transparent as possible on all of these things. And I just think these are, maybe they're not perfect and can be better in the future, but I think it's a good first step.
Madam President, thank you. Yes, given what Commissioner Bell said, I'd certainly echo his sentiments, but I think with what the legislature has done and turned to the department, I think the department has taken a very responsible approach at this and with their proposal. And I appreciate those present here that commented and added their experience and expertise to this. But again, I think we're getting to set a precedence for other parts of the world. And I appreciate them encouraging us to be accountable and holding us accountable, because that matters, and transparency as well. So, but yes, I think the department's done a good job with these proposals, and it's a very responsible, transparent, simple proposal.
Any other comments? All right, we have a motion on the table in a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. All right, Justin. Last one.
Madam President, Director of the Commission, it is the last one. So I'm going to be as thorough and detailed as possible. We should have you out of here by this evening. So Justin Benfit, Deputy Chief of Wildlife, I'm here to talk today about our annual big game objective review change proposals. So I will be more brief than anticipated on some of this introductory stuff, but just to give the commission a quick reminder of what a herd unit is and what an objective is. We're gonna go through some of the big game management 101. So a big game herd unit is how we define a herd. We use the term herd and herd unit interchangeably in this case. A herd unit is a discrete population where that population spends its entire annual life cycle within that herd unit boundary. The theory goes is what we try to do is define populations where we have less than 10% interchange from adjoining populations. So just to give you an idea of what it looks like for an average herd, this is our Medicine Bow pronghorn herd. This particular herd is comprised of, looks like 7 different hunt areas. It has a postseason population objective of 40,000 pronghorn. When I say postseason, that means after the hunting season's happened, the hunters have gone home. That's how many animals we estimate to be in the population, but it's also before the onset of winter. And then each herd also has a defined management strategy associated with that, which I'll get into here in a little bit. So Some of our herd units are comprised of single hunt areas. Many of them are comprised of multiple hunt areas. Statewide, we have 140 different big game herd units, and it's well over 500 and some odd hunt areas. So management by objective, essentially, it's a four-part process of the annual cycle. First of all, we have an objective. So where do we want to be? How many animals do we want to manage for? What are the buck and bull ratios in the case of, say, deer, elk, and pronghorn? What are those male ratios that we want to manage for? Then we have to monitor that. So we conduct our surveys, our sex and age composition surveys. That's how we get our buck ratios, our fawn ratios, things like that. How many animals were harvested by hunters during the season? What habitat data may tell us as far as what the landscape can support? And then we actually propose our actions, which is when we come talk to you in the spring. We set our hunting seasons. We prescribe our management to try to get there, and then we evaluate, did we get there? So all of our herds in Wyoming do have an objective. This allows us to have planned and not reactionary management. So we know where we're going, the public knows where we're going. And when we do this, we basically consider a two-pronged approach. We're trying to balance public input, public desire. Let's just say the case of mule deer. Who doesn't want to see more mule deer? But we also have to balance that with the biological carrying capacity of the landscape. Can that landscape support more mule deer, more elk, more pronghorn, whatever it may be? Or from a disease perspective, from a, say, bighorn sheep, can that population support more sheep while minimizing the chances of a disease outbreak? But then we also have to balance the social carrying capacity. And no more so do we have to do that with the case of elk. The objectives also have to be measurable, they have to be quantifiable, they have to allow us to assess, is our prescribed management getting us where we need to be? So with our objective management process, we evaluate all of the objectives for our herds every 5 years. When we do that, it's done at a really informal basis on the onset. The biologists meet with wardens, regional supervisors, coordinators, and based on that existing data, where that population's at, what they know about habitat conditions, they will either elect to keep that objective or they'll choose to modify it. If they choose to modify it, that then kicks off a public process where meetings are done with constituents, landowners are part of that constituency group. Special meetings are conducted with landowner groups. Then once those meetings are had, an analysis is done of where we think that population can go over the next 5 years. They set a proposed objective that then goes back out to the public for comment. And then that culminates in the proposals in front of the commission here today. With either option, our folks are always considering, like I said earlier, the habitat needs and where that population is in relation to that proposed objective or the current objective. Let's see. Okay, so with our herd unit management objectives, we essentially have 4 types. We have a postseason population objective. Again, that's the number of animals after the hunting seasons. That's by far and away our most common population objective type. We also have what are called midwinter trend count objectives. That's where our biologists are flying surveys or in some cases driving. They try to drive repeatable trend count routes. And then based on those counts, determine over a 3-year average whether or not that population is increasing or decreasing. We then have landowner and hunter satisfaction based objectives. That's largely what we're trying to move away from, especially in the case of elk, and we'll get into that a little bit more here later. And then we have limited opportunity objectives that we reserve for sheep and moose herds. Again, each objective has a management strategy. Those management strategies are essentially divided into 3 main types. We have recreational, special, and private land management. And those have implications for how we manage male ratios within each of those herds. So recreational management is the type of management where we essentially afford maximum hunter opportunity. We still manage for male ratios that are responsible from a biological standpoint, where we ensure we have more than enough males to breed available females for population persistence over time. But these and is what this essentially means is we are managing for lower male ratios. So just to give you an idea, for mule deer, a recreational management mule deer herd would manage for 20 to 29 bucks per 100 does postseason. Special management is what some may refer to as trophy management, but that's where we're much more conservatively managing for higher male ratios, higher harvest success, better opportunity to harvest a mature animal. In this particular case with say mule deer, while that recreational management would be 20 to 29 bucks per 100 does, special management, we're managing for between 30 and 45 bucks per 100 does. And those ratios vary depending on the species. Then our last kind that we do try to reserve this for just a few select herds where we have private land management. And that's essentially us being transparent with the public where we can't manage for prescribed male ratios. And it's because there is so much private land, despite the seasons we set, access is constrained or controlled by landowners, perhaps outfitters, things like that. So whether we augment season dates, license numbers, often we're just not the ones that are able to control how many males are managed for in those herds. So when is a herd at objective? It's if we're within plus or minus 20%. So if it's postseason, whether that's postseason or one of those midwinter trend counts. Then we also evaluate whether we're meeting any sub-objectives. So in the case of, say, moose with a limited opportunity herd, are we managing for the average age of males in the harvest that we have agreed to as a secondary objective? And then we certainly check to see where we're at in relation to male ratios within those three management strategy criteria. So in 2025, our field folks evaluated the objectives for 39 big game herds. They opted to keep the current objectives for 29 of those, and for 10 proposals to change were made, which we'll go through here. So the first is our lighter pronghorn herd up just east of Sheridan, hunt areas 10, 15, and 16. This is currently in a landowner hunter satisfaction based objective. I should back up. The landowner hunter satisfaction based objective is where we try to, we survey landowners. Sometimes it's done through a formal mailer survey, sometimes electronically, sometimes it's just a door-to-door or at a landowner meeting. We try to strive for 60% of those landowners in that herd unit being satisfied with the number of animals there. And then we also gauge hunter satisfaction as just one of the routine questions on our big game harvest survey. This herd was also under private land management strategy, but in our attempt to move away from satisfaction-based objectives to the extent possible, we are now proposing a postseason pronghorn objective in this herd of 13,000 animals and maintaining that private land management strategy. And is what I'd like you to take away here is, so this herd has never been modeled. And when I say model, it's, it's a computer model where we estimate those population trends and abundance over time. This herd never did have a model because it was under this landowner hunter satisfaction based objective. We have now, based on some data collection efforts, including some aerial surveys, put this information into a model, and now we have some retrospective estimates that we kind of take these with a grain of salt, but we feel like they're also reasonable, especially the trends. So just to give the commission an idea, the 2024 postseason estimate that we now have for this herd unit is approximately 9,700 pronghorn, and the objective proposal for 13,000 pronghorn means that our managers up there in the Sheridan region still want this herd to grow from current numbers. And this proposal was not met with any concern, overall support from the public and landowners. Our next herd unit, also in our Sheridan region, is our Powder River Mule Deer herd. This is comprised of 4 hunt areas from Sheridan to some of that North Gillette country to the western edge of the Black Hills. This herd is emblematic of a larger effort that we really initiated years ago of taking a hard look at our mule deer population objectives around the state We have, for decades had, population objectives for mule deer herds that in many cases are untenable, they're unrealistic. We will likely never get there, or at least in the foreseeable future. And again, please remember, we do evaluate these objectives every 5 years. So if the stars aligned and conditions approved and we were able to reach objectives with some of these, that's something we would certainly reevaluate again in the future. But it's also part of, as you know, we presented to you or whomever about mule deer issues, mule deer concerns. One of the things that we are also trying to promote is to manage people's expectations regarding mule deer. And it's suffice it to say, we're not going to return to mule deer numbers of the 60s and 70s anytime in the near future. Part of that plays a role when we're talking about postseason mule deer objectives here. When we have objectives that are just certainly unrealistic, sometimes it can give false expectations of the public that we can actually get there. And likely, in many cases, the habitat carrying capacity could not support that. So having said all that, our Sheridan region is proposing to reduce this objective from 45,000 postseason to 30,000 while maintaining the recreational management strategy. And just to give the commission an idea here, so this red line is the current objective of 45,000. The green line would be is 30,000. So in this particular herd, we actually got there as recently as 2016. We're now well below it. Excuse me. But the point I'd like to make here is that even with this reduced objective, our managers are still trying to encourage or foster growth of this herd from current levels. And this objective, again, was not met with any concerns and had overall support from the public and landowners. The next mule deer objective, same story. Our Laramie region in the Shirley Mountains, Hunt Area 70, is proposing to reduce the objective from 7,500 postseason to 4,500. Also maintaining the recreational management strategy. And here, the 2024 estimate was approximately 2,300 mule deer. So this objective, again, is more reasonable. It's not going to alter our current very conservative management, and hopefully we're still, we would still like to see this population grow. Again, no concerns, overall support was garnered for this proposal. So now the satisfaction elk objective conversion. One of the other reasons why we'd really like to get away from satisfaction-based elk objectives is just because they've been problematic. In many cases, we have not been able to meet those objectives for multiple reasons. In some cases, we have landowners that would like to see more elk. In other cases, we have landowners that would like to see less elk. In other cases, we have zero satisfaction from our landowner community because of those varying reasons, but they have overall support for our management prescription. So that, and when you couple it with some of the changes to our damage regulation, there's just been a greater need for us to try to get a handle on estimating elk numbers in some of these areas where it's a real challenge. So this year we're proposing for our 7 satisfaction-based elk herds, we're proposing changes for 5 of them. The Black Hills and our Rochelle Hills elk herd up in Commissioner Haskell's part of the world will be something we'll be reviewing over the next year. The reason why these herds were under a satisfaction-based objective in the first place is because estimating their population size can be incredibly difficult, and it's very hard to do with any level of precision. In many cases, these are very low density elk herds occupying extremely vast landscapes. In other cases, they're interstate herds, whether it's our Black Hills or down in the southwest part of the state in our Uinta elk herd. We have interstate herds where there's routine interchange in and out of Wyoming. That is another really confounding factor when it comes to estimating those population sizes. We are continuing to explore some novel ways to estimate some of these populations. And I have to give a really big kudos to a lot of our field folks. We've got some folks, not only some of our regional managers, the biologists, the wardens, coordinators, but also our SRE unit, our science research analytical unit, with some really good staff biologists helped to design some really innovative survey sampling protocols. And I know I mentioned this to the commission last September when we talked about embarking on this effort, but I would be remiss if I didn't throw in yet another plug this year with the commission to the proposals that the commission's about to see, to please give us some grace, if you will, and asking that of our public as well, because we've asked our managers to estimate these herds for the first time in the history of our agency. In some cases, they're expanding elk populations where we didn't even have elk 30 years ago. And so I could go on and on and on about the sampling challenges with this, but suffice it to say that some of the estimates that they've worked extremely hard to produce, we're not 100% confident in some of them. And it's just an artifact of sampling design and just the challenges with wildlife management. So we're going to continue to refine these techniques, these estimations, and we'll be sticking with it, and we'll be able to better refine them as we go forward, and also having more years of data collection. So the first one is our Targhee elk herd. This is a small little elk herd that just occupies the west slope of the Tetons. It's been in a hunter satisfaction. We actually don't have a landowner satisfaction component here because essentially all federal land, although there's a little bit of private land in Wyoming. These elk largely summer up in the national forest on the west slope, come down, pass through Wyoming private lands fairly briefly with just a few residents, and then they go into Idaho. They then mix with other elk herds in Idaho. There are some damage concerns in Idaho, but Idaho Fish and Game actually has really liberal seasons that harvest some of our wintering component of this. So our managers here are trying to establish a winter ground-based trend count of 500 elk, is what they feel like is that if we maintain counts of 500 elk, that will likely not alter our current season framework that we've had in place, and should allow us to also address any damage concerns that may arise in the future. All in all, there was support for this proposal. So when we talk about challenging herds to estimate, this petition herd really does a good job of exemplifying that. It's throat bubble. So this herd has been under our recreational management strategy. Our managers are proposing an objective of 2,000 elk postseason. They would also like to change it to special management strategy, and they want to have a secondary objective to manage for an average age of harvested bulls at 6.5 years old. That would be done through tooth analysis. This population has never been classified. Our manager's first attempts to estimate it put it at about 2,800 elk. This is one with a really wide confidence interval, so we need to continue to refine this as we go forward. Some of the things that are really important to keep in mind with this herd is we have a need to continue to reduce and minimize damage in the Little Snake River Valley. That's in the very southern part. It's a relatively small part of the herd unit. This is one of the most sought after elk licenses in the entire state of Wyoming. The Area 124 Type 1 is an extremely coveted license. So there is a ton of public interest in managing for not only high bull ratios, but good antler quality. But this is also an interstate herd. And not only is an interstate herd, but it also occupies this southern portion of the Red Desert. And elk can be found literally throughout the entire hunt area, but at very, very low densities. All in all, I should say there was good landowner support for this proposal. There's very strong support for conservative bull harvest and just in the current licensing framework that we have. Some of the public that was born out of the survey, some of the public told us that they think this may be overestimating this herd size. We're not so sure. But I would like to just highlight some of the the novel techniques, our Green River region, along with our SRE unit employed here. So there was a couple different things they tried. This area is, I don't even know what the acreage is, but it's more than half the size of Yellowstone National Park. So again, we're talking a huge area. It's just not economically feasible for us to fly the entire thing. So they tried to subsample a part of it. The BLM has long done aerial infrared wild horse surveys in this area. So we partnered with them. We helped pay for a portion of the survey and the data analysis to come. They were, the vendor that they used was generous, or well, is what we did is work with them to not only conduct the wild horse count part of it, but also look for elk. So with that, they actually surveyed 78% of the herd unit. This may be the last year of that based on where the BLM's going with wild horse direction. But they surveyed 78% of the herd with that. And then we also piloted a new program similar to what we're trying for antelope. And that is where we've attached a video camera to a plane, essentially like a high-powered GoPro, and flew, in this case, it was about 11% of the herd unit. And they then were able to download, I can't tell you how many tens of thousands of images they downloaded from this. And then we had basically a crew of our folks identifying elk, circling them, and then feeding these photos as they were digitally marked into a machine learning AI tool. And now we have we're working to get this AI tool trained to automatically recognize elk photos. And you can see, like in the case of a really dry desert type background, and especially depending on how the sun is, things like that, it can be challenging to pick those out. The good news is that both independent estimates were fairly comparable, and that's how our managers derived that estimate of about 2,800 elk. The other thing that some of our regions have done is continuing to adopt and modify our siteability protocol. Remember, siteability is the type of survey where we fly a portion of the area, and then we try to account for the number of animals that we miss based on things like snow cover or timber cover, things like that. We develop these coefficients or correction factors. So is what we're doing for elk now is modifying this tool in a case of a couple areas in the Casper and Laramie region. Our Laramie region first piloted this, and we're actually doing this in May. We've always done this traditionally in winter. This is being done in May, and the reason for that is A, we have better weather, especially in central and southeast Wyoming, where the wind rips all winter long. But really, it's better elk distribution. As these cow-calf groups are beginning to break up, they're beginning to head to calving grounds. They're better distributed on the landscape from a sampling standpoint. That gives us more confidence in our sampling regime. And then down in our Uinta herd, we still stuck with some winter siteability flights, but there was a lot of coordination that was done with the Utah Division of Wildlife. They flew at the same time, and that's how we were able to generate an estimate that covers both state lines. So in the Uinta elk herd, hunt areas 106 and 107 in the extreme southwest part of the corner, that's been in our landowner hunter satisfaction objective with a recreational management strategy. Our managers are now proposing a postseason objective of 2,500 elk, maintaining that recreational management strategy. The siteability survey and the resulting modeled population estimate puts this at about 3,000 elk. So it's important to know that means we are still in the regime, if you will, of trying to reduce elk numbers from the current level. And there's been basically pretty good landowner and public support for this proposal. Our rawhide elk is in the far southeast part of the state. Most of this is non-elk habitat, although we do have elk in various pockets. Again, a landowner hunter satisfaction based objective with a special management strategy. This is another area where we have very little management influence, given the private land. I shouldn't say management influence, but influence on the number of hunters that can actually harvest bull elk. This is all a general license herd unit. The proposed objective is 1,800 elk postseason, and then converting that to that private land management strategy for those reasons. We have not yet classified this herd, but they did do that May siteability survey in here and came up with an estimate of approximately 830 elk. Our managers really, that was the estimate. But we feel like it was a wide confidence interval. Managers feel like this is probably a conservative estimate. That's something we're gonna have to continue to refine in the future. The take home note with this proposal is that there was really kind of moderate or mixed at best landowner support for this proposed objective of 1,800. And really that's a function of a couple things. They have some landowners, especially some non-resident landowners, that would like to see as many elk as possible, or certainly more elk than we currently have. And we have the, landowners that deal with some elk damage concerns that would like to see reduced numbers of elk. So that's kind of the mixed support from that standpoint. But the real important take home point is that there's extremely strong support from the entire landowner community and the public that surveyed for the season structure that we have in place. Pine Ridge is this elk herd just northeast of Casper. Same thing, was in a satisfaction-based objective. The Casper region's proposing to move this to an objective of 1,500 elk postseason. Siteability surveys were flown in here. The new estimate now is just north of 2,000 elk. Another one, this is a place where satisfaction didn't work because we had all the landowners felt like we had too many elk in there, but they were all really, really happy with the seasons that the Casper region's long been proposing. So there's really, really good support for the Casper region's prescribed management here, but this would result in a goal to reduce elk from current levels. And landowners were really on board with this proposal. Okay, just two left. So switching gears a little bit to our Devil's Canyon Bighorn sheep. This sheep herd, this is Devil's Canyon is that extreme northwest part of the Bighorns up above level. Sheep hunt area 12. This has long had a trend count of 175 sheep. Our managers are proposing to reduce that just modestly to a trend count of 150 sheep, and also to implement a secondary management objective to manage for between 30 and 50 rams per 100 ewes. That would be a reduction in the number of rams that the region is managed for. If the commission recalls, this is one of the two hunt areas back in April where we actually have these type 2 licenses, which is a less than 3/4 curl ram license. And so that was designed to increase male harvest without compromising the trophy potential for those type 1 license holders that are heavily invested with preference points. Their local managers feel like this modest reduction in the trend count will basically result in the inability of this sheep herd to get to about 200 sheep. That's only happened twice in the past 15 years. There's a couple things that we need to acknowledge here, and that this sheep herd is part of the cooperative. It's a cooperative review area sheep herd as per the Wyoming state plan. There is some elevated disease risk associated with nearby domestic sheep grazing on the Bighorn National Forest. It's just something that this sheep herd's dealt with and for a long time. I mean, that's the purpose of being in a cooperative review area. We work extremely well with the nearby domestic sheep producers, but it does present a disease risk. Nevertheless, we've had some forays, some wandering rams, issues like that. And these high ram ratios really can exacerbate that or elevate the potential to have wandering rams. So managing for a reduced number of sheep overall and a reduced ram ratio should at least mitigate some of that risk. There was a die-off in here in 2022. We lost quite a few collared sheep in this area, so it's something our managers would like to just minimize the chances of going forward. And our last one is Palisades Mountain Goat. So this is hunt areas 2 and 4. This is the the southern part of the Teton Range and the Snake River Range down to Alpine. The current objective has been a preseason trend count. There, our managers fly this in August. A preseason trend count of 120 goats with some of these sub-objectives. Our managers feel like the sub-objectives are no longer warranted. They've been met repeatedly and consistently over the years. They don't really inform management based on the way we actually prescribe seasons. This is another goat, well, this is another herd, in this case, a goat herd where we actually did have a die-off, we think. It wasn't actually documented. But our managers first noticed during 2022 flights, again in 2024, and then they flew it again last year, where there was significantly less goats being observed in some trend counts that have been flown repeatedly for a long, long time. So the proposal to reduce this trend count to 80 goats would still result in our managers allowing for this goat herd to grow. The most recent trend count was 44 goats. And managers are also proposing to remove Hunt Area 4 from the herd unit, as Hunt Area 4 has long now had an objective of eradication of mountain goats to protect bighorn sheep in Grand Teton National Park and the Tetons in Hunt Area 6. And there was no major public concerns, just one comment. Yeah, so I guess that's the end of our proposals. So at this point, we'd like to recommend the department or the commission approve proposed changes to big game objectives as proposed. And I'll speak for any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Questions, comments from the commission? Commissioner Masterson.
Thank you, Madam President. Deputy Chief Benfit, I think I got this right, but you evaluate these herds on kind of a rotating basis, right? You do a few each year and update the objectives. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, President Linval, Commissioner Masterson, that's correct. Every herd unit is on a 5-year rotation.
And Madam President, just a real quick thing, I'd like to just commend and I could probably commend everybody, but I'd really like to commend the Jackson region, and I participated in their thing, and they were so thorough and so professional in what they did, and I feel real comfortable with their statistics. So I appreciate them.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts.
And Madam President, I'd like to thank the individuals within the Casper region who were so cooperative and so professional in their assistance in accomplishing this project.
We're not going to do this one at a time. Commissioner Haskell.
Madam President, thank you. Deputy Chief Benfit, thank you for this. And I would like to personally commend the department for not following the trend as other states have, but being a little more objective and open-minded, because I know in past conversations that I've had when comparing Wyoming with other states and other states managing wildlife for quote unquote trophy potential, Wyoming has not done that. And I can understand the wisdom in that because other states have reduced opportunity as a result of that, and that would not sit well. But I also want to commend the department for taking this approach of seeing the benefit of using, special management plans in certain herd units and seeing the potential for that and increasing overall herd objective numbers, but also age class as well. So I think that will be a very good management tool. A question I have is, you stated the challenges that come with collecting data in the survey, whether it be flights or just trying to count animals. And as vast as Wyoming as it is, that can certainly be a challenge. Is there maybe potential to include other people contributing to that data, whether it be outfitters, landowners, people in the oil and gas industry that are in the habitat and in the ecosystem on almost a daily basis, maybe taking note of where they're seeing animals, how many approximately, maybe even, dropping a pin or something like that, and sharing it with department staff and personnel to either just kind of complement or even verify data that already exists.
So Madam President, Commissioner Haskell, I think it's a great question. The short answer is yes, but with some caveats. So we can employ those techniques and on a very limited basis, we're just starting to go down that road. So I kind of, in the interest of time, skipped over one thing fairly quickly, and this is maybe near and dear to your heart in the world that you live in, but elk areas 126 and 129 are actually not incorporated in a herd unit. We don't estimate that population, but for some of the reasons I stated earlier, we're trying to get a handle on it to the best of our ability. But it's 9 million acres, it's 4.5 Yellowstones, if you will. It's just not feasible for us to fly that. So in that case, our Sheridan and Casper regions have kind of developed some tools to meet with landowners and outfitters and try to get those one-time counts in a snapshot at a similar point in time, and then utilize that data, but then caveat that appropriately that, hey, these may be minimum counts. The bigger issue that we run into and why we don't utilize a method like that statewide is we're getting smarter and smarter and frankly a lot better about how we estimate populations to begin with. So we now have some of these sampling protocols we use, we're actually producing measures of error now. So we can say we're 90% confident this population is between this number and this number. And to do that, you actually have to have a really randomized sampling framework to do that. And if you rely too heavily on just whether it's anecdotal or actual observations from, say, different factions of the public, when it's not all a cohesive survey done at one time, it can interject a lot of noise and error and make for a far less precise estimate.
Commissioner Bell?
Madam President, I move to approve the proposed changes for the 10 big game herd management objectives.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor in a second. Any other discussion from the commission? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Very much, Justin. All right, looks like we have one more for call to the public. Do we have anyone online? All right. Okay. Patrick, are you coming up? And then Katie. Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you guys.
I'd like to hand them out.
That's a personal service he likes to. Thank you, sir. Oh, got it. Thank you.
You enjoyed.
Madam President and Director Bruce, members of the commission, I'll go ahead and get started, just in the interest of time. Also realizing I'm standing between you all and your steering wheels, and so we'll try to move quick. I did leave a card in those handouts. This is from a presentation of last week on the same subject, but please do feel free to reach out to me. I've also got a recording of that meeting I'd be happy to share with y'all. My name is Patrick Harrington. I'm the Wyoming Government Relations Director for Trout Unlimited. First, I want to thank the commission for your stamina today and for your stewardship of Wyoming's wildlife and natural resources. And so it's really in that spirit that I bring this to you today. I want to have a conversation about the Seminole Pumped Storage Project, something that we've been working on aggressively and doing so with a handful of partners, some of which I know also have that same stamina and are behind me, and that's Wyoming Wildlife Federation, Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, our State Council of Trout Unlimited, and Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation, who you'll hear from in just a second. And at the onset of this, I do want to highlight that Trout Unlimited's perspective here is that conservation and energy development can and do happen side by side. It's sort of just our perspective that we're going to want to make sure that in our case the fish, but that wildlife are respected and that there are appropriate mitigation efforts to protect their habitat. So what I'd like to do today is first acknowledge that we hopped in seeing in the public record how many agency concerns were not being addressed by the proponent and through this process, and knowing we had a voice we could lend to this conversation. But I would like to run through sort of the existing public record. There was a scoping comment process that ended March 14th. Moving this, and then talk a little bit about what we've learned since that time. Again, moving quick, you guys are mostly, I would assume, aware of the Miracle Mile in Semino, but it's 35 miles north of Rollins. And this project in particular is a pumped storage project moving water when the wind's blowing uphill into an upper reservoir that would be constructed. And when the wind's not blowing, it runs back downhill through a tunnel, producing some hydropower. It uses the existing Semino Reservoir as the lower reservoir in the system. And again, there's an upper reservoir to be constructed, happens to be on top of a wetland of about 13,000 acre feet. There's about 1,000-foot vertical between the two. It's connected through an underground tunnel that is capable of transporting 10,800 CFS. 900 megawatt facility, making it the largest, maybe one of the largest energy producers here in the state. Construction itself will include cement plants, new roads, spoils piles, blasting, and a new bridge across Cordes Reservoir, that second smaller reservoir below Semino, before you get to the mile. Construction here will last 5 years. You'll hear a little bit about the impacts of closures in the area to hunting and fishing. And the proposed inflow-outflow structure, it's one and the same, will be located just above Semino Dam. And if you flip through, maybe it's on the second page, you can see sort of a map Trout Unlimited put together of the project area. But keep that map in mind as we start talking water quality and impacts to that Class 1 water down in the Miracle Mile. So a little bit on the public records review. First, this is just lightly synthesized from agency comments, both state and federal, local government, conservation districts, nonprofits, and the project proponent, and of course, the public. So we're going to talk about, in this section, aquatic resources, general comments that we saw in the public record, dam safety and geology. I'll have my friend and colleague, Katie Cheeseborough with Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation, talk a little bit about the terrestrial impacts, and then recreation and land use here. So talking about aquatic resources, this is one of the main topics we saw. We're people that wear trout on our shirts often, but these are what we saw in the public record most often. The main concerns here are temperature exceedances, dissolved oxygen drops, and turbidity spikes in the downstream in Semino and also downstream in the Miracle Mile. One of those concerns is with the upper reservoir that will be constructed. Again, it's much smaller, less insulated than the larger reservoir. Looking at warmer water in the summer, cooler water in the winter. There's only one gauging station below Cordes Dam downstream, though FERC has noted that the proponent needs to model all the way down through Pathfinder. We don't see that yet. Another concern is turbidity from the mixing of soils. You know, the bathymetry in Semino hasn't been updated since 1947 and 1953, meaning we don't really know where the sediment is underwater. But there is significant concerns about that. We had some maybe more nuanced concerns, but in that initial public record, concerns about heavy metal coming back into the system and being resuspended. Also, aquatic monitoring data, there's really no safeguard for the Miracle Mile, and in fact, in their application for their water quality permit, they made the argument that they don't need to protect the Miracle Mile because they're not actually putting any water into it. They're putting it into Semino Reservoir upstream. There was no modeling of occupied habitat for fish as well, and that's something we consistently saw in a couple of times saw in the public record from the Game and Fish Department concerned about this project. What they did is spread the fish out through the entire reservoir instead of saying these are the specific places where there is appropriate fish habitat. So some of the general concerns here, this doesn't conform with the Rollins RMP. I'm sure most of you are aware of how fun and how extensive it can be to work on RMP projects through the Rock Springs RMP. But what we're really dealing with here is visual resource management impacts, looking at what does it look like on the landscape, and then transmission lines and those rights of way. Currently, they don't exist within the Rollins RMP. They're not appropriate in this area for those designations. There's also no real discussion, or in the public record, there was discussion of adjacent landowner damages. I think this is both going to be in those claims that come your guys' direction, wildlife moving onto private lands, but also as we talk about rights of way, and where those are going to go once they reach private land. There's also, it doesn't conform with the Carbon County Comprehensive Land Use Plan or the Natural Resource Management Plan of Carbon County. Those were both from the Carbon County's Commission's letter. They didn't consider alternatives, so there's really two alternatives: don't build it or build it as we proposed it. In their initial document, they do have a couple other called out, but they don't explore those on the ground. They just say that's not really feasible. Those might be things like moving the inflow-outflow structure out into the larger portion of Semino, the more open area, where it could maybe adjust to the inflow-outflow issues easier, or looking at a closed-loop system, which would certainly, as aquatic folks, be our perspective in minimizing those impacts to the fishery. And that would be where both that lower and upper reservoir are removed from from Semino Reservoir in this case entirely. They may pull water out to do some makeup water, but they're not going to be cycling in and out of that existing reservoir. There's also concerns just generally over that location of that inflow-outflow structure and sort of the constraint of the canyon, that opening in the canyon flow, maybe like putting your thumb on a hose, and you have that like almost a tidal motion in the reservoir at startup. And again, 10,800 CFS is no small amount to be pulling in and out. And what we've heard is, and I confirmed with the project proponent, as much as 10 to 14 inches in water level change in Semino Reservoir itself in a 12-hour period, which is really significant. No discussion of cumulative impacts, those impacts that are sort of the result of past, present, and future activities. To some degree, a discussion of socioeconomic impacts, but certainly not to the extent that satisfied the Carbon County Commission and their Natural Resource Management Plan. Again, I mentioned wetland impacts upstream. It's built overlapping an existing wetland. That's both a concern for fisheries aquatic folks, for wildlife who may find that a good place to hang out, and for the people that are currently running livestock on there where that's the best forage around. And so really the question here is like, is the juice worth the squeeze? And one of the things we kept hearing in the public record is, where is this energy going to be used? And I think it's probably fairly clear that it's not in Wyoming. On recreation and aesthetics, again, that 10 to 14 inch water fluctuation in the reservoir, where we're seeing those impacts most pronounced is in boating. Your ability to access that canyon. In that slide deck, there's some photos as we start to get into here where you can see a fisherman fishing right down by the dam. And I'm not sure that's doable if we're seeing those types of inflow and outflows in every 12-hour or less process. The other is ice formation for ice fishing, seeing those ice level or that water level adjust, and safety relative to that. And then construction closures, looking at 5 years of fishing and hunting closures in the area. The last is dam safety, or at least the last I'll talk about is dam safety. Pretty straightforward. There's some concerns in the public record about premature dam failure, both of Cortez, but more pronounced of Semino Reservoir. And then just a lack of understanding about how much or how hard reclamation will be in this area. Is it feasible to reclaim such a large area? I do want to hand it off to Katie to talk about some of the terrestrial impacts, and then I'll just pop back up here and finish what we've learned since that point.
President Lemval, Director Bruce, Commission, thank you. I will be super quick. Obviously, this is a really large project in a really beautiful part of Wyoming that is important to our fisheries and to our wildlife. And I'm just going to really quickly breeze through. I would be happy to talk especially to the districts that this affects. So Commissioner Mai and Commissioner Masterson, my phone number is super easy to find, judging by the volume of spam calls I get. So we can talk at any point in time and I can get you maps. This project will affect lots of terrestrial wildlife. So there's the main part of the project, which is the reservoir, the upper reservoir that they're building, plus the bridge over the river. And the spoils transport on the east side of the river, the spoil storage, as well as miles of transmission line. So the first impact is to greater sage grouse, and you guys heard from Justin yesterday about wildfire impacts to sage grouse and sage grouse core. This transmission line goes directly through sage grouse core. It's the Hannah core area. And the transmission line is within 2 miles of 7 occupied leks as well as unoccupied leks. So the risks here are lek disturbance, fragmentation, and then the predator perches from those power lines. Quickly, mule deer and pronghorn. So both of these species will see both short-term and long-term impacts from all parts of the project, as it is in crucial winter and transition ranges for both those species. Other species that could potentially be impacted include swift fox, bats, spotted skunks, northern leopard frogs, and eastern spiny softshell turtle. So that's in that riparian area that Patrick was just talking about. But now to get to what I care about, and probably the species that will be most impacted terrestrially from this project, and that's bighorn sheep. The herd that's in that area is the Ferris Seminole herd, and much like other native bighorn sheep ranges in Wyoming, that bighorn sheep herd was extirpated in the 1900s, and it is one of our great success stories in terms of reintroduction. So currently, while this project was under review, we were working off of maps from 1999. And this just kind of highlights how important the process you all just went through with those migration corridors is, using new data and designating them as something important, because when we don't update that data, we miss out on important protections. So when we went through this process, we're working with data from 1999. We have collar data from 2009 to 2023 now that shows that the impacts from this project will impact even more important habitat for the bighorn sheep in this area. So essentially, the upper reservoir and spoil sites, haul roads are all in crucial winter year-long range. And the risks include habitat loss, prolonged construction stress. So 5 years of construction, that's blasting, that's taking spoils from those tunnels and the reservoir and driving it across the river and driving it down that Seminole Road that already exists to the spoil piles to the west of the reservoir by the state park. So those traffic, and I think the proponent doesn't really see the spoil transport as an issue because it's on an existing road, but we're going to see traffic for 5 years that is fairly constant and super heavy and unprecedented in that area. And this is through winter crucial range for bighorn sheep, deer, and pronghorn. And so that's a huge concern for us. And then 5 years could be considered a whole generation for bighorn sheep. So that's another concern we have. Basically, I will wrap it up with telling you the broader habitat and recreation concerns. So water quality shifts that have indirect impacts to riparian wildlife, obviously visual and noise disturbance from that construction period, and then long-term operation maintenance both on the bulk of the project by the reservoir as well as on the transmission lines. And lastly is the displacement of hunting and wildlife viewing. So it's one of our premier hunting areas. The genetics in this bighorn sheep herd are really cool, and it's a very coveted tag of which we don't have very many. And if this project goes through and the Game and Fish so decides to pause licenses in the area while construction's underway, we lose 5 years of hunting opportunity there. If they choose to let people take their chance, that's a once in a lifetime tag where people are having to deal with that construction. So yeah, this herd, especially because we can't really afford to have any more habitat loss. There's nowhere else for these sheep to go. They want to find new habitat out east. They keep trying, they continue to try, but because of disease issues, we can't let them. Unfortunately, politically, we can't reintroduce them somewhere else and take sheep out. So taking habitat away from them would be a real shame, I guess I'll say. But with that, I will give it back to Patrick. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Katie. I thought about doing that portion myself, but I think it wouldn't have taken me more than a few seconds for you guys to realize I had no idea what I was talking about. After that comment period ended on March 14th, our science, we engaged, the Wyoming team in Trout Unlimited engaged with our science team sort of in a broader scope, and a handful of consultants to really dive into the science that the proponent was putting forward and make sure that we felt good standing behind what they'd said, and that the decisions being made were informed well. And so I want to provide a little bit of that here today as well. First, I will say, you know, in our conversations with the Department of Environmental Quality, they described this model, the water quality model, as a 9 out of 10. I don't think we're here necessarily to argue that. It is a high quality model. Our science team confirmed that as well. But what we did see is some key omissions, that their scope was too narrow, and that they failed, or that they fell short of understanding the true impacts here. And so we'll look at water temperatures, sediment, related to water quality, missing stress test scenarios, and adaptive management plan, and then some miscellaneous things that showed up in the record. And then I'll get out of your way. So again, the chief concern in public comment, and a persistent concern for Trout Unlimited, was water temperature, seeing that we'd likely have hotter temperatures in the summer, going downstream, and cooler in the winter. And the model showed that. It showed, you know, in planned operations, sort of just the day-to-day operations of this, that there would be exceedances of that water quality threshold downstream in the Miracle Mile of 1.1 degrees Celsius. We saw that in the 2013 year in the study they used. And then at max operations, sort of running that 10,800 CFS in and out, frequent and seasonal exceedances. Again, no modeling done downstream in the Miracle Mile. There's just the one data point below Cortez Dam. And when we think about, even just logically speaking, about warmer water in the summer and cooler water in the winter, what we're seeing is that's not going to be at that outflow structure. We may see very small adjustments in temperature, but where we're going to start seeing it is as we move farther downstream, as we're starting at a higher temperature in general or a lower relative. FERC said that they must, again, mitigate impacts all the way down through Pathfinder if they're observed. And in the water quality permit, they claim again that they don't have to protect the Miracle Mile. And so there's a disagreement there in the public record. We haven't seen any public indication of which way that's fallen. That upper reservoir was never modeled in the water quality model. So we're seeing these exceedances, but they're not counting the place where the water is likely to be heating or cooling and factoring that in. Again, it makes logical sense that that's the place and that we'll start seeing it downstream, but we just don't know because the water quality model didn't go there. And so for me, the real risk takeaway here is that there's a potential for regulatory violations and fishery degradation if these aren't addressed. The next section is sediment and water quality. Again, it's based on outdated data from 1947 and 1943, depending on which reservoir we're talking about. There hasn't been any reservoir flushing in the system as well. And so we know all the sediment from the last 70 or so years is still sitting there behind those dams. The report itself focuses mostly on heavy metals. What that fails to see is habitat degradation, increased turbidity downstream, and directly from that report, the sedimentation resuspension report is the sediment resuspension study presented herein is focused on the potential for scoured settlement at the facility outlet structure to resuspend metals found in Seminole sediment. So just evidence for you all to trust beyond just my word that these habitat impacts weren't considered. Obviously, trout, other wildlife are harmed by more than heavy metals, turbidity, fine sediments being just some of those. And this is going to be perceived in feeding efficiency, gill function, egg survival, the things that sort of stack up to make the Miracle Mile, a wild brown trout, a wild fishery. The model also assumes complete and instantaneous mixing from that water coming back out of the upper reservoir. Obviously, that's not possible, but that's the assumption there. And again, there's significant consideration about beyond like the recreational impacts of that thumb over the hose impact at the edge of the canyon. There's also that same concern about turbidity and continuing to mix those or resuspend those that sediment back into the system. I think in reality, though, fish are going to experience localized turbidity plumes, big motions of turbidity moving downstream, and that obviously has sort of those could have lethal impacts on egg survival and create stress for those adult fish. It also assumes that 80% of the sediment will settle out in Cordes Reservoir before it gets downstream and into the Miracle Mile, but it does acknowledge 20% will maintain suspension into the Miracle Mile and downstream. That's likely to be clay sediments, which are again going to be pretty impactful and harmful to fish. They also assume 100% effectiveness of a rock blanket structure, which is essentially riprap at that inflow-outflow structure, 100% efficiency in mitigating that turbidity increase. And then finally in this section, there's no biological context in this plan. They're not talking about trout life cycles, impacts to invertebrates, red impacts, spawning impacts. And to us, that's a pretty large red flag. So I think the risk takeaway here is by focusing narrowly on metal compliance, they're downplaying uncertainty and downplaying uncertainty. The report underestimates real fisheries impacts. This is a huge area of concern for Trout Unlimited, but this 9 out of 10 water quality model that we will also affirm is a 9 out of 10 does fail to do any stress testing of itself. They build a good model and then failed to use it. That's how we see it. Again, we saw those exceedances in 2013, which was a drawdown year due to reservoir maintenance. But they only modeled like 2013 to through 2016. And in doing so, I think it's on page 14 of the handout I gave you, it's slide 28. I put in from one of our consultants their temperature map of the reservoir, which shows approximately, I can't remember off the top of my head, I think 22 lower water years than what was modeled in the water quality model that they put out. And so I think it's pretty straightforward what those potential impacts are. And to us, it feels almost misleading that they would exclude those years where they know that there's going to be higher impacts, only to, to say that it's only a modest impact. They also ignore post-wildfire runoff. There's some regional examples, Mullen Fire upstream of that. Look at burning the trees at Semino. There's some risk for wildfire impacts downstream. There's no operational thresholds or adaptive triggers that would require them to halt pumping either. So our risk takeaway here.
I'm going to stop you first. Are you about finished?
I'm so close.
We usually don't give people this long for public comment.
Of course.
And so just to be fair, we probably need to wrap things up.
You got it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yeah, Madam President, Patrick, thank you. It appears that you're giving us your complete analysis of the project, which it sounds like it's very thorough, and I appreciate that and all your support, but it may be more appropriate to talk to our staff directly regarding that rather than the commissioners. If there's a ask or an overall comment, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Director, and thank you, Madam President. I also realize I'm at the end of your day and really appreciate your time. I will wrap it up with one plug that I'm going to put it in your emails, whether you want it or not. And you can, I would really encourage you to listen to this. This is the shortest version of the full speech I can give, but I do have a recording. It's great. What I will give you is the bottom line. A bunch of key concerns remain unanswered here. There's significant cultural value, environmental value to this area. It's a unique spot, a little gem in Carbon County. The proponent hasn't demonstrated that no harm will be done here. That's our ask. And so my ask for the commission is there's some quote about like, if you have 8 hours to cut down a tree, spend the first 4 sharpening your axe. And I think we're in the axe sharpening mode now. We're going to get the draft EIS at the 25th of this month, and we will start working in earnest with our partners to put together comments. We are working closely with the agency on this as well, and so Commission, please know that your agency is doing the good work to represent you all out there as well, and we'll continue to work in lockstep. And again, sorry I ran a little long, but I really do appreciate your time. And happy to take questions if you have the stomach for it.
Questions or comments for Patrick? All right, thank you.
Could I ask you two to stay for just a minute?
Of course, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else online? Any other public comment that we have? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anything else from the commission? All right, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you everyone for your comment and for your cooperation today.